We are live. Welcome, UFC Saudi Arabia, the first time that the UFC has ever been to Saudi Arabia. The prelims are about to start. I was worried that we were going to be late. Thankfully, the prelims haven't started, so we are on time. We are on time. You can't say someone's late to a UFC live stream if they show up before the first fight of the night. All right? If they show up before the first fight of the night, you can't say that they're late. But what's going on, everybody? We are officially live for the prelims. Here he is! Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah, there he is. I don't even know his name. Wow, this is actually dope. Whoa, this is awesome. I'm looking at the venue for the first time ever. This is sick. Way cooler than Abu Dhabi. Dude, Saudi Arabia's venue is awesome, man. This is great. Looking forward to seeing Turki Ali. Marty Lewis, I believe the Marty Lewis Foundation is there. Turki Ali is one of the only guys that has actually been representing the Marty Lewis Foundation. And of course, he's a billionaire, so that's very helpful. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Maybe Martha Lewis is in attendance. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. I doubt that there are going to be many Marty Lewis haters in the building. I don't think that any of those guys were invited. So I'm looking forward to this. Lucas sold out to Saudis. Is that not awesome? Like, is that like big rectangular screen not sick? That's dope. And they have them on both ends. This venue is sick, bro. They really brought them out tonight, bro. They brought out the freaking nines today. Hey, thank you for the $10. Ours first super chat of the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Meaty hooks are better than straight punches. I can't believe Gastelum actually has a video series of eating food and missing weight. I know. I didn't believe it until I saw that clip on the Flukas Glazy channel. Yeah, Gastelum actually had a vlog with the title Missing Weight, which is just, you can't make this stuff up. It's unbelievable. Thank you for being here. Guru is lazy. Take my dollar. Hey, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. And thank you for joining the stream. Thank you so much. We hitting 100K next month, hopefully. Hopefully we're hitting 100K next month. I'm going with this guy, man. Everyone's... Wait a second. Wait, no. Who am I picking again? I kind of forget who I'm picking. Let me look at the topology. Whittaker. I forget who I'm picking in this fight. Just because the names are a little bit confusing. Names are a bit confusing. But we got to know. I picked the underdog. I was debating on who to pick. Who did I pick? Maybe someone can remind me. Like, I just fucking hell, dude. Show me the card. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Long Zhao, Chang Ho Lee. Ground and pound. I'm pretty sure Lee. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I picked Long Zhao. Racist, bruh. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that. Listen, dude. I picked Long Zhao. I think I picked Long Zhao. You know what? We can actually go to my channel and check. Why are the gloves red? Plus, because this is a finale of the road to the UFC. This is not a UFC bout. It's a finale for the road to the UFC. Fight Fairy just said she's still looking forward to a collab with you or a discussion. Okay, thank you for the 4 months. I don't know if we're going to collab, but thank you for the 4 months. Let me see this. Let me see, just to remind myself. Thank you for the 4 months membership. Just because I honestly am sort of drawing a blank here. But we got to know who to celebrate for and who to get salty on if, depending on the outcome of this fight. So give me 1 second, guys. Just got to see who am I picking? Okay.
Has been KO'd, which is why originally I was going to go with Chang Ho Lee. But I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to go with Zhao Long to win this fight by a decision,
Or go with Zhao Long to win this fight.
Yeah,
I'm picking Zhao Long. All right, guys. We're picking Zhao Long, dude. Yes, I am going to be showing the fights, guys. I am going to be showing the fights on screen for the first time ever today. Never done it before, but yeah, of course, we're definitely going to be doing it. Absolutely. Definitely going to be doing it. No, I'm joking. We're not doing it. Dude, I love early fights so much. Now that I stream during every single fight night, you guys, I mean, you know, I'm sure that it doesn't affect you that much. Look at that. That's dope. That's awesome. They have like suites. This is like a freaking football stadium where they have like these suites. This is the sickest arena that we've seen. This is what the UFC needs. That is sick. Look at that. That's awesome. Am I the only one that's like honestly really happy with the production and the way that they're rolling out the red carpet for the UFC here in Saudi Arabia? This is sick. Here he is, Chang Ho Lee. Here he is, the legend himself, Chang Ho Lee. Strickland Dirty Bulk era on Instagram I saw. Yeah, he's looking super fat. He's looking really fat. Fat and sloppy. But, you know, that's kind of how he always looks off season. Lucas, why did you try to KO me yesterday? I'm not Chinny. I didn't try to KO nobody, bro. Anyway, here we go. We're going to jot down the timestamps. So what are we at right now? 6? We're like 6. We'll do 6:30. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this one. This should be a good bout. Should be a very good bout. This guy picked Jesse Butler. I mean, it was more me picking against Brad Katona than like really thinking Jesse Butler was that good. I was sort of just like, all right, I'm definitely not going to pick Katona. Why would I do that, you know? So, either way. Let's get it going. First fight of the night. This should be a good one. I'm picking Zhao, who is the underdog. A lot of people are going with Lee because he has a cleaner record, 9-1, and he's got a grappling style, but wait, I honestly... There we go. Flying knee attempt already. Oh, we hurt him. Oh, we hurt him. Lee is a bit of a brawler. Zhao is like the grappler. Zhao has real good grappling. And I said I think he has more of a clear-cut path to victory. Wow. This is a good scrap already. This is a great scrap already. And Lee is a little bit of a guy that just sort of relies on a good chin, toughness. Zhao's the one that has like more of the clear-cut path. See, this is Lee's game. It's just like getting in on the inside and making it dirty. Thank you for the $2. If we don't get some meaty hooks, I'm going to be sad. We need a KO. I was thinking about that earlier today. I'm a little bit worried that we're not going to see any knockouts tonight. And if we don't see a KO tonight, then we need to demand new gloves because that would really ruin the sport. That would completely ruin the sport if we don't see any more finishes. So, yeah, I hope we see some KOs tonight. Because right now, I'm not 100% sure if it's the gloves or if we've just seen shitty fights recently. I think we have kind of just seen shitty fights. Cannonier was on his way to maybe being put away. I mean, we don't know what would have happened, but maybe Nasruddin would have knocked him out. You never know. Advice for not bailing on work and ruining my whole career every time you go live during my shifts? Well, it depends on what your work is. A cracking right. Wow. Zhao is already cut open by Lee. It depends on what your work is. If it doesn't require you to be like mentally focusing on something, then I think it's fine. Doing well so far, not working today. Awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't want to work on a Saudi Arabia debut card, even though I technically am right now. But you know, this is not really work. We're genuinely, you know, fascinated in Zhao versus Lee. I was thinking about Zhao versus Lee. I was having sleepless nights over Zhao versus Lee. Nice sneeze, but there's the takedown attempt. Awesome. Yeah! Yeah! I was getting worried. Guys. Woo-hoo-hoo! I was getting worried that we weren't going to get the first fight of the night right because, you know, things have been rough. I've had 2 losing cards back-to-back, and as the guy who's known as the best predictor of 2024, we kind of want to keep up that rate. This is one of those cards where if we don't do well tonight, then someone else is going to take the throne. I think everyone's done poorly in the last couple of fight nights, but when I made that video on the streak, we were genuinely doing the best in the MMA world. Like, nobody was doing better than us on picks. Nobody was doing better. So this is a fight that we need. Lee got up to his feet. That's not a good look. Man, I really think Zhao is capable of... Yeah! Dude, this is how you freaking know I'm invested in my picks, bro. Early prelims, a freaking takedown with nothing on it's getting me hyped. As long as this guy's winning, That's all that matters. No need to bet on fights when you can make predictions public, bro. What's good? Lucas, you're 30 seconds lagging behind. I'm not lagging behind, but I'll make sure that I'm not. Let me try to check. Oh, nice takedown. Crafty takedown. Oh, yeah, I actually am behind a little bit. You're right, I actually am behind. I am behind. But this is good. This is good for Zhao. This is good for Zhao. He's making it a grappling sort of fight. They're definitely going to give this round to Lee because of the cut. You know what? I think cuts are sort of overrated when it comes to scoring. You know, if you cut someone because your head slides off of them in a weird way and in a clinch position, then that shouldn't really count as that much damage. Nice shots from Zhao. I think Zhao's going to win this. I think Zhao's getting this done. Ngannou versus Reem peak swinging win, no skill. I don't think it was no skill, to be honest. No skill? I mean, that uppercut was pretty good. That uppercut was pretty clean. But there are some finishes where Ngannou was no skill. I think his best finish has a lot of skill. His best finish, in my opinion, is over Stipe. I think the Stipe KO is cooler than the Overeem KO. You know, the Overeem KO, in my opinion, is a little bit overrated. It's a great KO because of the reaction that Overeem has, but I don't know, man. Like, I just think the Stipe one is a little bit more violent. Like, you could sort of see and hear the impact more with the Stipe KO. The Overeem one, it's sort of like the punch lands so clean. It sort what? They just cut to commercials during the fight. They literally just cut to commercials during the fight. Crowd is dead. It's the first fight of the night. Ref isn't even stopping the fight. Why would the ref stop the fight? They were still fighting? Oh, shit. Damn, that's actually kind of crazy. It's not a forced contrarian take. It's not a forced contrarian take. It's just Stipe Miocic got knocked out brutally, too. If a contrarian forced take would be, I don't know, I kind of think Francis's KO in the amateur boxing was better. That'd be a forced contrarian take. I'm saying Stipe Miocic KO, folding Stipe like a lawn chair, you can see the impact of the shot more. The Overeem KO, honestly, it looks like Francis is hitting the air. Like, the punch lands so clean, it looks like Francis just, like, brushes past him and hits the air. Fix your timing, bro? I'm trying to fix it. Zhang is out. He's not out cold, bro. I don't believe that. Yeah, round 2 coming up. Bell didn't ring that. They're already messing up in Saudi Arabia. This ain't boxing. They're used to a boxing style of pace. They're used to that boxing world, so Saudis aren't prepared for real fights. Overeem KO was good due to Anik's reaction. I honestly sort of forget Anik's reaction a little bit there, but I mean, it's a great KO. I'm just saying it's not his best. It's overrated because it's not Francis's best KO. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. I think his best KO is the Stipe one. And it doesn't even have to do with the title fight. It's just like, it was a nasty KO. Stipe went out cold. Hammer fist follow-up, too. And you could see the punch, like, land harder, you know? Down goes the Reem. Yeah, okay, now I remember it. Down goes the Reem. There's Gooden. John Gooden's gonna... Hopefully John Gooden sneaks in a Big Shelly tonight. Big Shelly. I think that the fight in which we're most likely to hear John Gooden say Big Shelly is if Pavlovich knocks down Volkov. Or maybe a Walker KO. Now, I don't know. John Gooden's probably not going to have that same motivation to say Big Shelly unless it's Tom Aspinall fighting. Moving to the US, any tips of where to live in finance? Well, I mean, it depends on where you get a job. So, I mean, that's sort of going to depend on it, you know? Thank you for the 25 NOK. I appreciate that. It all depends on what you're looking for. Broadcast's time is glitched. Yeah, the broadcast time is glitched. It might be. Oh yeah, now we have to sync it up. Sorry guys, the clock is getting messed up tonight. What the fuck? All right. I think Zhao is kind of taking over this fight a little bit in the clinch. Zhao is honestly taking over this fight a bit. I'm kind of happy that I picked Zhao. Now he's sort of breaking Lee. You could see Lee is tiring out. Nice kick there from Zhao. And a nice shot there from Zhao. They're gassed out. Not Zhao, man. Lee looks more gassed. Nice elbow there from Lee. And a nice hook there from Zhao. Zhao is beating him up. I mean, oh, look at that uppercut. Thinking West Coast is not to be up at... Yeah. Well, definitely, if you want to remain watching UFC cards without ruining your sleep schedule, definitely move somewhere on the West Coast. Just not California, I don't think. I mean, California's got good weather. That's the only benefit of living there. Other than that, it's expensive. It's dirty. Tons of homeless people on the streets. Like, don't move to California, but... Arizona's kind of nice. It's hot in Arizona, but... it's dry. So it's not like humid heat. You don't feel like you're in an oven. It's sort of a dry heat. Yeah, Arizona's all right. Vegas, yeah, Vegas is nice too. I've never been to Vegas, but you know, it's pretty cheap in Vegas. You can maybe you can move into the UFC PI. When did Dan Hardy hype up Muniz? I'm trying to find it. On the Whittaker and Adesanya 2 breakdown. When he was breaking down Whittaker versus Adesanya with his Dan Hardy Picks podcast that he does with Veronica Hardy, that's where he was talking about Muniz. I think they're discussing it when they're talking about the Adesanya Whittaker fight. And he's talking about how he picked Whittaker by submission. He said Whittaker by sub. Whittaker's going to sub him. Of course, Whittaker doesn't submit at a fly, but he said, I just think it's a matter of time before one of these grapplers gets a hold of Izzy. My pick is Andre Muniz. I think Muniz is, I think he's going to sub everybody on the way up. And Veronica Hardy sort of like, was like, well, that's kind of a random take. She kind of laughed at it a bit. Even she knew it was a little bit out of nowhere. Thank you for the $10. I never get to chat because I'm usually listening to you via earbuds while working a third shift. Thanks for giving me top tier commentary every weekend, brother. Thank you for the $10. The face of Fuzz. I appreciate the $10. As Zhao is breaking Lee, unable to really control him that well. I honestly don't even know who's winning. This is one of these fucking dirty, boring clinch fights. This is like, you know, this is a Marc-Andre Barriou style of fight right here. Lee is still doing all right, but man, let's see a KO for real. Like, I'm starting to feel like a casual wanting to see KOs so much, but I mean, it's not fucking casual to want to see a KO. I want to see a knockout, bro. These new gloves really suck. I mean, to be honest, this is a bantamweight fight on the road to the UFC. These guys ain't got no pop. But thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Rogan reaction to Glazy KOing an orangutan. Whoa! Oh! That's how Rogan reacts. Whoa! Whoa! 2 forced woes is what you'd be getting out of Rogan. I really like their podcast. I like the podcast too. I think Dan Hardy's Picks podcast is pretty good. Veronica Hardy, she knows what she's talking about. You know, they have they have good chemistry. They're literally married. So yeah, it's actually pretty entertaining. Dan Hardy is no longer putting a lot of them out though. I kind of miss the days where he was consistently putting them out, but now that he's so involved with the PFL, I mean, you know, he's probably getting paid well, but man, it's really sort of hurt his YouTube channel. When are you going to add more emotes? Very soon. We got to do more emotes for the members. Thank you for the 9 months membership, Tyro. I appreciate that. I have family in Seattle. I've never been to Seattle, but I wouldn't want to live there just because it's cloudy, it's rainy. It's probably pretty expensive there as well. So, I mean, unless you don't want any sunlight, move to Seattle. Seattle is sort of like the, I don't know, it's like the cloudiest state in America. No, not Seattle, Washington. But you get my point. It's the cloudiest city in America. But I don't know. I'm not I just wouldn't want to move to any of the furthest west I would go is Arizona, right? But I wouldn't want to go Seattle, I mean Washington or California. There's probably some nice places in Oregon. When did Dan Hardy hype? Yeah, I already answered that. Thank you for the $2. You got to check out the Whittaker Adesanya 2 Picks podcast. Nice knees. Nice uppercut from Zhao. Honestly, I'm going to get my first pick wrong. Fucking hell, dude. He's about to take him down. He ain't taking him down. Fuck that. He's taking him down. Yeah, guys, I guess first pick of the night not looking so good. I went with the guy that wasn't expected to win, but, you know, I thought he was going to get this one done. Thought he had a better path to victory. Lee ain't even that good. I mean, this fight is kind of a sloppy fight, to be honest. This is like a typical Dana White Contender Series fight. I meant Ngannou versus Rosenstrike is a no-skill finish. Yeah, Rosenstrike and Ngannou is a no-skill finish. I agree. Lots of imposing of the will going on. I'm from Norway, brother. We like Seattle. Same weather. I don't know if it's the same weather, but cloudy. Yeah, definitely. I'd imagine it's pretty similar in Norway. Yeah, then it might be something that you can adjust to pretty well. Gloves if Sergey Brock Pavlovich doesn't get a KO. You got to get rid of them. Ban them. Fire whoever's idea it was to create those new gloves. Like, get rid of them instantly. Yeah. They need to leave. I mean, the gloves suck. As far as I'm concerned, the gloves are ass. We need to see some KOs tonight. If we don't see any KOs tonight, then we need to demand to change the gloves. We're not trying to watch UFC without KOs. Fuck that. Like, don't get me wrong. I love watching a UFC high-level decision or a high-output decision. It doesn't always need to be a finish, or I don't mind submissions, but seriously, that would kill off the whole company. It would literally kill off the whole company. These are safety gloves? Exactly. Fuck that. It's getting me angry just thinking about the guys that created these gloves, thinking it was going to save the day. Fuck these gloves. We still see eye pokes. We saw a bunch of eye pokes last weekend too. I don't know how they're preventing KOs, to be honest. I think it's, you know, they say it's harder to open your hand, but it should be easier to close your fist, right? And now, oh wait, Zhao's on the back. This is good. Zhao's on the back. This is good for Zhao. Maybe Zhao can get a submission. This is where he dominates. Ah, and Lee gets back up, of course. Moving to Nebraska on paper. Yeah, you can live by the GOAT. On paper, I recommend moving to Nebraska. I'm behind. Let me try to get caught up. I'm not behind. I don't think I'm behind at all. Oh, yeah, the clock is wrong. The clock is wrong. So don't even pay attention to it. The clock is wrong. I'm a minute and 18 seconds in. Or, you know, a minute and 15 is on the clock in the real fight. It's not the gloves. They just had a lot of pipsqueaks fighting at last fight night. Yeah, that's true. Notice how Dan Hardy never analyzes Roundtree fights? True. Yeah, because his girl used to date Roundtree, I guess. Has he never? I mean, to be fair, Roundtree is sort of like a fight night guy, and he doesn't really break down fight nights, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't do him. Thank you for the $5. Why do a lot of people think Izzy doesn't cut a lot of weight? He doesn't weigh in the 190s. He doesn't weigh in the 190s. No, Adesanya walks around at 185. Thank you for the $5. He does not cut a lot of weight. Objectively, Adesanya doesn't cut any weight. He's the only middleweight that has the honor to fight in his natural weight class. He doesn't cut weight. He weighed in at the Jan Blachowicz fight. He bulked up to 190 pounds and weighed in there. Wait, I think he kind of weighed in. Remember when he weighed in at 189 pounds? I've literally heard people say he weighed in at 192. Not 189. I've heard people go as far as to say as low as 192 is what Adesanya weighed when he fought Jan Blachowicz. All right, let's hope Zhao wins. Why are you rooting for the Chinese? I'm not rooting for anyone in this fight. I just want my pick to be right. And I don't give a fuck if he's Chinese or not. I honestly don't give a fuck. But I want him to win, so we can get our pick right. Yeah, people have gone as far as to say Adesanya weighed at 192 pounds against Blachowicz. Isn't that crazy? He weighed at 199.4. Or was it Was it like 201? I think it may have been 201. How much did he weigh in at? How much? For UFC 257. 200.5. I've heard Joe Rogan say, didn't he weigh in at like 192 pounds? He weighed in at 200 pounds, and he cut weight purposefully underneath 205 to prove a point. Izzy walks around at like probably 210 in the offseason. These days, he's probably bigger. He's probably walking around at like 220, 215. He's probably like 215. Basically 201 pounds. Yeah, he basically weighed in at 204, and people said he weighed in at 180. Literally. Lucas having delusions? I'm not having delusions. But that was a very strange thing that Adesanya did to hype up how small he was compared to Jan. Because he was a massive favorite going into that. People do forget that he was a huge favorite going into the Jan Blachowicz fight. No one really expected Jan Blachowicz to win. Even though Jan had knocked out a bunch of guys, like he was older. Adesanya was coming off of the performance where he knocked out Costa and he showed up with a tit. And we were like, oh shit, now he's even harder to beat. He's OP. Yeah, he lost a lot of aura in those title fight, post-fight interviews. Adesanya loses so much aura every single time he gets on the mic and has a post-fight interview. Am I wrong in saying that? His interview after he beat Pereira was pretty good. I'll say that. But I remember Adesanya's interview against Paulo Costa completely ruined the moment. His reaction to beating Paulo Costa was the cringiest thing I've ever seen. Let's see who wins. Fuck! God damn it, dude. Well, we were close, guys. We were close. We were close. Almost there. Almost got the first fight of the night right. I think, 0-1 can turn into 11-1 very quickly. 0-1 can turn into 11-1 very quickly. All right? I think we're gonna rally tonight. I feel like we're not gonna get any wrong. Pavlovich wins, Whittaker wins, Walker's gonna get KO'd. Walker's a little bit tricky. Negative Nancy Lucas, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Never forget this event. Chimmy quacked. All right, well Chimaev got sick, so it's not his fault. I'm sure he would have loved to fight Robert Whittaker. Thank you for the $5. Why would Volk have his first fight after turning officially old 35 against the pound-for-pound #1 Khabib? Well, because Volkanovski had defended his belt 4 times and had 5 title wins. But it wasn't on short notice. Wait, how old was he when he fought? Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. I'm forgetting that his first fight against Makhachev was when he was 34. Yeah, the second fight was when he was 35. He likes prep and needed prep. I know, because he was an idiot. And because his emotions got the better of him. I mean, he said that he was down and out. He was feeling sort of depressed in the offseason, dealing with the injury, recovery, fat, drinking. And if he doesn't have a fight to prepare for, then I guess he kind of loses his mind. So that's kind of what happened there. And his team didn't sort of reel him back. I mean, also, you know how the UFC is. Volk probably accepted it. They announced it right away before Volkanovski even talked to his team. But Eugene Behrman was strongly against it, even though Eugene's not his head coach. He was strongly against it. I mean, anyone in their right mind would be strongly against it. And I remember how foolish people were in thinking that it's a benefit for Volk to take it on short notice, because there was a narrative that Volk had actually been preparing the whole time. You know how dumb that is? People were saying, this actually benefits Volk. He's been preparing for Makhachev the whole time in silence. Makhachev's been getting ready for a completely different guy. It's actually a big risk for Makhachev. I remember that. People were trying to freaking turn it into, it's actually a bigger risk for Makhachev. He doesn't really have to do that. Fuck you. It was a huge risk for Volk. No risk for Makhachev to fight a guy off the couch, not training, fat as fuck, with a freaking brace on his arm. Okay? With a brace on his arm. And people had the nerve to sit here and tell me that Volk has been preparing in silence. I think Volk knows something, man. I think he's got a trick up his sleeve. He was sitting on the couch, fat. Insane. But back to Adesanya. Adesanya lost so much aura after the Paulo Costa KO. The Paulo Costa performance, dude, I remember I was so salty while watching him beat up Paulo Costa. It was the worst. Because I was just I kept yelling at my screen like, bro, what is Costa doing? The moment that fight started, you could just tell Costa wasn't going to do shit. Adesanya was going to fuck him up. I was about to be like, all right, this is a sick moment. This is a sick performance. And then he ruins it by humping Costa, running around the octagon, like chanting a bunch of BS. I don't know, like talking into the camera. There was no crowd there. So you have to remember, when there's no crowd, Adesanya's personality shines a lot more, and it doesn't really shine. But, you know, you get what I'm saying. And then he gets on the mic, and he said, "We the best." It was like Jason Tatum's post-game interview the other day where he was trying to copy Kevin Garnett. Adesanya did one of those. Worst post-fight interview I've ever seen. Lost a ton of aura. That was the interview that really made me dislike him. Going into that fight, I didn't really like Adesanya that much because of the Yoel fight and the Whittaker fight. But that was the one which really made me dislike Izzy. That was the one. The interview. He lost 1,000 aura right there. I'm going to do a video on that. I'm going to do a video on when fighters lost tons of aura. Moving to West Lynn to raise my kids like a gangster. Good luck, man. Chael Sonnen became, you know, the GOAT, being forged in West Lynn, Oregon. I think, honestly, West Lynn, Oregon is probably really nice, so that's a good place to live. I just got to minus 71 pounds, okay? You've lost 71 pounds, and just put $500 on Pavlovich, KO round 1. Let's go. Much love. Enjoying the day. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you've been telling me about your weight loss journey, so 71 pounds is awesome. It's a lot of weight to lose. I don't know how heavy you are, but if you're losing 71 pounds, you're pretty heavy. All right? You're Pinelio del Cruz heavy. Pinio del Cruz. This is literally Alex Pereira's coach in the chat. But, yeah, that's great to hear. I'm happy to hear that you're losing weight, getting healthy. And $500 on Pavlovich. I mean, he's the favorite, right? I don't know what the odds are. I'm guessing Pavlovich is like minus 200. It's a risky bet. Because, you know, what are you going to win? What are you going to win? Like $800, something like that? 700? I don't know if that's really worth it. For a couple extra hundred. I think the wise bet would be to put like 100 on Volkov or something. Or put like 50 on Volkov. I don't understand why people bet so much money on these fights, to be honest. When I was betting back in the day, I would put like... I think I opened up my account with a couple hundred and like, I don't know. I never would have wanted to bet that much. I'd bet like $5 on a parlay. So I don't bet anymore though, because I found out the hard way. I had like an 8-leg parlay on the Amanda Nunes and Juliana Pena 1 fight. That was the one that screwed me over. I got every other one on my parlay right that night, including Charles to beat Poirier. Thoughts on Mo Vingo, Peaches and Creamville? I don't even know who that is, to be honest. Thank you for the $2. Going in 3 weeks travel to Cartagena on that John Bones Jones diet. What is the John Bones Jones diet? Is that the cocaine? Thank you for the 25 NOK. I appreciate that. I'm here right now. Hey, what's good, Smoke? What is up? Thank you for the $2. That guy looks like Ilia Topuria in your profile photo. Ilia Topuria and Connor. We got to look at this quote, guys, because Ilia Topuria spit some truth on McGregor. I'll show you guys what Ilia said about Connor. He was speaking some facts. Yeah, they were still fighting it. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Okay, here's Ilia's quote. Ilia Topuria. What do you guys think of this? Thoughts on moving to Peaches and Creamville? I don't recommend it. Peaches and Creamville can be nice, but you're literally deluding yourself in life and just it's the state of being delusional. So it might be nice, but you're just lying to yourself. So it's not the best place to live. What do you guys think of this? So we know that Conor McGregor said fuck Topuria in that live stream a few weeks ago. Now that McGregor's pulled out with a broken pinky, which just goes to show that, again, his confidence is shaken because, in my opinion, McGregor back in the day is not pulling out with a broken pinky because he knows that he's put the work in. McGregor these days knows he hasn't been putting the work in, and he wants to get every advantage that he can get. He doesn't want to lose an advantage. He doesn't want to lose an advantage by being healthy, you know? He says, you're mentally broken. That is your biggest lesson. You doubt yourself, your abilities, your preparation. That's why you don't show up. You are a bitch. Because Conor said, I'll never fight Hurt again and I'll never lose another fight. He will lose another fight, but I believe him when he says I'll never fight Hurt. Because, again, if you're McGregor and you haven't been training hard for the past 4 years and you've been partying and sailing around the world on a yacht and you haven't been working hard, you've not been doing what a high-level athlete should be doing, of course, you get a broken pinky, you're going to be like, wait a second, I haven't even trained hard. Now I'm more injured. Like, why would I even take this fight? Topuria is saying, you're doubting yourself, man. And of course he is. Of course he's doubting himself. Topuria acting up again? Topuria is speaking the truth. He's speaking the truth. Prime McGregor's not pulling out with a broken pinky. Prime McGregor's training consistently for like 5-6 years straight going into that fight. Conor McGregor's been fucking off for the past 4 years. So when it comes down to should I even continue with this fight, he's already getting nervous thinking about all the drinks he's been having, all the fun he's been having when he knows he's going in there to fight someone that's been training and taking it serious. First time at an event, the Lee fight was cool, but watching on TV was better. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. I do think that watching on TV is always better when it comes to a UFC fight. Unless you get the perfect seats, which I would imagine is like a little bit higher than floor seats. I think floor seats would be all right, but sitting a little bit higher than that would be good. Maybe like a few feet off the floor. I think that would be ideal. But still, it's easy to take for granted how high level the production of the UFC is. Looking at the tail of the tape, listening to the commentary, the promos in between the fights. If you go to one of these fight nights, the view is never as good as it is on TV. And in between fights, it seems like a lot of dead time. Not as bad as boxing, though. Boxing would be horrible. If you go to a boxing fight in real life, then, you know, you're basically there all day. You're there for like 15, 16 hours. I would hate that. Boxing is not a in-person fan-friendly sport unless you're just going to see the main event. Whittaker looking jacked. Thank you for the $2.79. You know, it actually would be pretty cool to see boxing. The best part is when you walk in and you see the fights. That's the coolest part, but then you kind of get used to it, and as the fight night goes on, you kind of realize, wait a second, it's even better to just watch on TV. You sort of get used to seeing people like in, you know, right in front of you. Whittaker looking jacked. Yeah, Whittaker is looking to be in really good shape. Thank you for the $5. I began at 519 pounds. Now I'm down to 448 pounds in 81 days. I'm 6'8", so just massive. I'd eat paleo for breakfast, or Pilinio for breakfast. That's Pereira's coach. Goal is 265. I want to be an Apex NPC, okay? Well, 265 at 6'8", you honestly could be sort of lean. You'll be leaner than the Apex NPCs. They're just like, they're 5'11 at 265. So it's a little bit different. But good luck. 519 pounds is crazy, bro. But, you know, losing 71 pounds, that's a lot of weight. Here we go. Round one of Ribeiro versus Gajisulov. This is a sick fight. Awesome fight. Gajisulov is like a poor man's Magomed Ankalaev / Mateusz Gamrot. Ribeiro is a wild man. No chin, though. No chin, though. Very goofy style. Very goofy style. But we're bound to see a KO. I think we're going to see a first-round KO. I'm picking Gajisulov. As I said, 0-1 can turn into 10-1 like that over the course of a couple hours. This is where we start. This is where we get back into it. We'll be 1-1 after this fight. Gajizulov's getting it done. I want Ribeiro to win, though, because he's had a tough go in the UFC. Very chinny. Nice front kick from Ribeiro. He's fighting smart right now. He's fighting smart right now. Maybe Gadzhisulov's going to get too much hype. There's the takedown from Ribeiro. And he gets Gadzhisulov down. Who is the boxer to beat Tank Davis? Oh, what? What's going on here? The boxer to beat Tank Davis. Thank you for the $5. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe someone up a weight class, to be honest. He keeps fighting these pipsqueaks that are weight drained. Maybe the guy moving up a weight class with that flyweight boxing skill. The Japanese guy. Nice. Ribeiro's out grappling him right now. This is awesome. This is good for him. Making this an uncomfortable fight. Making this a very uncomfortable fight. Nice takedown from Ribeiro. Ribeiro's a decent grappler. He's got good ground and pound. He's finished a lot of his fights on the ground. Being out-wrestled by a Brazilian? I mean, to be fair, Gadzhilov fights out of Bahrain. He doesn't even train in Russia. Probably grew up doing wrestling, though, but his style, for the most part, is striking. Ribeiro's doing a really good job of holding him up against the fence. Damn, if I go 0-2 to start the night, that's going to suck. Nice takedown attempt from Ribeiro, but Gadzhisulov does a really good job of defending it, pushing the head down. Yeah, this is good work from Gadzhisulov, actually. Ribeiro's expending a lot of energy to get this to the ground. He's going to have to strike with him. Yeah, the clock is accurate. The clock is accurate. 2 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock. Two minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Nice knee from Gadzhisulov. Yeah, this is a little bit of a boring fight. Damn, give it to both of these guys for putting on a shit fight so far. Awesome. Credit to both of these guys for making this a dog shit fight so far after the Tatsudo Taira fight night. Awesome. This is exactly what we needed after last week. Oh, yeah. Awesome work. Good work there, Gadzhisulov. Doing a great job of doing a whole bunch of nothing. The fuck is he doing? I don't understand this. What the fuck is he doing? What's the point of this? It's stalling. This is a stalling position. How's this soy coffee? It's just coffee with whipped cream, bro. Soy, man. You shouldn't be drinking whipped cream, bro. If it's sweet, it's soy, bro. It's literally just coffee with milk, whipped cream, good quality whipped cream. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Homemade, dude. Nice leg kick from Ribeiro. I hate those positions. That's more boring than anything else. I'd rather watch a smudge fest on the ground than a smudge fest up against the cage. Any day. Nice 1-2 from Ribeiro. Ribeiro needs to sit behind those 1-2s. Nice leg kick from Ribeiro. Really good work there. Whoa. Gadzhisulov took a bad step. He's actually struggling on that leg now. He's going to look for a takedown. He's going to get it. He's going to get the takedown. Bad reaction. You know what? This is a Ribeiro round. This is a Ribeiro round. Woo! I'm going to get my pick wrong, hopefully. I want Ribeiro to win. I kind of like the idea of Gadzhisulov getting fraud checked. Whose hairline's more cooked, you or Rigo? I don't know. My hairline even that bad, bro. My hairline ain't even that bad. Eventually, I'm going to have to get one of these hair transplants, but yeah, not now. Some good old coffee. Good old-fashioned coffee, guys. Yeah, that's a Ribeiro round. It's a Ribeiro round, 100%. Thank you for the $2. I'm not muted, guys. You will not convince me that I'm muted. I know I'm not muted. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, God. Okay. We're good. Yep. What's up, man? Anyway, who you guys got in this fight? Who you guys got in this fight? Oh, that instantly welted up his leg. That was a nasty kick. That's a Jan Blachowicz, Magomed Ankalaev style kick. Here we go, round 2. There we go. Nice kick from Ribeiro. Dude, Ribeiro's fighting really well. Fuck, dude, I should have... You know, I'm picking Gadzisulov because I thought he would be able to land a shot on the chin of Ribeiro, but he honestly fights a little bit scared right now. Gadzisulov's fighting a little bit skittish. I was expecting him to be able to close the distance, get it on the inside, and outbox Ribeiro, but Ribeiro's doing a really good job at keeping him at range with his kicks. Good work from Ribeiro. Let's see if Gadzisulov can actually get in the pocket a little bit, because I don't know what his approach was to that last round. I should have fucking known, man. I should have known this guy was fighting cans. Oh! He's got a tight guillotine. Very tight guillotine. Mounted guillotine now. He's got a mounted guillotine. This is bad. Oh! This is bad. He might tap. Oh, he's not going to tap. These are Bahrainian submission. This is the Bahrainian submission defense. He trains with Ghazi. He trains with Gaziev. He's not tapping, dude. Trains with Gaziev, bro. Oh, no. Bad decision from Ribeiro to continue to try to stick with that guillotine. He should have got out of there as soon as he felt his grip starting to weaken. What do you mean not that bad? You're almost bald? Almost bald? What the heck are you talking about? Almost bald? Almost bald. Interesting. If this is almost bald, then, I mean, I don't know what you're going to call, like, I mean, basically everyone with hair is basically bald, as far as you're concerned. What MMA moment would you like to change the most? Volkanovski not getting KO'd or moving up to fight? No, honestly, Volkanovski just beating Topuria. Like, it's not just which moment would you like to avoid the most. You're saying change the most. So, yeah, Volk beating Topuria is the one. Mounted guillotine's a fake position. It's not a fake position, but... yeah, now Gadzisulov is out-grappling him. It's going to be 1-1 going into the third. Damn, Gadzisulov is really struggling. I just think it's because Ribeiro's better than he expected. I mean, this is a big bump up in competition. I've noticed that a lot of these guys that fight in these sort of Bahrainian promotions beat up on the biggest cans you could imagine. Like Gadziulov's fighting people where their name isn't, I mean, their age isn't available on Tapology, and you know that's always an issue. He's fighting like the 5'8" Egyptian bodybuilders that are 50 years old, where their age is not available. Basically meatheads out of a Bahraini gym next to a local KFC. That's basically the guys that he's fighting. So this is a bump up in comp. He's doing well, though. He's winning this round. He is winning this round right now. Even though there was a submission attempt, Gadzisulov is doing well right now, looking for a submission of his own. But now Ribeiro's scrambling out, and he's good. Gadzisulov, you know, I don't know if he's winning this round. It actually is very close. This round is close. This is a close round. The damage that Ribeiro did on the feet was better, and he had a submission attempt. Gadziulov's going to have to land some damage. Bro, Kenny said I know. I saw that video just because I wanted to see, all right, who's he got in his GOAT spots? And he said Usman was the welterweight GOAT, which is not as... I don't agree with that. Francis is the heavyweight GOAT is legitimately the most biased take I've ever heard in my fucking life. He said even though Francis lost to Stipe and they're 1-1, I just personally like Francis beat his argument for Francis. His argument for Francis was Francis beat legends of old. He was hyping up Francis from beating fucking Cain Velasquez. He was hyping up Francis for beating old head washed up fighters because they're legends of old. Francis Ngannou isn't even in the top 5. for heavyweight goats. And if he is, he's 5. Stipe's better than him. Fedor's better than him. All right. Verdum, honestly, is better. Freaking Cain Velasquez has a better resume. Francis's win over Cain Velasquez doesn't even count. Oh, my goodness. Do you guys remember when Francis fought Cain Velasquez? Because, like, I'll be honest. When Francis was fighting Cain Velasquez, I didn't really watch Cain Velasquez live. Like, I started watching the UFC in 2017 consistently. I wasn't around during Cain Velasquez's, like, heyday. So I heard a lot of hype from Rogan and the boys, Schaub and Rogan, about Cain Velasquez, and DC was always talking about him. And the hardcore fans were always talking about him. And I remember they booked that fight, and people were like, Francis is toast. Francis is done. Dude, Cain Velasquez is going to... If Stipe did him bad, imagine what Cain's going to do. And I just knew that they were out of their fucking minds. When I saw Francis and Cain Velasquez face off, and Cain Velasquez looked like a fat flyweight, a skinny fat flyweight, he literally had a Chris Dawkins build. Like... It looked like his midsection was basically, I don't know, like a windy trash bag folding over itself. It was honestly just pathetic to see people cope pick him that fight week. Wow, Cain's back. Cain literally looked like a 65-year-old skinny, fat, freaking trash bag, muffin top. Straight up, people were picking him to beat Francis. And then he got folded with like a freaking ghost phantom punch. That's the worst part of it all. It wasn't even a great KO. It was like Francis literally brushed him with his pinky finger. And Cain Velasquez went out. Ah, man. That just goes to show that a lot of hardcore fans have such hardcore nostalgia bias. That's the most annoying thing, nostalgia bias. If Stipe took him down, imagine what Cain's going to do. Stipe was like 245 pounds when he fought Francis the first time. 250. That was like the biggest version of Stipe, and he was in his prime. Cain Velasquez was like 50 years old, fat as a fucking windy trash. I don't even know how to describe it. Like an inflatable balloon, dude. A deflated balloon is what he looked like. Gadzhiev has him down. This is one of these fights where, you know, outside of the striking exchanges, there's literally no point in doing the play-by-play commentary because nothing's going to happen. Like, Ribeiro's too good off of his back and too good on the ground to get beat up. And so Gadzhiev basically has to resort to just smudging him into the canvas. You know what's funny? People were crapping on Roman Kopylov's ground and pound and ground performance against the Glory kickboxer, Almeida. No one's going to say anything about Gadzhiev. They're literally just going to be like, dude, Ribeiro sucks. He doesn't know how to stuff a takedown, man. I remember when Joe Rogan was saying, you know, he's got to do something. Where's the same energy? They're literally glazing this guy because he's a Dagestani wrestler. He's not doing anything. Let's hear what Bisping's saying. Gadzhiev wants to climb to the highest heights. Oh, wow. His father. That's actually an interesting fact. That's actually interesting for Bisping. Good job on commentary. Bisping said his father, Gadzhiev's father, is famous in Dagestan for being the first Dagestani person to climb Mount Everest. That is pretty cool. And you just see this pressure's just too much. I mean, it's a nightmare to deal with these guys. Mike. Hey, Mike. You see how he's just kind of putting his weight on him, Mike? Yeah, there we go. Yeah! You know what? Bisping's getting better. Bisping's saying I'd like to see him take some risks and go for the finish. Exactly, man. Come on. Dude, I remember when the fucking commentators were losing their mind when Roman Kopylov was like consistently throwing ground and pound strikes on the ground. People were booing when Roman Kopylov was legitimately punching this guy over and over and over again. Maybe not a lot of sting on them, but he was actually throwing strikes. This is smudge. Now he's looking for the submission. Now he's looking for the back. Now he's looking for the back. This is boring, though. This is boring. This is smudge grappling. But now he's actually looking for the back. He's going to win this 2-1. Hey, I said 0-1 can turn into 10-1 very quickly, guys. 0-1 can turn into 10-1 very quickly. Got some ground and pound strikes right there. Nice. Now he's beating him up. Lucas, can you let me know when Guru is live? Yeah, exactly. I'll wake you guys up when he's live. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. I haven't seen the new ground activeness rule be used once. Didn't they stand up Kopylov and the Brazilian guy? Oh, fuck. That's so annoying. I think they actually used it there. But you're right. It's hardly ever utilized. For whatever reason, the judges must have honestly, I'm convinced that the judges must have heard my Kopylov takes. Or the ref must have heard my Kopylov takes. For whatever reason, everyone in the building that night hated Roman Kopylov. Rogan, the ref. Wow, that's some good ground and pound right there from Gadzhisulov. He's actually whooping up Ribeiro. This is entertaining. This is actually entertaining. You can't hate on this round that much. He's been trying to submit him. He's been trying to ground and pound him. Ribeiro's just doing a good job. You know what? This is honestly, it's honestly the most entertaining fight I've ever seen. That's actually a good fight, though. I'm happy that it's ending with like ground and pound strikes, because if this was ending via a smudge fest decision, it would have sucked. This fight alone, this round alone is more entertaining than any moment from last week's fight card. So I'm just hyped because of that, man. I'm just happy because of that. Yeah, I forgot about the clock, guys. We're just going to run it out. Forget about the clock. No, we're going to clear the timer. What was he doing there? He just did a cartwheel? Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to get going. I'm going to do my recap video of this fight right now. For the members on the member section of our channel, I said I was going to do a recap of every single one of these fights. So I got to get going to do a recap. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm joking. You know what? I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling good about my picks. We're 1-1. That was actually an okay fight. It wasn't a bad fight. It was not a bad fight. The grappling in the second round was rough, but outside of that, it was pretty good. That was not a bad fight. There were some ground and pound moments in the third round. You can't say that was boring. Every striking exchange was pretty fun. First round sucked. I will say that. You know what? Let me know what you guys think. What was a better fight? That one or the first one of the night? Take away, okay, this is what I think makes a fight entertaining, just in general. Which fight did you have more fun watching? The first one or that one? The first one or that one? First, everyone's saying first. First fight. Dude, I disagree. I think that it's a lot easier to argue that the first one was more fun because they were hitting each other. They were sort of scrapping. I understand why you'll say that. I enjoyed that fight more because Ribeiro is more relevant than two bantamweight pipsqueaks that aren't going to be able to make any noise in the UFC. Gadzhisulov is more relevant than those guys. The reason why this fight is more fun is because I care more about the outcome, and these fighters are just more interesting. Because the division isn't as stacked, and like, you know, these guys both have like sort of interesting auras. You get what I'm saying? That was like a freaking road to the UFC slop fest. Good luck making it in the bantamweight division. There's like 200 fighters in there. You get what I'm saying? This is zesty opinion, bro. Okay, I don't understand how, but I'm just saying in general, this is a more interesting fight. Light heavyweight fights where people can knock each other out. Ribeiro, sort of, low budget Johnny Walker versus Magomed Ankalaev 2.0. Give me one explanation of, or one reason as to why we should be hyped about the other guys' careers. Oh man, you don't understand. Zhang is like, you know, a UFC legend already. I'm just saying these guys have more ability to like become something in the UFC, even if they're not that good. The other guys are literally just they're gonna be like 3-2. They're gonna go 3-2 in the UFC and not get re-signed, okay? But I agree that objectively, based on just like how the fight's playing out, yes, smudging up against the fence, smudging in the second round, yeah, I agree the first fight was a little bit more entertaining, but if you take into account that it means nothing, then I think the second one was better. Second one was more meaningful for the UFC. UFC can't live without Ribeiro versus Gadzisulov. It's lighter man skill casual. I do respect the lighter man skill. I agree that they're probably more skilled, but man, it was an ugly fight. And, you know, sometimes fights can be high output, but it's so hard to keep up with who's winning because it's just like they're in the clinch the whole time. You can barely see what's landing sometimes. I don't know. The shots weren't even landing that clean. They were both gassed. They were like bumping into each other head to head the entire time. Clinch striking, and I don't know. Some fights can be so sloppy that it's sort of like, all right, who even gives a shit about who's winning this? Each of them lands 50 strikes around, you know, decently high output, but still, it's like, okay, well, we literally have no idea who's winning. Every takedown has nothing on it. Every punch, you know, is sort of impactful, but not really. You get what I'm saying? Some fights can be sort of sloppy like that, where even if they're high output, they're pretty boring, especially when they're between two bantamweight pipsqueaks that aren't going to make it in the UFC. Even though I hope they make it in the UFC. I honestly hope they make it in the UFC. Power slap promo. He's trying to be different. So I'm not trying to be different, dude. 1-1 classic coin flip. Yeah. Thank you for the $2, Jimmy Edwards. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5, MC Binks. Low-key super disappointing that they didn't include any WMMA fights on this card. By the way, any thoughts on Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark drama? Oh, drama? I don't know what the drama is about. I knew that like there was drama a year ago when Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese flipped her off or something, and people were crying about that. Getting flipped off in a sports game is all right. But from what I see, a lot of the WNBA players are just insecure that no one gives a fuck about their sport and they're only watching because of Caitlin Clark. And Angel Reese is like, you know, she thinks that she's the real star of the WNBA, but it's really Caitlin Clark. You know what I mean? People that like Angel Reese, from what I'm seeing, are people that are coping with the fact that Caitlin Clark is actually like the dominant force in the WNBA. I see a lot of people are upset that Caitlin Clark isn't in the Olympics either, which is, you know, that's, listen, I don't know how it works in the WNBA, but Caitlin Clark not being in the Olympics is the dumbest thing ever. That's literally, okay, well, you know, I mean, I don't want to, fucking hell. Honestly, it sort of pisses me off. I don't even give a fuck about any of this stuff, but what that is, you know, the WNBA girls are going to be upset and everyone's going to be a little bit upset and they're going to have these catty little arguments and they're going to get bitchy if we put Caitlin Clark on the team. And, you know, Caitlin Clark's a rookie. She needs to earn her stripes. Dude, fuck that. She brings in all the money. She brings in all the eyes. She's the only relevant WNBA player on the planet. And you're not putting her on the team? Come on, bro. What the heck's going on, man? I don't, like, I don't know. I don't really care that much about that stuff, but I know that they didn't put her on the team just because they didn't want to stir the pot. They didn't want any arguments in the locker room or whatever. But honestly, they should just name the WNBA Caitlin Clark League, to be honest. They should just name it Caitlin Clark League. Straight up. They should be freaking thankful. They should be thanking their lucky stars that the NBA pays for everything. Straight up. Should be freaking thanking their lucky stars. The NBA keeps them afloat. USA women's team hasn't lost since 1992. They don't need quality, just publicity. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the USA basketball team wins every time, but USA soccer team, you mean? Or you're saying USA... Or is it the USA basketball team? Or I don't know which one you're talking about, the soccer team or the basketball team. Yeah. Angel Reese is just Sid the Sloth if he was Ratchet, hood chick from the favelas. She's not from the favelas, though. But, yeah, I mean, I would literally dunk on her. I'd literally dunk on her. That's the thing about, like, some of these players. Sure, Caitlin Clark could probably shoot better threes, but I've seen a couple of fucking highlights of like that the NBA has posted with like an Angel Reese layup. It's the sloppiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Sloppiest thing I've ever seen. The slowest. I mean, people in that league are so slow, dude. I would literally dunk on them all. I would dunk on them all easily. You put me in the fucking WNBA, I'm freaking dominating that shit. Doesn't matter if I'm shorter than them. I'm freaking nudging them out the way. Hey. I'm freaking, dude, I'd be like freaking mini Shaq in that shit. Literally. I'd be like mini Shaq. They'd call me the fucking tank. They'd call me the tank, dude. You'd be fouling everyone. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks about basketball. I miss the 90s. I miss the 90s basketball. In the 90s, people used to get punched in the teeth for being slacking off on defense, you know? I miss the 90s. When people used to catch a fade every time, someone was trying to shoot the ball. In the 90s, people would get knocked out when they were trying to score, bro. I miss those days. The gritty 90s. The hand checkers of the 90s. 90s defense was so much better than it is today. Michael Jordan had to deal with the 90s milkmen. Honestly, listen, let me just be honest. Michael Jordan was pretty good, but I'm telling you right now, the 90s basketball absolutely sucks compared to basketball today. This is the issue. Yeah, there were some legends. Don't get me wrong. Shaq, you had Jordan, you had Scottie Pippen. There were some legends. It was the expansion league. Like, I'm not even a basketball fan. It was the expansion league. They added like 5 new teams. You know how low the talent level had to be for them to freaking, get some more players in the league? Goodness gracious, bro. You know how easy it was to get to the finals? And people hate on LeBron for not winning every single finals. Yeah, but Michael Jordan freaking went up against bums. Literally went up against bums, dude. Jordan was good. Like, there's no denying that, but I don't know. I have a hard time calling him the GOAT if he was playing milkmen. He wasn't playing. 90s basketball is the equivalent of like late 2000s MMA. It's the equivalent of early 2010s MMA. 90s basketball is like 2009 to 2012 MMA. You know what I mean? Compared to today. I don't hate old people. I'm just saying, like, Jordan was playing horrible levels of competition. These days, the 5th best guy on an NBA team would be the best player on an NBA team in the 90s. That's just a fact. There were a couple guys in the 90s that were pretty good, but you take like the 5th best player on like an average NBA team, that guy is literally the team captain on an average team in the 90s. Jordan is the Habib of the NBA. No, he is. Jordan was good. There's no denying it. Like, he had some crazy ability, bro. He was built different for sure, but still, his level of competition just isn't as good as the people of today. Here's Mark Goddard. Oh man, I hate this guy. I like Moon Gafarov, but I hate Kang. Kang is so boring. He has some of the most boring fights I've ever seen. Kang is literally an NPC. But Moon Gafarov, aka the Mole, is pretty entertaining. The Mole has been in the UFC for a couple of fights, but he's been doing pretty well. He lost to Said Nurmagomedov last time on the Abu Dhabi card, got wrapped up in a submission, but had a really good scrap before then. Gained a nickname as the Mole early on in life, if you can't tell. And, became a legend in his first fight in the UFC. The first Mole to ever grace the octagon. Stop. Shut the fuck up, dude. I just dislike Kang because he has a boring style. He's literally jab, jab, leg kick. Pause for 30 seconds. And a jab. Oh! Nice kick from Gafarov. Is Taito Ivasa a disgrace for getting easy killed? Yes, dude. He's a disgrace for losing to Marcin Tubbyman Tabora, too. I saw Taito Ivasa sparring with Alex Pereira, and Pereira was taking it easy on him. There's this myth that like heavyweights are super dangerous, but it's only the top 4 heavyweights in the world that are dangerous compared to light heavyweights. Alex Pereira would do Taito Ivasa 10 times worse than Gon. Nice! Great takedown from Gafarov. I don't understand what the fuck that is. That's not, is that even a mole, or is this dude just like, he has weird genetics to just only have hair in one spot on his, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, bro. I'll give him respect and call him the mole, though, because that's the name that he earned. That's the name that he earned. Guy's a legend, bro. Have you seen Fighting in the Age of Loneliness? No, I haven't. I have not seen that. Is that like a YouTube video, a documentary, MMA documentary? Maybe I've seen it, but I've not seen it. I've not watched it, but maybe I've seen it in my algorithm. This guy's a prospect, never lost. Does he beat Alex? Fuck no, he doesn't beat Alex. Godzasulov? Heck no. He has a close fight like that with Claudison Ribeiro. He's definitely not beating Alex. He'll never fight Alex because by the time, if he even gets up there, it's going to... I've noticed that you hate... I don't. It's just that Kang has a boring style, so I will call out a boring style, and I will not be a fan of boring styles. I have nothing against Kang himself. I just think that his style is boring. Thank you for the $2. But yeah, did you guys see the sparring session that Pereira had with Tai Tuivasa? I honestly felt bad for Tai because they were setting it up as like a legendary sparring session. You know, they had the whole gym watching, and usually when it's like a, you know, a heavyweight brawler versus Alex Pereira, you'd expect to see some really good rounds, but it was really just Alex Pereira like toying with him and beating the fuck out of him and sort of pitying Tai Tuivasa and sort of letting him get off a shot every once in a while. Honestly, Tai Tuivasa's fall off, I mean, it's really been rough to watch. He was like a fan favorite. You know, you could always bank on him to get a big KO against anyone outside of the top 5, it seemed. And now, man, like he's probably losing to Muhammad Usman. Maybe not that, but I do think he's going to get destroyed by Rosenstrike. A little stinky so far today. Yeah, these fights have been a little bit stinky. You know what? I do give credit to the... Oh, nice shots in tight from the mole. I wouldn't call this fight stinky, just because this is sort of what you have to expect from Gufarov. Whatever it takes for him to win, the better. The UFC has been trying to get a mole up the rankings because they don't have any right now. It's like Nico Price. You always want Nico Price to win because it's good for the UFC if they have a guy like Nico win. Same with Gufarov. There's a takedown from Kang, but you can't keep Gufarov down. Gufarov has some of the best takedown defense in the UFC. As he gets taken down easily. Gufarov looks like a freaking, you know, Olympic wrestler. Oh wow, Kang actually might sub him. Oh wow, this is actually ugly. Kang might sub him. Wow. No, Gufarov fights it off. Some of the best submission defense in the UFC. Nice. You never know what the mole's going to do. That's just a classic example of why he's one of the most entertaining fighters in the UFC. There's John Gooden. I hope we hear a big Shelly from John Gooden tonight, guys. Dude, I can't wait till this fight is over. To be honest, like, we're almost done with the shit. This is the last fight where we're trudging through the mud. After this, it's nothing but relevant fights. Ribeiro versus Godzasulov was sort of relevant, but this is kind of irrelevant. The only thing entertaining about this is the fact that Gufarov has a mole on his back, and it's sort of a weird guy, right? But, yeah. The mole is the most entertaining fighter of all time. He is objectively like, you just never know what he's going to do, bro. You know? Refresh. I don't need to refresh my stream. I don't think I'm behind at all. Okay. I agree with your modern skill take, but I can't wait for the 10, 15 years when people call Volk not that good and fighting old heads and see you crying. Yeah, that is going to happen. That will happen. I'm ready for it. I know that's how it goes. But, you know, I'll still be watching MMA and I'll just be hyping up the new fighters. I'll be saying, yeah, Volk was a beast back in the... I'll be saying Volk was a beast back in the day. And I'll be picking Volk to beat some of the top 5 guys, but I'll be like, yeah, I mean, Volk is obviously not top 5 anymore. He's probably going to be number 2. You know how it is. Every time Volk loses, I have to bump him up a bit. I have to rethink just how good it is that he beat Max Holloway. 10-8 Kang, co-parter Lucas, I hate China. That's not what I'm doing. I honestly don't look into that at all when it comes to making picks or judging how I'm, who's winning a fight. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, Kang has control of the mole right now. Thank you for the $5, Craig. Did you see that Devin Haney is undefeated again and the fight got overturned? Yeah, but no one's going to consider him really undefeated. It's like Jones. No one really considers Jones undefeated. If you're still calling Jones undefeated, then you're either delusional or you're just, I don't know, you're trying to be like mature with the way in which you discuss his legacy. Yeah, but he didn't really lose to Reyes. We can't just consider that a loss. Like, he's not undefeated. Devin Haney isn't undefeated. I do think that the win should be wiped from Garcia's record if he did indeed cheat. Like, you have to be fair. If your favorite fighter was the one that lost against a guy that popped, then you would want it to be wiped from the record. Just like DC and Jones. We all keep that energy with DC Jones too. We all say, all right, well, Jones knocked out DC. That was real. But we don't count it on his resume. So. Yeah, this is boring. This sucks. Kang is honestly one of the most boring fighters in the UFC. I don't understand why people say Jones is undefeated. I really don't get it. Again, you're either delusional and you're a massive Jones fan, so you can't accept the Reyes loss. Or you do accept the Reyes loss, but you still don't count robberies enough to where you're just going to literally count them as a fucking loss. That's what pisses me off the most. People will say it's a robbery, but they won't go as far as to say, well, he literally lost to Reyes. You get what I'm saying? You got to really count it. You can't just count it when you're discussing whether, it was a robbery or not. You have to always count it as a robbery in every way, shape, or form. When you're breaking down records. That's what I do for every fighter. So I do for Adesanya's resume too. He's got 4 L's, not just 2. He's got 4 L's. Well, he's got 3. Now he's got 5 L's, not just 3. I said 2 because I was like, well, he only has 2 legitimate ones on paper, but actually he has 3. Strickland is in the mix too. I always forget about the Strickland fight. Haney's trying to go further to sue Garcia for more because of the issues it caused. I mean, Haney's just salty that he got his ass beat. But, it's all right being salty if someone popped for steroids. Jones is undefeated and overhated outside of the ring. Well, I disagree with both of those statements. Thank you for the $2. You could argue, actually, that it's the other way around for being overhated. I mean, a lot of people still love John Jones and, they see an issue with people wanting to see him get KO'd. They'll call you a hater if you want to see John Jones get knocked out in a fight where people get KO'd all the time. And he's clearly not undefeated. He lost to Reyes. He's not undefeated. But did the ref raise his hand? Doesn't matter what the ref did. The judges get it wrong sometimes. Whoa, the mole with one of the slickest combinations of the year right there. Holy shit. Wow. Honestly, that might be the combo of the year. That might be the combo of the year. And now he's going to choke him out. He might have the submission of the year. He might have the finish of the year. This could be the sequence of the year right here. That was a slick combination. He went body, head, low kick. Landed every single one of those. Sick sequence from the mole. He's on a single leg. Volk lost to Max twice. If you think Volk lost to Max in the rematch, then I'm not going to argue with you. You're just going to have to rewatch those last 3 rounds because you probably haven't, and you're just going based off of what you saw the first time and going with the narrative. But it is what it is. I'm not going to argue that much. Nice shots from the mole. Nice shots from the mole. He's slugging now. He's going to the body. Kang unable to make that adjustment because he knows the mole's digging to the body. If I'm Kang, I'm waiting for him to go low. Nice takedown from the mole. Yeah! Beautiful shots. Beautiful shots. Awesome round. Shitty round until the end. Slickest fighter I've ever seen. Gufadov is way too confident. No, it's good. It's good when he's got this confidence. Yeah. What was I saying? Max Holloway. If you think that Holloway won the second fight, all right, I'm not going to argue with you that much. You're wrong, but I'm not going to argue that much. If you think Holloway won the first fight, you're actually a fool. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're a fool if you think he won the first fight. Holloway got shut down for every single round outside of maybe if you want to pity him a little bit, you'll give him the fourth. If you want to pity Max Holloway, maybe you could give him the fourth. I remember watching that fight live. Had no issue scoring it. The crowd was dead silent the whole time. That's how you know Holloway was a fan favorite coming off of an okay performance, like a defending champion against Frankie Edgar. Fan favorite. Volkanovski shut that crowd up instantly after the first 2 rounds. Instantly. There was no energy in the building while everyone was watching Volkanovski effortlessly, cleanly beat Max. It wasn't a beatdown. It was a clear victory for every single fucking round outside of the fourth. Sorry, dude, but if you think Max won the first fight, you're actually delusional. You're just saying it because you heard Chael Sonnen say, I had him winning every single round in the first fight. Or Max Holloway. Max Holloway's delusional because he was saying that leg kicks don't do any damage, brother. Dude, leg kicks count. You got leg kicked like 100 times in that fight. And Volkanovski was landing sick combinations with the hands too. Got shut down 4 rounds to 1. Gonna have to deal with that. And now the mole gets taken down. Kang 2-0, Mole 0. You could make an argument that Mole won the last round. I didn't even pick this fight because I genuinely forgot about this. The Naimov fight fell off. That's why I didn't pick that, because I didn't know who he was going to be fighting. And he's had 2 opponent changes this week. I genuinely forgot about this fight. So this isn't even going to count on my record. Any KOs? No. But to be fair, there haven't been exchanges where KOs would have happened. There's not been any, like, scrappy moments, really. There have been a couple, but not really. Like, no big punches landed tonight. Glazing leg kicks, you sound like Rogan. I'm not glazing leg kicks. I'm just saying you have to count leg kicks as points. A hard leg kick is counted as a strike. That's it. Are we really getting to the point to where a leg kick doesn't count? If it's not to the head, it doesn't count. Hey, if he's not getting KO'd, it doesn't count. No. That's not how it is. Thank you for the $2. But that's not how it is. That's Max Holloway's way of coping. That was the Holloway team way of coping. Brother, leg kicks. Brother, leg kicks. Remember when Holloway was saying that? Brother, this guy did no damage. And then he was going into that trilogy talking about damage. Volkanovski answered it. Trojan horse performance from Volkanovski. Do you think BKFC will be the second biggest promotion? No. I don't think the pay is good enough in BKFC to attract fighters in their prime. It's just going to be washed up fighters. And if it's washed up fighters that aren't in their prime, it can only get so big. I think it's going to have some extra boost with McGregor. It's going to be sort of successful, but it will never be the second biggest promotion. If you say Fedor is top 5 and hate John Jones, you Lucas Racy, Fedor's not in my top 5. And I have John Jones in my top 5. John Jones is the GOAT of the sport. I think his resume is the best. Fedor is not even in my top 10. I have Fedor at number 16 or 17. Good take. Yeah, I think Fedor is good. He's great, but not a lot of heavyweights are that high on my all-time list. I have Stipe and DC, but DC's resume is mostly built at light heavyweight. I think DC is overrated on the all-time list because people still compare him to Volk. People will consistently put him ahead of Volk. And I understand the arguments, but I mean, they can be shut down. They can be shut down. What has been up with these boring cards? Just boring fighters, to be honest. Like, trust me, next week's going to be fun. We have a lot of sick fights next week. Peyton Talbot's not going to allow a fight to go to the scorecards. Joe Piper's going to make it entertaining. Yuri's not going to allow a fight to go to the scorecards. Who else do we have? Anthony Smith versus... That could be a shitty fight, to be honest. Anthony Smith and Dolidze could be a slop fest. But Fedor beat Mark Hunt. True. Fedor did beat Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's ranked at like... Where did I have Mark Hunt in my last prediction video? My last GOAT list. I had Mark Hunt at number 582 on my GOAT list. Yeah, that's a good win. 582. It's a pretty good victory. He also beat that one can in 1FC. Pride FC. Where was he ranked again? What was his name? Hideki Yomamata? Hideki Yomamata, I think I had it like the 5,032 spot. That's a great win for Fedor. See, that's the thing. It just comes down to this. Oh! He dropped him! Yeah! Yeah! Dude, Goddard should have gave him the fucking finish. Goddard, if that's a title fight, Goddard's stopping it. Am I wrong? No. It would have been an early stoppage. Couple seconds left. You let the fighter survive. I think you maybe finish it if you're dominating the fight. If you're dominating the fight and you drop them, then it's like, all right, a couple seconds left. I'm going to give this guy the finish. He's earned the finish. Because it's a close fight, you let the fighter survive with a couple seconds left. Goddard made the right decision, but if that's a title fight, Goddard is stopping it. If that's Alex Pereira Yuri, Goddard's stopping it. DC clears Volk, basically invented the double leg. Okay, well, inventing the double leg is BS, and he doesn't clear Volk. This is what it comes down to. DC and Volkanovski have very similar excuses for losing, and good ones at that, because they lost when they were old heads, and DC lost to Jones when he was like 38 anyway. And Jones is the GOAT, just like Volk losing to Makhachev. Makhachev's going to become GOATed, and Volk was old. You know what I mean? DC lost to Stipe. Okay, he was a little bit old. It is what it is, but he's got 2 L's to Stipe. Stipe's got 1. But let me just say this. The reason why Volkanovski's resume eclipses DC's is because Volkanovski was more dominant against high levels of competition. DC was dominating the lower level guys, just like Volk was as well. DC's win over, what's his name, Gustafsson? Not dominant. That's one of his best wins ever. Very, very close. Volk's close fight is with Holloway. But then he's also got 2 dominant ones to show for it. Okay, close fight with Gustafsson versus close fight with Max. Who's better on the all-time list? Well, Max. So therefore, a close fight with Max is more acceptable. Okay, fair enough. So Volk wins that battle. 2 wins over Rumble Johnson. Okay, let's talk about the other 2 wins over Max. There you go. You know what I mean? We could do this all day. He's got a win over Stipe. Okay, Volk's got a win over Aldo. And he's 1-0 versus being 1-2. It's easy. Naimov gets it done. I'm happy to see it. Kang, boring fighter. Naimov made it entertaining. Almost finished him in the 3rd round. Did nothing for my predictions tonight since I forgot to predict this fight, but I would have picked the Mole to win anyway. I literally would have picked the Mole. So I'm happy about that. Maybe we can consider that a win. But we won't count it on our record. We'll say it's a win for humanity. It's a win for Earth. But, yeah. Most entertaining fighter in the UFC? Who? The Mole? I agree. I think he's got a claim to that. Him and Yuri, definitely. Here comes Renat. Yeah, every fight from here on out is really relevant. This will be a sick fight. Because if Renat doesn't finish Dalby, it's going to be a war. Do you think Nick Diaz could have been top 10 of all time? Heck no. Like, who did Nick Diaz beat to even bring him into the conversation of being top 20? Let alone top 10. Definitely not. I don't think Diaz would have ever been a champ, bro. DC clears Volk, basically yeah. Do you think Bobby Baby Peen Pfeiffer can be champ one day? No, I don't. I don't think he's going to be champ. There's so many great guys at middleweight right now. It's going to be real tough for him to become champ. But yeah. Nick Diaz was the greatest welterweight of all time. What are you talking about? That's such an L, man. Yeah, you're right. He's the greatest welterweight of all time if you're comparing him to the likes of people that weren't even that good. Then I agree. But not when you compare him to the guys like Usman, GSP, right? I mean, let's look at Nick Diaz's resume. Nick Diaz had a pretty decent resume. Nick Diaz record. Let's check his resume. Okay, so this is his record. BJ Penn, older BJ Penn, okay. Lost to Condit, lost to GSP, lost to Lawler, is about to lose again, but it doesn't matter if he loses again. His loss to Lawler doesn't really hurt his resume either. Paul Daly, good win. Okay, so we got Paul Daly. We have Frank Shamrock, okay. And who else? I don't think he's even close. He's got a Robbie Lawler win that aged well, knocked him out, of course. Diego Sanchez beat him. Yeah, too many L's against good levels of comp. Listen, this is the issue with Nick Diaz's resume. All of the great comp he's fought, he's lost to, except for Robbie Lawler back in the day. He lost to Diego, that's good comp. Sean Shirk back in the day, good comp, he lost to him. Right? Fought Carlos Condit, but lost. GSP, but lost. Paul Daly, 1-1 with Robbie Lawler. I mean, to be honest, Nick Diaz isn't even top 10 welterweights of all time. You really want to give him top 10 for beating Marius Zarumuskis, KJ Nunes, Thomas Denny? Come on. What are we doing here? Listen, I know Nick Diaz is a legend. He's probably my favorite fighter. I'm a Nick Diaz fan. You guys know me. I'm a Diaz Army guy, but we have to be objective about the GOAT list sometimes, guys. You know, I would love to have Nick Diaz up there for beating up fat featherweights in Pride FC, and I would love to have him up there for flipping off old heads in the UFC, but I just think there are too many L's against good levels of competition. Lucas, did you even pick that fight? Left Lane, did you even pick any fight on last week's card? Because the last time I checked, you didn't even do a whole prediction video on it, and that's where it actually counts. But no, I didn't. I forgot about it. I actually did. I would have picked Gufarov, so I would have gotten it right, but I'm not going to count it as a win for me because I didn't actually pick it. But I was rooting for Gufarov, and I probably would have picked him because Kang has a very NPC style of fight. Lucas picked the Mole 2 streams ago. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I would have picked him. I literally would have picked him. No way he beat the first light heavyweight champion. No way he beat the first light heavyweight or lightweight champion. Ultimate Japan. Okay, fair enough. He beat the first light heavyweight champion, Ultimate, in 1997 and 1999. Yeah, that is pretty impressive. Beating a guy in 1997 that no one's ever heard of. True. Listen, Nick Diaz has a good resume, but it's not top 5 in welterweight division history. He might be at like number 15 or something like that, just based on having a bunch of wins. But still, I just have a hard time putting him that high, you know? Wonderboy Thompson has a better resume than Nick Diaz. There's no good argument against that. Wonderboy Thompson has a better resume than Nick Diaz, and no one will talk about him as being an all-time great because he's not top 5 or anything, but at welterweight, wins over Jeff Neal, wins over Jorge Masvidal, wins over Vicente Luque. All these guys are in their prime while he's beating them. Knocking out Robert Whittaker. I mean, Wonderboy Thompson has a way better resume. Underrated resume, honestly. Only lost to the best of the best. Here we go. Renat versus Nicholas, CEO of EPO Dalby. I think Renat's getting this one done. My prediction, decision or early finish from Renat, losing the 3rd round if it goes to decision. Because if you don't finish Nicholas Dalby, it's going to get ugly as the fight goes on. Dalby's cardio is ridiculous. Imagine not getting a pick right so far. I did get a pick right. I'm 1-1 tonight. 1-1 tonight, so yeah. Imagine thinking that everyone's going to get their picks right just because they have an MMA channel and watch a lot of fights. Imagine thinking it's like, if you watch MMA and know what you're talking about, you're going to have like an undefeated record on every single card. Imagine thinking that. That's crazy. Imagine thinking that fighting makes sense to the point to where, like, you know, if you know the sport, you should consistently go 9-1 on every card. Anyone that's ever actually consistently picked fight cards and isn't just looking at them and saying, yeah, you know, this guy should win. Like, if you're actually making predictions, you'll know. Things can be very inconsistent. You could say that I'm coping, but I'm right. Every single MMA content creator that picks fights has tons of inconsistent days where they do really well, then they have a shit night. Or they have an average night, they have a shit night, then they do really well. Most of the time, you want to be doing well, but there are times where you get fights wrong. Like, that's just the name of the game. It's fighting. Anything can happen. And there are upsets too. So, yeah. Here we go. And Dalby is already putting that classic pressure on him. Really good work from Dalby because Dalby has great knees in tight range. But I'd like to see Renat maybe go for a takedown here. Because if I'm Renat, you know, you want to get this guy off on his back and look for some ground and pound. Try to put some damage on him and make it so that you're not in one of these dog fights. Because now, look, Dalby's right back on him. Right back on him. Renat's already looking a little bit winded. Already. Dalby's just going to put tons of pressure on him. And Renat's already starting to feel the pressure. He's going to win this round, though. I think he's going to drop Dalby. Oh, nice kick from Dalby. Dalby's got some great kicks. Really good kicks. Nice question mark kick from Dalby. Damn, Renat's looking slow in there, man. How the fuck is Dalby at the age of 41 this fast with this cardio? Nice front kick. Those are great front kicks. That's actually a good front kick. Unlike Sean Strickland's little flimsy teep kicks. Great sprawl from Dalby, but Renat is looking for the single leg. Dalby is going to get out of it. Wow. This is big for Dalby. Wow. Crazy. Wow. Can't even take him down. I don't even understand how Dalby is this good at the age of 41. It's actually crazy. I think he might be on EPO, guys. I said I wasn't going to be surprised if Dalby won this fight. This is a close one. Again, an example of how predicting fights and having a great record on every single card is pretty difficult just because you never know what's going to happen. Renat could knock him down. He could control him on the ground in the first, or Dalby could like stuff every takedown. At the age of 41, have the best takedown defense of his entire career. You can hear Dalby breathing. Yeah, but look at Renat. Renat's looking exhausted already. Wow. Dalby might even win this round. Dalby legitimately is going to make a title run. I mean, this is insane. And he's right back on him. Oh, he dropped him! As I said, first round drop and moment. Big moment in the first. Now Renat's teeing off on him. That's going to win him the first round. All right, well, now he gets the takedown. Okay. I said Renat was going to rely on a big moment. I said he was going to win a decision. First and second round, and he'll have a big moment where he drops Dalby. Hey, see, this is a fight where it makes sense, right? Fight where it makes sense. Renat's got that power. But I think Dalby's going to win the war. Renat's going to win the battles that he needs to get his hand raised. He's going to win the fight. Dalby's going to win the moral victory by sort of like beating him up for the majority of the fight. But Dalby's going to whoop his ass in the third round. Don't be surprised if he gets a finish over Renat. Dalby's a tricky guy to beat. The thing is, if Renat struggles against Dalby, people are going to hate on him and say, imagine struggling against a 41-year-old Can. Which is just going to be a real casual take. Imagine struggling against a nobody. And they haven't even seen Dalby's last 5 fights. Dalby is very good. Beating Dalby is the equivalent to beating Neil Magny. Not saying it's the most impressive thing in the world, but it is sort of the equivalent to beating a Neil Magny. It is a very good win. Dalby is like the unofficial gatekeeper at this point. He's the real Neil Magny. You beat Dalby, you're definitely going to be ranked. Someday. Like, you won't be ranked after beating him, but like, you're good enough to be in the rankings if you beat Dalby. As I say, the unofficial gatekeeper. First entertaining fight? Yeah, first entertaining fight. Dalby is so boring. What are you saying? How is Dalby boring? Actual cardio merchant? Oh yeah, it's so boring to be spamming kicks and spamming punches, moving forward the entire time. Don't even compare this to Sean Strickland when I say moving forward the entire time. Sean Strickland is throwing flimsy teep kicks with fuck all on them, putting nothing behind his strikes. Dalby's actually throwing head kicks, putting speed on his punches. Dalby's actually attacking this guy. You can't say this is boring. If you think this is boring, what the fuck is entertaining? I just prefer to see Izzy throw 7 strikes per round, bro. I prefer to see someone fainting around and having Joe Rogan do an aneurysm on commentary. How is this boring? How is this boring? How is this boring? He's stalking him down. He's literally trading in the pocket, making this a high output fight. And his kicks are to actually land points. Like, there we go. A head kick just landed. Remember when you called Renat pillow hands? Yeah, dude. I didn't say pillow hands, did I? Thank you for the $2, Ethan. I didn't say pillow hands. I just said he was overrated as fuck. Nice takedown from Renat. Renat's going to win this round. Perfect prediction. Perfect prediction. Renat drops him and then, like, just edges out one of the middle rounds and loses the third. Let's hope Dalby wins the third, so I'm right. So I'm spot on. If only a hardcore fan knows how to really pick a Dalby fight. Hardcore fans are the ones that are picking Renat to lose the third round, but to drop Dalby early and sort of edge out the second. That's like a hardcore pick. A casual pick would be, dude, I just think Renat's going to be too much for him, bruh. A casual pick would literally just be Renat's too much for him. I think he's just easily going to win this battle. He's either going to beat him up on the feet. He's easily going to out-grapple them. That's the difference between a hardcore and a casual, bro. Great fight so far. Great fight. I saw your PED tier list video and saw my favorite active fighter, Islam, has popped up in the past. After you researching his excuses, any tips for crying yourself to sleep in the calmest way? And saw my favorite active fighter, Islam, has popped in the past. After researching his excuses, I don't understand what you mean. Did I put him on the video for the literally has popped section? I remember in my PED tier list, fighters that are probably on the sauce tier list, I had a section that was titled, they have actually popped before. And maybe he was dismissed from that recently, but I'm not going to go back and change the video because you can't do that on YouTube. So I can't just edit it out. I could edit it out, but it's still going to be on the list, you know? Like, I can't add anything to it. I've literally seen people, like, comment on old videos of mine, old tier lists, where someone that I put high gets beat, and they'll be like, bro, are you kidding me? He lost to Volkanovski. He lost to this guy recently. What the heck? It's like a 2-year-old video. So what do you expect me to do there? Are you complaining that I had him in? Like, I'm confused. Are you complaining that I had him in? Because at the time, he wasn't dismissed for that thing. I don't cry myself to sleep thinking about Islam Makhachev being on PEDs because I'm a Makhachev fan. That's a sign that you don't really watch my channel that often. If you're saying, how often do you cry your sleep thinking about Islam Makhachev winning every fight? Like, you clearly haven't seen a lot of my stuff since I'm a Makhachev fan. Bro talks about anything other than the fight. Okay, let's lock in. We're locking in. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $10. Wow, Dalby actually might win this fight. Dalby literally might win this fight. Underrated as fuck. Dalby's really good. Who wins, Lucas? Oh, nice. That's a Takayama and Don Fry moment right there. Elbow and elbow. Big shots from Renat. Big bombs from Renat. Let's see if Renat can drop him and win this round again. We need Renat to have a big moment because he's losing this round on activity. Dalby is a fucking freak of nature, bro. Either that or he's on steroids. Either that or he's on PEDs. Like, I don't understand how his cardio is improving. He never gets tired. Dalby is literally a striking version of Merab. They might give this to Renat Fakhratinov, but Dalby did really well in this round. He's been winning the majority of this fight. You guys think Dalby's on sauce, or do you think it's just like was his cardio always this good? I don't know, man. Dalby only recently started shocking me with his cardio. Back in the day, I wasn't that impressed. He does have a pretty underrated resume. We'll look at it after this fight. I'll show you guys his resume after this fight. He's not lost a lot of fights in the UFC. He's lost twice. But he's old, you know? It's not like he's going to become a champ. That's it for this round. You think he's on the sauce? Dalby is living the life of a pro athlete. He didn't do it in the past. You're telling... Okay, Dalby didn't live the life of a pro athlete in the past? I don't know. I've not heard about Dalby being super undisciplined back in the day. Maybe that's the case. Thank you for the $2. Strickland is more fun than BSD. Connor fan impression, please. No, he's not. Sean Strickland's not anywhere close to being as fun as Benoit Saint-Denis in a fight. I just think he's going to play him like a bit of a fiddle. I think he's going to play him for a fool. Slip him onto the left hand. McGuige's left hand, even though he's not been training, I think he's going to slip him onto it. Thank you for the $2. Let the $2 donos have more than 50 characters. I agree. But I have no control over it. Thank you for the 500 KES. The way this channel has grown is amazing to see. You've worked hard, and this is the results. Prop to you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nigel, for the 500 KES. Almost at 100K, too. That'll be a pretty surreal thing to hit. I'm looking forward to it. Here we go, round 3. Dalby got cut from the UFC and went back to Cage Warriors. Yeah, maybe that lit a fire under him. Maybe he came back with a new protocol for hiding the EPO in his system. Did you see Islam's tweets out of nowhere trashing? I mean, he's trashing on Conor McGregor because Conor's trashed on him a million times. So I don't really think it's surprising at all. I didn't really get the dog reference, but yeah, Conor McGregor pulling out with a broken pinky toe is a little bit comical. That's a bit pathetic, right? I don't know. I've never broke my pinky toe. I don't know how bad it is. Some people were saying it's more painful to deal with a broken pinky toe than it is a broken foot. I don't know. I've had a slight break on my foot before, but never anything bad. Anyway, Renat's doing a good job of controlling Dalby, but Dalby is hitting him in the clinch. Renat's really going to try to take Dalby down here to wrap up his legs to control him. Dalby stuffs and sprawls the takedown. Really good work. Now they're at range. Beautiful knee up the middle from Dalby. Oh, and a big right hand from Dalby. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel, that was a good right hand from Dalby. And a big Shelly from a nut. This guy's giving Renat a fucking thumbs up. Looks like he's sweating bullets thinking about his parlay. Yep, this is exactly what Renat needs. Wrapped up the legs of Dalby. Perfect position for him to smudge him into the canvas to edge out this round to win a victory. Renat's going to make this a stinky round, but he's going to have to do it. This is what you got to do against Dalby. He's going to lose if this fight stays on the feet. But Dalby is going to huff and puff his way up to his feet. No technique, just huffing and puffing. Pure cardio. Pure cardio and grit is what he's using to get up to his feet. Dalby is a hustler. He's got heart. He's got hustle. Renat's doing everything in his power to smudge Dalby into the ground. You see, this is kind of a perfect time for the referee to stand them up with this whole new no stalling rule. Someone mentioned this earlier, but this is why that new stalling rule was put into place. The refs are never actually utilizing it, though. Because what is Renat doing to press the action? What is this guy doing to press the action? Think about it right now and actually just let that marinate in your mind. What is Renat doing to press the action? He's literally driving him up against the fence and pinning him there, doing fuck all with this. This is actually pissing me off even though I'm picking him. I hate when I see this. I can't stand when I see this. He's doing nothing. Dalby's up on his feet. Nice. Now, okay, good. Now Renat's going to be forced to actually fight. Nice shots from Dalby. And a big takedown from Renat. And he gets him down again. Renat's going to win this round based on smudge. I mean, Dalby just didn't do enough on the feet there. But Dalby's getting back up. Yeah, the referee's making a big mistake. I mean, if this is Peter Yan against Sean O'Malley, they're standing them up. Am I wrong? If this is Merab versus O'Malley, they're standing him up. I know that for a fact. If this is Adesanya DDP, they're standing him up. Any day. But because it's like a prelim fight where there's not a clear-cut fan favorite and Renat's kind of the guy that they want to win in Saudi Arabia, that they're just going to let it happen. But think of any UFC cash cow fan favorite, McGregor, Adesanya, O'Malley, being in this position. John Jones, every referee is standing him up. But not this, though. So annoying. As they should. I think they should stand people up. But be consistent with it. And the thing that annoys me is they wouldn't just stand it up if it was O'Malley in Renat's or in Dalby's position. They would stand it up way faster, way quicker. 20 seconds of stalling and they're standing it up. Man, enough grappling, man. You got to stand at range without it. You got to stand at range with O'Malley. Enough of the BS. You got to fight him tooth and nail. Renat's going to win. I'm happy I'm going to get my pick right. But, man, this is an annoying round to watch. I do give him some respect because this is a high fight IQ approach right now from Renat. Like, he knows that he's going to get outpointed on the feet. He has to do this. But I hope that Dalby KOs him right now just for the fuck of it. This is a no IQ moment. No skill moment. Yeah, Renat edged out the first and third. Third round was interesting. I don't know. You can't really think that Renat was the better fighter there, though. I mean, I guess you could say, as I predicted, Renat was going to win the battles that were necessary for him to win the fight, but he's going to lose the moral victory. He lost the moral victory right there, having to smudge a 41-year-old up against the fence. Hey, he's not just a 41-year-old. It's CEO, VPO Dalby, though. So, you got to do what you got to do. Dalby won. 2-1 Dalby. Renat rocked him and dropped him in the first. Round 2 was Dalby. In order for Dalby to win that, you got to give him the third. And Renat landed strikes on the feet. Every time they disengaged, just because now Dalby's landing again doesn't mean he wins. Like Renat was landing in the third in the final exchange. Renat was striking with him and landing punches. Renat was landing a couple of strikes at distance. They're not going to give it to Dalby, guys. It's not going to be a robbery. The control doesn't really mean a lot, but if you pair that with the close striking in those few and far in between striking exchanges in the third, then you sort of have to give the edge to the guy that did have the control as well. Dalby landed a big knee and a kick, rocking Renat. Fair enough. Then if he wins, it is what it is. But they're going to give it to Renat. You just know it. 30-27 would be an abomination. But Dalby won the majority of the fight. Oh, wow. Wow. Split decision. They're going to give it to Fakhretdinov. Yep, I knew it. Of course, come on. They're not giving it to Dalby in Saudi Arabia, bro. I don't even think that has anything to do with it. I genuinely think that Renat won that fight. Listen, he dropped him in the first. So right off the bat, that's a round 1 for him. The round in question is round 3. Renat didn't just not land any strikes. You know, no pun intended. Renat didn't just not land any strikes. He did land strikes in the third when they were exchanging on the feet. It's just that he had like 3 minutes of control time. It's hard to look past that. Yes, Dalby slightly outdamaged him, but it's hard to look past 3 minutes of... Listen, I hate it. I hate the way that he won, but somehow, some way, Lucas had to be right with the prediction. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I don't make the rules. We have, you know, I am the best predictor. It's just, come on. Sometimes you just know that we're going to win tonight on predictions. Listen, I hate the way it had to happen. I can't stand it. I absolutely hate it. But, you know, at least we got the pick right. I absolutely hate it. But, hey, we're not had to at least prove me right. All right. Thank you for the $5. Sorry I took so long. YouTube doesn't like calling a religion a loser, so I used his last name. YouTube doesn't like calling a religion a loser, so I use his last name. Makhachev. Okay, I see what you're saying. But I don't. Thank you for the $5. I think I had him on my tier list, no? You were talking about how I had him on my PED tier list. Again, at the time, the word on Makhachev was that he popped back in the day, so I put him on there. I don't think he's actively on PEDs. He might be, but so are a lot of other fighters. That's my take on PEDs in the UFC. Tons of fighters are on them. There are some that are more obvious than others, and then we're just going to talk about them because, you know, again, when it's blatantly obvious, you talk about it. It's in your face. But that doesn't ruin my enjoyment of the sport. Like, I'm not going to sit here and always complain, oh, well, he was on tons of PEDs and the other guy was natty. Usually those guys that we think are natty could be on sauce too. If I was always thinking about, oh, this guy's on PEDs and he's one of the few and everyone else is clean, then that could sort of ruin it because when they win, then you're just complaining about that. But, I mean, in any high-level sport where if you don't perform, you're going to lose your job and you know other people are taking PEDs, then you're going to want to make it an even playing field. So, yeah. I think a lot of guys are on PEDs. I think most people are. I could be wrong, though. I'm agreeing that Makhachev did pop. I do not accept the excuses. Makhachev is a loser, even while still a GOAT on the rise. I want tips because I'm sad and crying. Okay, I know you do not cry for Mach, only Volk. I'm a little bit confused of what you mean. I don't cry when Volk loses, but yeah. You're saying that, you know, we shouldn't make excuses for Makhachev? What excuses do people make for Makhachev? There is no excuse to make. He's not like losing. But thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. I'm just a little bit confused of what you're getting at. Like, what excuse? The excuse, meaning you do not accept them sort of, I don't know. I honestly am confused of what you're trying to get at. Dalby won that? There's an argument. I don't think it was a bad robbery. Message not sent. Edit and try again. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. And thank you for the $10. A Japanese dog who waited 9 years for his owner. That is pretty funny. Okay, now I understand it. That is pretty funny. From Islam Makhachev. Thank you for the 20 NOK unbanned German Sparrow. All right, well, that was an entertaining fight. Now, what fight are we on to? Let's see. Yeah, now we have Naimov versus Lima. Okay, well, this is actually the last irrelevant fight. Now we are actually going to move on to some more irrelevant fights. But sooner or later, we'll only be in relevancy mode. Felipe Lima trains with Hamzat. Okay, yeah, I've heard that. Doesn't mean he's going to win, though. I think Naimov is going to win. Felipe Lima coming in on short notice. So I expect him to lose this. Naimov's pretty good. He beat Nathaniel Wood. He did grab the fence quite a bit in that fight. But, you know, still, edging out a victory over Nathaniel Wood means that you're at least on his level. Messi. You know, I think these football players are sort of overrated when it comes to being stars. Messi's not really that big of a star if you think about it. You know what I mean? If you bring Messi in someplace in Europe, then yeah, of course he's like the guy. But if you bring him into somewhere in America, you put Messi in like a mall in America, no one's going to know who he is. Europeans hate that, dude. Freaking soccer fans especially. But mostly like, you know, Europeans don't like when Americans set the record straight on how big their stars are in the world of football. They don't like to hear the truth on if one of these guys were to go into a mall, a random place in the U.S., they're not even as known as like freaking Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley will shut them all down. I'm joking. I'm joking about O'Malley. But like, dude, I'm telling you right now, Messi can go to a mall in the U.S. and not be recognized. Literally, dude. Average American. So ignorant. Average American doesn't even know how big Messi is. Dude, I guarantee you no one cares about Messi here. And you know it's a fact. No. Some people care about him, but it's like very few. Messi, this is sort of the way I would describe it. Ronaldo is more cared about in the U.S. because Ronaldo stands out more. Like Messi sort of blends in as like an average guy a little bit more. You get what I mean? Like Messi sort of looks like a regular dude. Like if you were to look up guy in a dictionary, a photo of Messi comes up, just like a regular guy. Ronaldo, you know, more people sort of recognize Ronaldo. Messi's obviously very famous, though. I will say that. Messi is actually famous. I kind of take that back, but you kind of get my point. Football players, like soccer players, outside of Messi and Ronaldo, no one really knows who they are, you know? Like Vinicius, like that guy in Real Madrid, when he's sitting courtside at an NBA game, you'll always see NBA fans in comment sections being like, bro, who is that? And then you'll see like a reply from like some dude from Europe or, I don't know, South America, and they'll be saying, a guy that owns your life and owns every single one of your favorite athletes and celebrities' lives, bro. That's literally your typical fucking cope. Yeah, if you like go to the fucking dude, you know how like basketball NBA page always posts like celebrities in the front row. Whenever it's a fucking Real Madrid soccer player like this Vini guy, every single soccer fan will make it a point to go to the comment. They'll travel far and wide to go to the comment section to try to prove how much more famous he is than everyone else in the building. There will be one guy that genuinely doesn't know who the fuck he is because there's a bunch of them. They're like, yo, who is this guy? I've never even seen this fucker. Why does he have so many followers? Is he like a singer or something? And then you'll see someone in the comments saying, someone that owns your life and bloodline, brother. Someone that owns every single person you've ever known. Way more famous than anyone on the court, dude. Get it right. Stupid American. That's literally what they always say. But they don't understand that these guys aren't actually that famous in the U.S., which is really the place where it matters to be famous. Dana White's son is more known than freaking Real Madrid players in the U.S. No, I'm joking about that. Obviously, that's not the case, but it is kind of a fact that the U.S. is like the center of the world in a way, and a lot of like soccer fans, European. Oh, Lima's going crazy. Let me pay attention to this fight. A lot of Europeans and like people from Central and South America will cope when people don't know soccer players. But they know for real that actually if they're not famous in the US, then they're not really big time. Straight up. That's actually a fact, is it not? I'm not even wrong in saying that. The US, if you're not famous in the US, you're not really famous. They'll always say, stupid Americans. Stupid Americans, bro. You don't know anything, man. They're always coming at you with the, bro thinks the world revolves around the U.S. It kind of does, in a way. Kind of does. I'm half joking, but it is kind of, you get my point. It is kind of true. And they can have as many fans packing out a soccer stadium as they want. It's still not as big as the Super Bowl. Anyway, let's get focused on this fight. Naimov's got big power. Naimov's got the frickin' Middle Eastern PEDs. They have really good PEDs in the Middle East. In Russia and the Middle East, they have great PEDs. They sell testosterone in Kuwait. Like, you could go to a supplement store in Kuwait and just get test. You could literally just walk into like a legit supplement store and just straight up buy test in some of these countries. It's pretty crazy. Mexico's similar, but I don't think the quality is necessarily as good. But that is a place where a lot of people go to get easy steroids. Mexico. Nice kicks from Lima. Lima's fighting the way he needs to fight on short notice. This is what you do on short notice. A lot of guys on short notice, they'll fight the regular fight, but what you actually have to do is you have to realize you're probably not going to win. Your cardio is not better. At least make it an entertaining fight, and you'll be remembered, and you'll be a fan favorite. Like, this is beautiful work from Lima. You'll be a fan favorite as long as you make it interesting, and you make it fun. That's exactly what happened to Diego Lopez. He lost to Evloev, but because he fought so hard and like was trying to finish the fight at all times, he became an instant fan favorite. Weird position right here. Who wins the trilogy at 85? Izzy versus Alex? Izzy versus Alex at an 85? I would say it depends on how Adesanya looks in his next fight, but I don't know. It's kind of hard not to say Izzy because now that Pereira's moved to 205 and he's put on a lot of weight, that weight cut would be twice as hard. And he's older. So it's like he would have to make an adjustment down to 185, whereas when he fought Izzy back in the day, he was a consistent 85er. You know? So I don't know. I'd say Izzy just based on how bad the weight cut would be for Pereira. But that's only because I could see Adesanya knocking him out with one punch. If it goes to decision, it's always Pereira winning. You understand that. Pereira still has a great chance. It's just like the weight cut would be brutal. But if Adesanya gets beat by DDP and looks sort of mid, then I'll just say Pereira again. But as you know, anytime it's like who wins the kickboxing battle, like who outstrikes who, it's always Pereira. But it's just like, could Izzy land a big bomb? That's the thing. Because people talk about Pereira has just power. Man, I should have said this in the debate against Kenny. I should have said, you say Pereira's all power, but isn't it Adesanya that always relies on a big booming shot? Izzy is like the big booming guy. He's like the big KO guy. Adesanya is the KO artist. He's like the Derek Lewis of the freaking 85 division. Pereira, if anything, is the freaking Wonder Boy. Nah, Pereira's not Wonder Boy, but Pereira's like a bit of a Topuria. You get what I'm saying? He's really solid with all of his techniques. He can outstrike people on points, but everyone's scared shitless of that one hook. But it is very true that Adesanya relies on these KO moments. Yeah, this is a similar fight to the Diego Lopez and Movsar Evloev fight. Lima doing really well on the feet, but Naimov beating him up on the ground. Almost identical. I don't even know who won that round. Maybe Lima. Wow. Typical fucking commercial. Typical woman in this commercial. Honestly, it's just whatever. I skip leg day if I start it. I skip leg day if I start. Will it help gains? Yeah. Of course it will. It'll help your gains. 100%. Book Lima versus Simon. Thank you for the $2. Typical woman. I just saw a commercial where this woman like is on a date with a guy and leaves the date and is like, it's a car commercial. So her car is like pulling up without a person in the car. And she leaves because the guy's, I don't know, cracking jokes that she doesn't think is funny. And she's got like a big cheesy smile on her face, shaking her head like silly guy when she's driving home. Meanwhile, she has no person. You know, the joke is, you know, women will be like, he was just a little obnoxious, but like they'll have literally no personality. They'll have nothing to say. I don't know. I was just kind of laughing at it. Thank you for the $2. Prime, stand up for yourself, Volk or Prime Habib. I would say stand up for yourself, Volk or Prime Habib. I would say Volk. I pick Volk. You're the type of person to hold your nose when jumping into a pool. Was that a bad thing? Aren't you supposed to hold your nose every time you jump into a pool? You're supposed to hold your nose, go like this. No, I'm joking, bro. I don't do that. That's some goofy cartoon shit. Now, okay, let's lock in. Let's lock in for real. Let's lock in for real. Nice body kick from Naimov. Naimov's got like mule kicks. Naimov is who the mole thinks he is. Dude, is it just me or is Naimov and the mole like the same guy? They debuted on the same... No, they didn't debut on this. They fought on the same card every single time. The mole made his debut on an Apex card. Naimov fought the same night. They both fought at UFC 294 in Abu Dhabi. And now they're fighting in Saudi Arabia. They're like, I don't know. Do they just come as a package? Or are they both being shipped out in the same cryogenic chambers? What is up with these guys not being able to fight on their own cards? Maybe they can't function without fighting on the same card. Maybe it's one of those deals. The UFC is getting more high level with the way that they're automating their NPCs. Now they can have them functioning. Now they can have them functioning on you know, mass scales. They can have multiples of them functioning in the same battery packs. Very high level stuff. Nah, but Naimov and the Mole are not NPCs. It's just interesting how you'll never see them on separate cards. Great body shots from Lima. I like Lima's boxing a lot. This is a typical featherweight bout. People sleep on featherweight so much, but even unranked featherweights that no one's ever heard of, like Lima, will actually have like super high level skills. But people always treat featherweight like it's the runt of the litter when it comes to the best divisions. They always talk about bantamweight and lightweight. It's really featherweight that's goated. Naimov would be like a fucking lightweight ranked fighter. Lima would literally beat Guram Kutateladze in a fight. That's what people don't understand. Lima is a better version than Elvis Brenner. Now, I'm sort of glazing featherweight right now. But you get my point. Like, this is a high-level fight. This is actually a high-level fight. It's an entertaining fight. These guys both have serious skills. Naimov's lower output, but everything he lands is hard. Perfect technique. And then Lima's high output. He's going to the body. I mean, come on, bro. You don't see welterweights doing that. Unless you're Jack Della Maddalena. That's the thing. JDM's like a top 5 guy. So he's going to the body, but featherweight, you have people outside of the top 50 mixing it up to the body, looking like freaking, you know, Roberto Duran. Here's a takedown from Naimov. Takedown attempt, I should say. Lima looks like DP. Yeah, he does sort of look like a young Poirier. He's got the same head, same haircut, same hairline, same wide-eyed, confused expression too. Very similar. Moves differently, but yeah, you're right. He does actually look like Poirier. Featherweight DP. Looks, you know, to be honest, he looks kind of small. Is he a bantamweight? Because I know we took this on short notice. He kind of has like the build of a bantamweight. Maybe someone can fill me in. Because he doesn't look like a featherweight. He looks like a bantamweight fighting a featherweight. Yes, he is a bantamweight. Yeah, no surprise. So yeah, he's like the bantamweight DP. Doing really well. Yeah, that's that bantamweight skill for you. Naimov is no joke. Naimov is actually pretty good. And you have like this UFC debuting bantamweight showing a divisional skill gap just by doing really well against a legend like Naimov, who's obviously a UFC legend. Yes, he's a bantamweight. Ever since the new gloves came along, the cards have been shit. True, but, you know, we did see a knockdown with Renat. I just think that the fights have been shittier and we haven't had a lot of KO styles. But maybe that's just me being naive. Maybe I'm not really coming to terms with the gloves actually being like a serious issue, as they may be. But I'll say this, if we don't see a couple of KOs on tonight's card, if we don't see at least 2 KOs, we need to riot. Like, actually, we need to riot, and we need to talk about the gloves for weeks until the UFC changes something. Yeah, there's Messi. A lot of Americans would see this commercial. They would think that these are probably all like famous soccer players. A lot of Americans would see this commercial. They would just assume like these are regular people. They would recognize David Beckham, but they would just assume that this Messi guy, they would sort of assume that he's like a regular guy off the street that they hired just to put on a soccer uniform to market whatever the fuck they're marketing. You get what I'm saying? Kelvin, some random American literally would have no idea who he is. And Europeans hate that shit, especially just soccer fans in general. Doesn't matter where you're from, but it's usually, I don't know, people from the UK probably. Messi has more followers on Instagram than Super Bowl has viewers. Exactly. That's a typical take that you'll hear from someone that's trying to cope. Keep coping, dude. He ain't as famous as you think. That's all it is. He's famous. Like, he's objectively extremely famous. He's not as famous as you think. They just don't like the fact that Americans don't give a fuck about that stuff. All right? We're in our own bubble. We care about... I don't give a fuck about the Super Bowl. I honestly care more about the World Cup final than the Super Bowl. I'm not a football fan. I've watched the Super Bowl every now and then. I used to watch it all the time when I was growing up, but I don't watch it. I'd rather watch the World Cup final. But in general, you know, people got to pipe down about, what do you mean you don't know who he is? You could buy your whole bloodline. Oh, he's got him in a rear naked choke. Oh! He's tapping! Lima submits him! Bantamweight Dustin Poirier. Damn. Upset, short notice, 2 days notice, bantamweight. Moves up, showcases bantamweight skill against featherweights. That is a new prospect, everybody. Lima is the new prospect to watch out for. As I said, the bantamweight DP. Wow, that's out of nowhere. Submitting Muhammad Naimov. No one expected him to win that fight. Sick performance. Awesome. And Muhammad Naimov gets his comeuppance after grabbing the cage a million times against Nathaniel Wood. That's what happens when he doesn't grab the cage. He was reaching for the cage there. Nice. Where's Lima even from? I know he's fighting out of Sweden. But, like, where's he originally from? Lima seems like a Brazilian name. Either way, he's like the bantamweight DP. Awesome win. Sick win there for Lima. Really good stuff. Sweden and Brazil, okay. That's a new prospect. That's a new prospect to hype up. He'll be in my next prospects video. 1-0, short notice against a guy like Naimov. Not even Nathaniel Wood could beat him. Fair enough. It was tough for Nathaniel Wood to overcome the cage grabs, but still, that is a very impressive win for someone on short notice. The way he looked, really solid striking. And then, of course, wrapping up the rear naked choke. Insane. The UFC is in good hands. There's a finish that we needed. We needed a finish. I know we're complaining about the lack of KOs, but that was a great fight. The whole way through, no boring moments. We saw a nice finish there as well, so... Now we are on to relevant fights only, okay? Nasrat Haqparast versus Jared Gordon, which is a little bit more relevant, even though they're, you know, Nasrat's never going to be that good, and Jared Gordon's an old head. Ready for Robert Whittaker to do the chicken dance. Whittaker. I am ready for Robert the Irish Jig to do the chicken dance, yes. I am ready for that. Kelvin and Nasrat look the same. They do. They do look the same. Nice win for Felipe. Awesome win. Felipe Lima is like the most typical Brazilian UFC fighter name. Are there not 5 other Felipe Limas in the UFC? Yeah, he's got like a Swedish accent. Do it for your mother. What's happening with his mom? There's Hamzat's coach. The real Hamzat Chimaev. The real all-star gym prodigy. Yeah, I'd go with prime stand up for yourself, Volk, over Habib. The Volkanovski that fought Islam Makhachev the first time beats Habib. The 284 Volk beats Habib. Or was it 284? I think it was 284, yeah. Book Lima versus Simon. Dude, Lima beats Simon. But that'd be a good fight. I want Simon to get a bit of a layup, though. I think Lima's a tough fight. Lima versus Peyton Talbot would be sick. But I think that's a little bit of a tough fight for Simon. You know what? I actually think Lima should stay at 145. I mean, he just beat Naimov. Naimov is pretty close to the rankings, given that he beat Nathaniel Wood. I think it's a good idea for him to stay in that division. He has a speed advantage. He's coming up with a divisional skill gap. He will be a little undersized at first, but he looked good at featherweight. Bantamweight's a shark tank. It's going to be much harder to get ranked at bantamweight. May as well try your luck up there. I mean, how old is he? How old is Felipe Lima? What do you guys think? Do you think that's a good move? Do you think he should stay at bantamweight? Or do you think he should move up for good? $26 years old. How's your predictions? Let's see how we're doing on picks. He looked small, yeah, but he still won and looked really good. It's not like it's not like he's Jack Shore. You know, Jack Shore is like fat and tubby. He's lean at 145. He's bigger than Jack Shore. So how are we doing? We were 1-1 there. 2-1. Those are the 2 fights I didn't pick. I didn't pick the Naimov fight because, again, like when I had my predictions come out, his fight had fallen off. Lima filled in. So I'm 2-1. I'm picking Haqparast to KO Jared Gordon. Haqparast seems to be coming into his prime. He's no longer an NPC. Haqparast has gotten a couple of finishes recently. KO Jamie Malarkey. But it's one of those things where he's still on thin ice. The UFC, because it's Jamie Malarkey and Jamie Malarkey's washed, the UFC is still not 100% convinced. He had a really good fight before his Jamie Malarkey fight, really entertaining, and they started to keep an eye on him to say, wait a second, is this guy trying to earn his freedom? He knocked out Malarkey, but Malarkey is washed. So right now, they have the cryogenic chamber getting charged at the apex. And if he doesn't win, or if he doesn't impose his will, they're going to send him back. And because Jared Gordon has sort of character, then, you know, he'll get his freedom if he wins. So this is actually a big moment for Nasrat Haqparast. He has had his training camp outside of the Apex, which is really good. So he's been sort of tasting what life is like outside of the NPC Apex. But, you know, I think he has a good chance to earn his freedom here. Really looking forward to it. Yeah, he is trying to become the real Kelvin Gastelum tonight. Let's be real, Hamzat would beat Pereira. It's definitely possible. It's more possible than people would like to admit. Hamzat is so many levels above anyone that's ever taken down Alex. Hamzat's grappling mogs Jan Blachowicz' grappling and Yuri Prohaska's grappling. So there's actually a good chance he could choke him out in one round. It'd get ugly if he couldn't, though. Bro is Celsius Gastelum? True. We'll see. He could earn his freedom here and KO Jared Gordon. Or just beat him up. I'm picking against Jared Gordon. Gordon has no chin. He had a chin before he got knocked out brutally against Bobby Green. That was the KO that kind of changed him because he was getting rocked around by Madsen. And that is a bad look. If you're going to war and doing the jitterbug against Madsen, fair enough, he finished him with like an uppercut, but still. It's a sign that you're getting old. Shavkat versus Islam at 170 if Shavkat beats Leon. Yep, that's the fight to make. Or if Shavkat beats Bilal. Yeah, I mean, whenever Makhachev beats Arman, I want to see him move up. But he needs to beat Arman first. Yeah, Nasrat has something going on with his chest. He has, like, indented nipples. I don't know. It's a little bit of a weird look. It's not gyno. It seems like reverse gyno. It's literally reverse gyno. Bald Jake Gyllenhaal is the ref. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Nasrat versus Jared Gordon, round 1. Here we go. Nasrat's got to start letting that left hand go. Here comes a Jared Gordon takedown. That's the thing that Jared Gordon's going to need in this fight to win. He's going to need the clinch striking. He's going to need the takedowns, and he's going to need to push a pace on Nasrat. But Nasrat Haqparast keeps this at range, and he should win. Let's see if Nasrat imposes his will. Gordon's got some thud on his punches. He's always had some thud. Showcased that in the Paddy Pimblett fight. Nice shot there from Nasrat. Nasrat has the Kelvin Gastelum build at lightweight too. He's sort of fat. Nasrat Haqparast is built like a undersized middleweight. Nice takedown from Gordon. Putting a lot of pressure on Nasrat. There's a nice left hand for Nasrat. But he's got to impose his will. There's a lot on the line here. The plane is ready to take off back to Vegas. The question is, will Nasrat be going home to Vegas, or will he be able to decide for himself? That's the question. That's what's at hand. It's all about freedom. Will he have the right to choose? As Nasrat backs up against the fence, as Jared Gordon lands a good shot. Nasrat on the back foot. But he's landing that straight shot on Gordon's chin. Honestly, feels like at any moment he's going to tag Gordon and put him away the same way Ikram Aliskerov knocked out Phil Hawes. As Gordon's leaning down, he's catching him. Don't be surprised if we see a big KO. There's a counter strike on the chin of Jared Gordon. Gordon taking these well, but Nasrat determined to earn his freedom tonight. Yeah, he keeps catching him, dipping his head down. You know what? I say throw a head kick. I say time that dip that Gordon does with his head with a kick. Time that with a kick. Put him away. That's what I would do. That's what I would do if I was in there. If I saw Jared Gordon dipping his head like that, man, I'd just flick out a nice head kick. Put him away easily, like that. They say those things are easier said than done. I disagree. Think it's right there for the taking. No, I'm joking. It is a lot easier said than done. Things are happening quick in there. But Nasrat is landing. Gordon's putting good pressure on him. There's a nice jab from Haqparast. This is just going to show that Jamie Malarkey really does have no chin. Oh, he landed a good 1-2 there. Landed a really good 1-2. Thank you for the $5. I'm going to read that after this round. Oh, you can see Nasrat sort of mentally resorting to what he normally does. And right now you can hear the engines in that plane that's firing up to go back to Vegas. You can hear the engines. Nasrat hears it. Let's see if that'll motivate him to turn on the heat. To bring the heat. He put some sting in that one. Now he's cut. Those engines are getting louder. And there's a nice left hand. And a nice uppercut. Oh, what a 1-2. Now you can hear the engines sort of chilling. Looks like the UFC has told the captain to turn the plane off for a little bit. This is literally a fight for his freedom, guys. Thank you for the $5. If they juiced up blobs and plebs, we wouldn't have any boring fights. I think the blobs can have boring fights. Like, heavyweight blob fights are actually interesting because they do land with, like, good thud, you know, and they can have, like, gritty wars. I'd rather watch a heavyweight slop fest than a bantamweight Marc-Andre Barriou style of fight. There's nothing worse than seeing, like, bantamweights and flyweights. Oh! Gordon gets hit with a 4-piece. Dig into the body is Nasrat. Oh, he's definitely finishing Gordon in the second round. UFC just called up the plane, told every single crew member to take a break, go out for lunch. They said Nasrat's working. Nasrat literally is willing to put his chin on the firing line. That's a good sign. We want to see Super Saiyans evaporate skin off of each other. I mean, we do want to see KOs. I do agree. Full send PEDs would be interesting. It would be interesting. I don't know if you want to full send him in a combat sport, but I know that the Olympic Games is going to have a new rival in the drug games, which I'm looking forward to watching. Not the drug games, but the Olympic Games where you're allowed to use drugs. Gordon looking like a Walmart Volk. Gordon is literally Volkanovski in 5 years with a better chin. But yeah, Nasrat is actually starting to beat him up. Nasrat, you could see he was having that mental battle. He was sort of thinking, you know how Conor McGregor in a cage fight's going to be thinking about the yacht outside. Gordon was thinking about, yeah, but, you know, I could just throw a couple of strikes a minute. I could just throw a leg kick and a jab every minute and be just fine. It's a lot easier to do that, but he's digging deep. He is digging deep. That's the thing. A life of an NPC in the UFC is easy. You don't actually have to try. But Nasrat's trying, and that's the price you have to pay to earn your freedom. Here we go, round 2. And we're going to go 3-1. Oh, that he clipped Jared Gordon right there. Honestly, kind of crazy how Gordon was getting rocked more by Mark Madsen. Nasrat does sort of have pillow hands. He's fast, but, man, he doesn't have a lot of pop. Nice front kicks up the middle. A couple of good shots from Gordon, and Gordon wings one over the top. And Nasrat lands a nice one on the jaw of Jared Gordon. But Gordon's got that hustle, and he's marching forward. He's putting his chin on the firing line. I could just tell. Nice takedown from Gordon. This is what he needs. Mixing it up well. Good timing on it, but Nasrat's doing a good job at stuffing it. This is Kelvin Gastelum if Kelvin Gastelum took his career serious. But on the feet, you just have, like, I just have a feeling at any moment, Nasrat's going to land like a 3-piece. He's going to land a Gustafsson Teixeira sort of combination to start off the finishing sequence. At any moment, that's going to happen. All he needs is one good combo, and he's going to put him out. I'm calling it. This round, he's going to get the knockout this round. Uppercut on Gordon. Dude, Gordon's toughing it out, though. Dig into the body. Gordon's starting to break him, but Nasrat needs to remember what's at stake here. He's backing up a lot. Nasrat's got to fucking bite down on the mouthpiece and move forward and slug, dude. He needs to slug. He has a better chin. He's younger. He can take more damage, man. I think he's just got to commit to a combo. If I'm Nasrat, I'm throwing that uppercut hook combination going up top with the overhand after. Now, what actually would be a good combo on Jared Gordon? I think started off with an uppercut. Boom. Dip off. 1, 2. Nice. I don't know. I'm not high level enough to come up with what would be perfect in this case scenario. I just feel like getting an uppercut going on a guy like Jared Gordon is the best way to start one of those finishing sequences. Uppercut. Slip. Right hand. This is you. Right hand. Uppercut. Slip. Yeah. I don't know. I remember what Connor said. Uppercut. Right hand. Bald Jake Gyllenhaal stopping the fight. Nah, this is Ilya versus Volk 2. Ilya versus Volk 2. This is Ilya and Volk at home. Thank you for the $2, Mike Kessler. Very true. These gloves. Yo, it's got to be the gloves. You're reminding me again. Dude, this actually is the fight that's convincing me now that you mentioned it. The fact that we haven't seen him KO Gordon yet, or Gordon hasn't rocked him yet, but he didn't get hurt. He sort of fell there. That's a big issue. Nice body shots from Nasrat. We need new gloves. I think it's clear at this point. The gloves are the issue. These guys are landing great shots on each other. Nasrat has been catching Gordon on the chin consistently. This is a sick fight, but the gloves. You're right. This is a war. Look at that shot right there, that lead hook. You're telling me that's not rocking a regular Jared Gordon? Oh, nice shots from Gordon. That's 3 in a row. Uppercut, uppercut, uppercut. Head kick just misses. Gordon's putting that... Oh, Gordon's swarming him. Gordon's swarming him. Damn, dude. Nasrat's getting broken. Nasrat's getting broken. Damn. Gordon's going to win this round. We're going to get the pick wrong. Wow. Dude, we need new gloves. This is ridiculous. We would see a KO. Jared Gordon doesn't have that good of a chin. Honestly, we need to riot after this. We have to have the UFC change these gloves. We got to go back to what we had. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. All the Sheiks pulling up, true. Right before the main card starts. All right, guys. After this fight, if there's no KO, we're flooding the comment section and complaining about the gloves. We need everyone in this live chat to go to the post after this fight on the UFC's page and demand that they go back to the old gloves. This is unacceptable. These guys aren't getting rocked at all. This doesn't make any sense. I don't even understand it. How are the gloves, preventing KOs? It doesn't make sense. These guys are landing good shots on each other. You could see the impact that the strikes have. I don't understand how they're not getting rocked. I honestly don't understand how they're not getting rocked right now. Volk might win with these new gloves. That's the upside. Maybe we shouldn't complain. Maybe we shouldn't care. Maybe this is Volk's chance to beat Topuria. So you're right. Maybe we should stay quiet. No, but we're calling it out because Volk might not even fight this year. That's another 7 months without seeing a KO. Screw that. We need new gloves. We'll demand the old gloves. We'll go back to these ones when Volk fights again. The gloves, seriously? Bro, these guys are landing KO shots on each other. We've not seen any big moments so far. We've not seen any moments where either of these guys are dropping each other. And it's just a coincidence that we haven't seen any KOs throughout the past couple of weeks. I mean, when they have new gloves, no KOs for 3 weeks, this is a little bit strange. So all I'm saying is I'm starting to get a little bit worried that the gloves are becoming an issue. Jared's cardio out of 10. Oh, man. I'd say 9. I'd say 8.5. Almost 9. 10 would be Merab, Anthony Hernandez, Dalby. I'd say 8, 8.8, 8.5. Blaming the gloves for getting your pick wrong is a new low. I'm not blaming the gloves for getting my pick wrong. Dude, Jared Gordon has had moments where he's landed shots on Nasrat that would hurt Nasrat Hakprast if these gloves weren't the ones they were using, maybe. It has nothing to do with that at all. It just has to do with I'm watching these guys hit each other with knockout blows, and they're not getting rocked. And it just so happens that we haven't seen any finishes by KO since the glove change. We've seen head kicks, but I don't remember the last time we've seen a KO with the gloves. Nasrat might still win this fight. Gordon is actually slowing down visibly right now. Nasrat is actually looking for the finish here again, but it has nothing to do with who's winning, who's not getting knocked out. I do notice that none of them are getting rocked. And they've been landing the kitchen sink on each other for 15 minutes, basically. This is the real test to see if Robert gets chinned. Yep. Maybe we won't see him get knocked out. If Robert does get KO'd, then okay, all the glove talk can get put to bed. But if Whittaker doesn't get hurt at all and he gets hit with some big shots, then we know it's an issue. It's a good litmus test. If Whittaker doesn't get rocked and he gets hit with a good shot, then, yeah, it's a problem. Gordon is putting that pressure on him. It's a great fight. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I'm sort of confused. I don't hear the engines right now on that plane, but Nasrat is fighting like a dog in this fight. Is this a freedom-worthy performance? Is he going to earn his freedom? He's backing up, though, and he's starting to drop off with his output. And it's actually Jared Gordon that's making him fight like this, but I don't know. I don't think you could earn your freedom with a loss. I think he might actually go back to the apex. He had a great last couple of fights. He's had a good one this time. You know what? I'll say maybe he earns his freedom because he's been in limbo. He's been in limbo since he's had 2 good performances in a row. I think the UFC is going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Normally, you have to win to earn your freedom, but I think they're going to give him his freedom since he's had a 3rd great fight in a row, and you can't have 3 great fights in a row if you're an NPC. How about a knee in one of these positions from either guy? But I think Gordon might win, man. He's won the 2nd. He's winning the 3rd. Nasrat Haqparast, with what you would think would be a boxing advantage in his hands, just getting outboxed by Jared Gordon, who was getting rocked around the octagon by Mark Madsen. I picked him to beat Mark Madsen, but man, Mark Madsen's rocking this guy, but Nasrat Haqparast can't even hurt him with that uppercut? Crazy. Nasrat has no pop in his hands. Nasrat's doing really well right now. If I'm Nasrat Haqparast, I'm going TKZ mode. I'm saying screw defense. I'm just going for the KO. I mean, to be honest, I selfishly want him to do that because I want to get my pick right. But this is a great fight. This is a sick fight. This, okay, am I wrong in saying this? If this fight was in boxing, it'd be considered the fight of the year. This is like the fight of the year in boxing. This is an average MMA fight on a Tuesday night. This is an average Dana White Contender Series fight. Nah, but there's like one of these on every single prelims, basically. For the most part, you see one of these on every prelims. This is a sick fight. But Nasrat is coming on strong. Oh! He's already rocked him now. Gordon's getting rocked. Oh, big moment. One big moment is all he needs. Nice elbow. One big moment is all he needs. Dude, Gordon's taking so much damage, but so is Nasrat. All right, here we go. They're going to scrap. They're going to scrap. They're going to... Yeah! Nice. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Sick fight. That's a dope fight. Awesome fight, man. I don't know who to give that to, man. I think you got to go with Gordon since when Nasrat started building at the end of round 3, Gordon still kept it close. Like, Gordon was still in there the whole time, and Gordon started off the round strong. So I think you give that to old Volk. Volk Topuria at home. More of a war than Volk and Topuria, right? This is Volk and Topuria if the gloves are, if we have the new gloves. This is Volk Topuria if Topuria didn't have KO power. That's how you know Topuria is not actually more skilled than Volk. You know Topuria ain't actually more skilled, that he just has big, ugly power. When if you were to take away his power, Volk does this to him. Nah, I'm joking. Honestly, awesome fight. Really good fight. Yeah, this is the real Holloway versus Gagey. Exactly. All right, guys. I know it might not be the gloves. Maybe they just were willing to scrap, bit down on the mouthpiece, and could see the punches coming. But still, just for the sake of playing it safe, we need to flood the comment section and say that the UFC needs new gloves. So I'm going to start it off. I'm going to say, amazing fight. One of the best fights this year. But please, for the love of God, we need new gloves. Let's see who they give it to. Dude, it's a split decision. Dude, I think Gordon's the winner here. Wow. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think he just got robbed. I don't know about that one, guys. He just earned his freedom, Nasrat Hakbras. That's beautiful that he earned his freedom, that the jet is taking off back to Vegas without him. That's 3 good fights in a row for him. That's awesome for the guy. I feel good for him. That's great, but I think that's the second time Gordon has gotten robbed. That's actually a robbery. That's a close fight. I agree, but Gordon clearly won the second. Nasrat won the first. The first was close too. The third round, Jared Gordon won that round. He was in control of the entirety of the first half of the third round. As soon as Nasrat started heating up, it was close. It was even. There was never a moment where Nasrat was like clearly out ahead in the third. There was multiple minutes where Gordon was walking him down. That's a robbery, I think. I think that's a robbery. Either way, amazing fight. And we need to comment on the UFC's Instagram that we need new gloves. But I think that's a robbery. Either way. This is what I'm going to comment, and I want you guys to do the same. Just to play it safe. I don't know for a fact if it's the gloves, but we got to assume it is, okay? Just because what's the harm in doing so? It's not the gloves, man. You're going to do more harm than... Really? Oh, wow. We're going to go back to the old gloves, and no one cares. Like, it's just going to help us. There's no harm in going back to the old gloves. Maybe we're being superstitious, but we need the old ones back. So, as soon as they post about that fight on the UFC's page, we need to flood the comments asking for new gloves. I'm going to do it too. I think that's a robbery. I think that Jared Gordon should have won that fight. I honestly think that Jared Gordon should have won that fight. Second time, and that's the thing that sucks. The second time he's been robbed. And the worst part about it is that was a war. Like, Gordon's an old head, man. He's had a rough go. Yeah, like, even his last win, it's almost as if he lost because he was getting rocked by Mark Madsen. He won, but, you know, sort of a bad look to get rocked. Headbutted by Bobby Green. Rocked badly. Robbed horribly against Patty. Listen, man. I think Gordon should have won that fight. I think that was a robbery. Let's do a poll. I had Gordon winning 1 and 3. I mean, 2 and 3. He deserved the win there. Respect to Nasrat. I was saying that Nasrat, this was the fight in which he needed to earn his freedom because even though he had 2 entertaining fights in a row, the second one was against Jamie Malarkey with no chin. So you can't really just say for sure if that counts. He needed to prove he could have an entertaining one. But still. I think that was a robbery. Wow. 82% of people say it's a robbery. Yeah, that's a robbery. It's not me. It's not just me. We all saw Gordon win the majority of the third round, and then it was close in the second half. Like, it was even in the second half, but Gordon clearly won the first couple of minutes and had Nasrat backing up. It is a robbery. Like, I don't know how you give the third round to Nasrat. When it was close... I mean, there was no moment where Nasrat was ahead in the third. It was either they're even and they're going tit for tat, or Gordon's walking him down and Nasrat's not throwing. There was a couple minutes of that in the beginning of the round. His career is so cursed, I feel bad. 100% robbery. I think it's a robbery. I don't understand how you can give that to Nasrat. Great fight. It is a little bit tough to score, but still. Guru agrees with you. I mean, anyone that watched that closely would agree. You can't give the third round to Nasrat. Gordon was walking him down, and Nasrat wasn't doing anything for a couple minutes. Then he started picking up the pace, but he never pulled ahead, even in those moments. It was always even. So, that's a robbery. That's a perfect example of where the robbery bonus that MMA Guru's trying to do in the future would come into play. On the prelims, people are going to forget about it. Not a really big fight with a spotlight on it, but a robbery nonetheless. Both fighters took a lot of damage too. So not only did he take a shitload of damage, and that's the thing. Not only did he take a fuckload of damage and press the action and really tried to win that fight, was moving forward the whole time despite getting hit, but he also got robbed. So, respect to Nasrat. Nasrat Nasrat was getting walked down at moments and like still hung in there. There were moments where I was like, damn, Nasrat looks like he's going to break. He didn't. But still, not his fault. Not his fault. Guys, I'm going to read the donos. But right now, I need to check if the UFC posted that fight on their page. And if they did, we need to flood the comments asking for new gloves. We need to go back to the old ones. I don't understand how there wasn't a KO there. They had a post of Kelvin Gastelum and Nasrat Haqparast looking at each other. I commented the disciplined Kelvin Gastelum. Yep, it's a robbery. 81% of us agree. I don't understand how these work. Normally, we see the robberies for what they are. How is it always that the fucking two stooge judges can't understand that? The whole world can see who won that fight, but two judges see it differently. Professional judges that are right there cage side. Very weird. Not like Nasrat's a big star. I don't know if they gave him the win just because it's Saudi Arabia, but still, that's just a shit decision. Imagine for the rest of time we get shitty fights because of the gloves. Well, to be fair, you can make the argument that sometimes a fight can be better without a KO. Like, a 5-round war is always going to be a more fun fight than a first-round KO. Unless the first round is just nuts. Okay, but you can't say that's a shitty fight just because there wasn't a finish. The whole fight was sick. No doubt in my mind these gloves are way worse for KOs. They have to be. I mean, it's not a coincidence at this point. I've seen too many fighters take KO sort of blows and not even get rocked. That's the thing that's suspicious. It's not that we didn't even see a KO. There wasn't one moment in that fight where either guy rocked each other. Yet I saw Mark Madsen have Jared Gordon do the jitterbug with a freaking geriatric uppercut. Mark Madsen with his geriatric punches had Jared Gordon wobble around at times. I think the whole new glove narrative is so goofy. Listen, Strike, even if it's not actually true and we're just being paranoid, what is the harm of going back to the old gloves? What is the harm? Like, what are these new gloves accomplishing? The only thing it accomplishes is, I don't know, this guy that created them and the company that created them is making money and they're winning because the UFC is working with them, but they're clearly not helping at all. We've seen eye pokes. We've seen fouls already. We need the old gloves. I'm sure there was a stretch previously before where there was probably a stretch like this in the past. Again, maybe we're being paranoid, but what's the harm in going back to the old ones? Why not? Why not just go back to them? Why do we need these new ones? Also, the material's cheap. We've seen the UFC logos being ripped away during the fights. I mean, right off the bat, that's a reason enough to go back to the old ones. Walker back in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Walker's about to get KO'd. Man, that's a KO. I mean, that's a robbery, guys. I feel bad for Gordon. I had Nasrat in my parlay, but Gordon was robbed. Yeah, I picked Nasrat, so I'm happy about that, but that's a robbery, so I'll take my loss. Good for your parlay, but yeah, that sucks for him. Like, that's the second brutal robbery of his career. That was clearly his win. Clearly his win. And the worst part is that he fought. Like, he pushed the action 100% of the time, where Nasrat fought like a dog too, but there were moments where he was sort of on the back foot, getting a breather. Jared Gordon was all gas, no brakes, literally like forward the entire time, letting go the kitchen sink. Let's see if they posted it. They still haven't posted it. Damn, that submission win from Felipe Lima was insanely impressive. I'm still shocked by that. That guy is a new prospect that you got to watch out for, Felipe Lima. One clear Nasrat, 2 and 3 clear Gordon, all close. All were close, except for the third, though. And nah, I don't think they were that close. I think the first round, the one round Nasrat won was actually the closest round. Round 2 was clearly a Jared Gordon round. Round 3 was clearly a Jared Gordon round, and I don't think that they were close enough to even think about giving them to Nasrat. Okay, I understand what you mean by close, like, but it was clear. You get what I mean? Like, Gordon easily outlanded him in the second and third. What do you think will be his first meal as a non-NPC? Isn't he Egyptian? Yeah. Nasrat has been eating meals as a non-NPC because they gave him the benefit of the doubt after he KO'd Jamie Malarkey. They allowed him to train in the real world for this one. So I don't know. Probably some Egyptian food. Maybe some hummus. I don't know any Egyptian dishes, but maybe you'll have some hummus, dude. At the Apex, they don't give people hummus. I think the Apex food is I think it's chicken, broccoli, and they have vitals. They feed them in a feeding tube, I believe. They hook them up to feeding tubes, and when they're getting the recovery in, they do that. Every now and then, once a week, they have a barbecue, the local UFC PI barbecue, which is really good. Kushari? Posted? Okay. I don't know. Should we say robbery or okay? Amazing fight. Amazing fight. But Gordon was clearly robbed. Either way, we need to go back to the old gloves. These new gloves are clearly an issue. Not only are they cheap with the UFC but we aren't even seeing there's no cut the BS. Cut the BS. We need the old gloves back. All right, we got to spam the UFC's page asking for the old gloves. I just posted my comment. Amazing fight, but Gordon was clearly robbed. Either way, we need to go back to the old gloves. These new gloves are clearly an issue. Yeah. We got to ask for the okay. If there's not a finish here, you know what? I might delete my comment if there's a finish here. If there's not a finish between Volkan Ozdemir and Johnny Walker, then we know we need new gloves. This is the fight that decides it. There's 100% going to be a finish here with the old gloves. We'll see what happens with the new ones. Just got in. Hope you're doing bad on picks. I'm actually doing really well on picks, but I think Gordon should have won the last fight, and he got robbed, and I picked Nasrat, so technically I was wrong. Gordon didn't get KO'd. He ate 1 million shots with the new gloves. Not even a moment where either guy got rocked. Here we go. Here we go. Johnny Walker versus Volkan Ozdemir. Thank you for the $2, fam god. Does Johnny the Glass nuke crack before he... I don't even know who that is. Oh, the glass chin? I don't know. Thank you for the $2. I agree. By close, I mean Nasrat was in it and was landing good shots, but he got clearly outlanded. Very true. Yeah. Listen, Nasrat did make it like a close scrap, but yeah, I mean, that's a clear robbery right there. There's just not a great argument for him winning that fight. Anyway, guys, here we go. Johnny Walker versus Volkan Ozdemir. Round 1, I'm picking Volkan Ozdemir. Either way, we're all talking about the gloves. If we see a KO here, that should put this fight to bed, or that should put the narrative to bed. Volkan Ozdemir already landed a good shot on Walker. He knows all he has to do is touch Walker cleanly once, but we'll see with the new gloves. And it doesn't matter if we see a head kick or a knee. That doesn't change the narrative at all. It has to be a punch. Solid kicks from Walker, but he's leaving himself open as he usually does. His hands, his boxing are really lacking. Walker has to have like a goofy counter in order to get a KO. Or a flying knee. Dude, Ozdemir's kicks are underrated. Ozdemir has freaking tree trunks, bro. Ozdemir is all legs. He carries all his weight in his legs. Walker being patient with his hands, not really letting go his hands that much early. Probably a good thing if you're Walker. They're going tit for tat with kicks. I know Walker's just waiting for a flying knee. Nice kicks for Walker, doubling up right there. Walker could just sit behind a front kick to the body and never lose if he wanted to. He could just spam that, at least against strikers. But Volkan Ozdemir is cracking him. There's a nice body shot from Volkan. And a big jab for Volkan. Oh! Walker's getting rocked up! Dude, the gloves, man. I'm telling you, bro. Walker shouldn't be eating these punches. Big body shots. Big body shots. And the thing is, nice jab. Oh! Nice jab from Walker there. Bro, what is up with the gloves? You're telling me Walker's eating those shots? This is weird, guys. First round, Ozdemir has power in his hands. What is going on? Another hook from Ozdemir. Walker straight. Oh! Big knockdown for Ozdemir. Boom. Ozdemir's hurting him. Walker survived. There's a big drop. There's a big knockdown. Walker with a flying knee attempt. Falls over himself. Boom! Oh! Oh, shit! Damn! Oh, no! Johnny Walker's out cold on the canvas. That was a nasty KO. Okay, I guess the narrative about the gloves are done. I got to delete my comment. Wow. I'm happy I picked Volkan Ozdemir. That was nasty, dude. That just ruined Walker's career's over. He got knocked out. He got knocked out 3 times in the same freaking combination. Oh, that was nasty. That was the nastiest Johnny Walker KO I've ever seen in the UFC. Damn, that was nasty. Okay, I guess the glove talk is done. I got to delete my comment. I got to delete my comment, bro. I'm happy no one saw the comment since this fight's happening, but maybe the gloves aren't such an issue after all. Or maybe it's Walker. I said if we didn't see any guy get KO'd, then the gloves are really an issue, but wow. I feel bad for Walker. I'm happy I got my pick right, but man, I feel bad for him. Oh, man, dude. He's been KO'd so many times, bro. Walker's one of the most, like, athletically gifted fighters on earth and just has no chin, dude. God had to nerf Johnny Walker. Man, that's rough. I mean, to be fair, his technique doesn't help him out. Walker, if he wasn't doing 3 sets of tomfoolery, maybe he would be a little bit more OP. But man, that sucks for him. That just goes to show that you really, like, a chin is like a top of the totem pole when it comes to requirements for doing well in MMA. You could have all the gifts in the world. I mean, to be fair, again, Walker doesn't have great technique, but still, you have no chin, you're never going to make it far in MMA. Unless you have, like, athleticism like Walker. Maybe you can make it to the rankings, but eventually you're never going to be champ. Wow. Nah, the gloves are still ass. I mean, Walker has no chin, right? Thank you for the $50, Raven. Man, that's rough. That's rough. All right, I maybe have to delete this comment. Damn. People are going to comment about the gloves on this post. Garrett, should I delete my comment or should I leave it up? What do you guys think? Maybe I should leave it up. Walker has no chin. Should I leave it up or no? That was a nasty KO. Sad to see. Very sad to see. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll pick against Walker confidently in most of his fights. And KOs are always entertaining, but you never want to see a guy just get knocked out like 5 times in a row. Even though he's not been KO'd 5 times in a row. Just Seeing someone get KO'd that many times and every KO is pretty brutal, it's rough. Because that's just the nail in the coffin for his career. And Walker is sort of a fan favorite, you know. So it sucks to see it. That's the game, though. That's why you can't pick Walker against someone with power and hand speed like Volkan Ozdemir. Volkan Ozdemir making a little bit of a rise again, right? Ozdemir's having a nice second wind of his career as an old head. Everyone has a second wind in their career at light heavyweight. Nice finish for Volkan Ozdemir. I'll leave it up. I'll leave up the comment. Walker needs to retire. Ah, man, I don't know what you do if you're Walker. Do you stay at light heavyweight? Or do you move to heavyweight and fight blobs? If I'm Walker, you know what? I might move to heavyweight to fight blobs that can't even land on me. I think that's what he needs to do. Move up to heavyweight, say no to every single top 10 guy, and just fight people with no speed, no athleticism, and no boxing, with no power. You could still get KO'd, but still. Heavyweights might still be a little bit too slow for him. I'm talking about like the NPC heavyweights. Fight the blobs. That's what he should do. And his chin is going to be better since he won't have to cut a lot of weight. That's the move. That's how you save his career. It's his last opportunity. Man, that's rough to see him go out like that, right? Thank you for the $50. I appreciate that. That was nasty from Volkan. Volkan versus Roundtree next. I could see it. Volkan versus Roundtree, that could be the one to do. Who else would be good? Volkan versus Jamal Hill would be sick. I could see that fight too. Volkan versus Jamal Hill. Is he still out? No, Walker's not still out. He's on his stool. But Walker needs to move up to heavyweight. I want to see Jamal Hill versus Volkan Ozdemir. I think Roundtree versus either of them would be good too, but Ozdemir versus Hill is also a sick fight. That's also a really good one. Nothing tops the way he fell back against Hill. That was a good KO. But I just think that this one was a little bit nastier. Because the shots that were being landed were cleaner. I mean, Jamal Hill landed sort of like a grazing punch on the side of his head. And the fall sort of helped him a little bit. You know what I mean? Because Walker fell, but he was not out. And Hill sort of got him with an uppercut. That was a great KO, but I just like this one because it was a little bit more of a slick combination, and every single punch in the combination was extremely damaging. I like this one a little bit better. I think this is my favorite Walker KO. Brutal one, though, because he went out cold. He was snoozing. I don't even know if he was snoozing against Corey Anderson. I don't remember if he was snoozing in that fight. He was snoozing against Hill. He was snoozing against Ankalaev. Damn. Walker's been knocked out so many times. I don't think he was snoozing against Anderson, but that's the fifth time he's been knocked out in his career. Yeah, his career is done as far as ever becoming a champion. We kind of knew that a while ago, but still. Funniest KO I've ever seen. That was up there. Thank you for the 20 NOK unbanned German Sparrow. DC beats Volkan. Does he move up the GOAT list? Yeah, DC's win over Volkan Ozdemir is definitely aging well, for sure. Who would he move up against? I don't know. We're going to have to go to the drawing board. I'm going to have a matchmakers meeting when it comes to the GOAT conversation. I have a matchmakers thing every Sunday. Every Sunday night, we get together with the team and we kind of redo the GOAT list. So I'll let you guys know where he's stacking up, DC. But yeah, DC's resume just aged better. It just aged a lot better. Same thing with Smith. Anthony Smith is moving up the GOAT list. Johnny Walker's the biggest waste of height ever. True. Yeah, can't figure out how to utilize his reach advantage. How to utilize his strength advantage over people. I mean, Walker should have became a grappler and a jab merchant. If I'm Walker, I'm just focusing on my jab and grappling. And how to parry punches with your long arms. Just joined in time. Thank you for the $2. Yep. Great KO. We really needed that. And now we got Sharamagomedov versus Anton Tricoli, which would be a good fight. I don't think he should retire. Thank you for the $2, Thomas. I think he should move up to heavyweight and fight cans. I don't want him fighting any relevant heavyweight. I want him fighting blobs off of the Dana White Contender Series that are plotty with no footwork, that don't have the ability to get in on the inside of his reach easily. I think he could still beat the shit out of some blobs. If he can outstrike Anthony Plotty Smith, then there's a lot of blobs that he could outstrike. And knock out too. And his chin's going to be better at heavyweight. But it's the glove, guys. I mean, still. Maybe the gloves aren't as bad of an issue, but, you know, it is Walker. It is Chinny Walker. Yeah. Saudi's pissed. No concert between prelims and main. True. Yeah, man, they didn't have a random rapper that no one's ever heard of show up in between the prelims and the main card. UFC Hall of Fame commercial. I think they allow too many people into the Hall of Fame, to be honest. It's like any fan favorite gets in. If you're a fan favorite, you're in the Hall of Fame. I think they should be a little bit more picky with who they let in. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, Hall of Fame, I mean, if you're famous, I guess you can get in. But a lot of other sports don't have it that way. A lot of other sports, you actually have to have, like, a really good resume. Or, you know, you have to have, like, solid stats throughout your whole career. Hall of Fame equals, yeah, long career. Like, you break the record for being a journeyman, you get in the Hall of Fame. But, like, listen, there is an argument to allow more leniency when it comes to an MMA Hall of Fame, because it's not all just stats based. Sometimes it's about, like, how many great fights have you had? Have you had a bunch of legendary ones? Were you at any time, any place, company man or not? Right? There's a little bit of that to it. I don't mind it that much. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much to me. It's not like the GOAT conversation. If the UFC had an official GOAT list on their website, then I would be raging at that all the time. Man, I could only imagine how ugly the UFC's official GOAT list would be. Imagine they did something like that, like the pound for pound list. You'd be hearing me rant about it every freaking week. Because I still think that there's a lot of issues that people make with those lists. I wish Shamil was on this card. Yeah, it sucks that he's not on it, man. I mean, he didn't even take that much damage against Rosenstrike, right? I mean, he did, actually. He did take a lot of damage. Shamil has a really good chin. Fair enough, he gassed out and couldn't continue, but he didn't get dropped once, and Rosenstrike does have heavy hands, which is pretty impressive. It was with the old gloves, too. I'm looking forward to his return, though. I'm going to do an individual breakdown prediction video for Shamil the Blob Ghaziev's return fight. 15-minute breakdown on just that alone. Even if it doesn't get good views, it's a necessary thing to break down. What are the chances of a Shara Bullet highlight KO? I'll say they're pretty good. I think he's going to style on Tricoli. I think Tricoli's going to take him down. I think it's probably more likely that we'll see a decision. So, because I think that Tricoli's going to be stubborn and he's going to be, you know, trying to get this to the ground as often as possible. And Shara will be doing what he can on the feet in the meantime to outdamage him. But, yeah, hopefully we see like a knee up the middle from him, catching Tricoli on the way in. I do believe Volk is underrated on most lists. Yeah, thank you for the $2. I think Volkanovski is very underrated on the GOAT list. Very underrated. If you think about it, he is the most underrated fighter in UFC history. Just like objectively, the most overrated fighter, objectively, is the guy that's highest on the GOAT list that shouldn't be there. The most underrated fighter is the guy that most people don't have high on the GOAT list. It always has to be one of the top 15 fighters ever, right? Unless you got someone in your top 15 that's not even top 50. But yeah, the most overrated fighter has to be one of the GOATs that people talks about. And the most underrated has to be, you know, one of them, but doesn't get talked about enough. If Anthony Smith had Johnny Walker's athleticism, would he be a 20-time champion? I don't know. But then he would fight so much differently, right? Like, you're basically saying, would Anthony Smith, a guy that never throws any fancy kicks or flying knees up the middle, or someone that's not known for doing anything fast, if he was given all those abilities, would he even fight? It's more like Johnny Walker? I mean, I don't know. He would definitely do better. He would definitely do better. You could say DJ. DJ's overrated, for sure. I don't think he's more overrated than Silva, because Silva will still be in people's top 3, whereas DJ should be in the top 5, and Silva shouldn't even be in the top 5. Volk, on the other hand, isn't even mentioned for people's top 3. Very rarely. I mean, only by me, really. And some people don't even have him in the fucking top 10. Literally, some people don't even have him in the top 10. I love how the Weasel's so, like, just determined to never have Volk move above Aldo on the GOAT list. Every time the Weasel talks about it, he's always like, Volk is close, but it's Aldo. It's Aldo. You could hear the Weasel's really serious about it, too. He doesn't like having people put Volk above Aldo. For whatever reason, even though Volk and Aldo are nowhere close to each other, really, at featherweight. They're closer on the all-time list just because Aldo's done a lot of bantamweight. But at featherweight, I mean, Volk clears him easily. At featherweight, Volk clears easily. Aldo's lucky that he's been moving down in another division and raking in that division, but he's not done enough at featherweight to even come close. Based Weasel? No, he just has nostalgia bias, man. The Weasel just is a massive Jose Aldo fan. And I get being an Aldo fan, but you just can't have him above Volkanovski if he lost to Volk and also lost to the guy that Volk beat 3 times twice by KO. And lost to Conor McGregor. I mean, the 3 best featherweights Aldo ever fought, he lost to. You know what I mean? Volk's only lost to 1 featherweight. He's beat everyone else. Aldo's lost to too many people. If Aldo had a win that was better than Conor McGregor or better than Holloway out there, I'd be like, okay, at least he beat this guy. But the issue is the best guys Aldo's fought, and there's a bunch of them. There's not just like 2. There's 3. There's 3. He's lost to all of them. That's the issue. And there's 4 losses if you tally them all up. And it's not like Aldo has like a Jones that he beat or a GSP that he beat at featherweight. It's like all these guys that aren't even in the top 100 and then losses to people that are actually top 25. And there's no in between. Mendez is probably not even a top 100 fighter of all time. Mendez is a good win. But Volk has a Mendez win. You get what I mean? Like, TKZ's a good win, but if you actually look at TKZ's record, he's like 7-6 in his UFC career. It's not a crazy ratio to brag about. Aldo is Aldo is arguably the 2nd best featherweight of all time still. I think there's an argument that he's 3, but yeah, Aldo is still top 5. Aldo, of course he's top 5 featherweights. I have Aldo top 10 all time, but the bantamweight wins help him a lot. If he didn't have the bantamweight wins, he might not be top 10. Mackenzie Dern's about to break up with this motherfucker. Maybe if he loses. Aldo was washed when his chin was still really good, and he was only losing to champs. Come on, dude, such a casual. Yeah, he was washed. He was washed when he was getting outpointed by Volkanovski. They'll talk about Aldo. It's unbelievable how he's still so fast. I mean, he looks like he's never missed a step. Yet like 5 years ago when he was even faster, arguably, Volkanovski's schooling him by decision. Like, Volk doesn't need to KO him with a big, ugly punch. He could just outclass him. Just outspeed him. Just outthink him. Out-technique him. No one's ever going to out-technique Aldo. You got to put him away. Volk enters the chat. Lets him know that, there's a new featherweight goat in the yard. Who do you think Shara beats in the top 10? Nobody. Right. Oh, Marvin Vettori. I think he beats Marvin Vettori. I don't know how Marvin Vettori is still in the top 10, but I would pick him to beat Marvin. Marvin's way to beat Shara would be to impose his will in a smart way. The issue is Marvin would go into that fight looking to strike with him and win the outside foot battle. Marvin's grappling would be like 1 takedown in the first round. Shara still has energy. He gets up to his feet, and Marvin just like abandons it for the rest of the fight. Because the coaches would have said, dude, go for the takedown. If it doesn't work, then, here's plan B. Marvin would just go to plan B. He wouldn't think to himself, wait a second, maybe I should try again. Even though that's all Marvin does. You get my point. When it comes to the grappling, Marvin actually does change game plans. But when it comes to the striking, he just sticks to it. Shara would fuck Marvin Vettori up on the feet. There's no argument otherwise. The argument is, could Marvin smudge him against the fence and take him down and keep him on the mat? Possibly. That's possible. There's also a world where Shara beats up Marvin so badly on the feet, Marvin gets a takedown on the last 2 minutes but does nothing with it, and Shara wins. 6-1 on picks. Nice. Let's see how I'm doing on picks. I got to tally him up. Sorry I'm late. It's me, Mr. Hands. Okay, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, Mr. Hands, but I don't believe that. Thank you for the $2, Ethan. I appreciate that as well. I do think he could potentially beat Marvin, but that's it. Elite 25s should all be forced to move to 35. I disagree with that. I think the 25 division is all right. I did sort of rant about that new Japanese guy, Asakura, moving to 125. I think it's a big mistake. There are no big stars at 125. I think it's a mistake to move down just because it's a less stacked division, because your fights are not going to be as big. They're not going to have as much hype. Imagine Asakura fighting at bantamweight against Sean O'Malley, or Asakura fighting against Peter Yan. Now he's going to be fighting against freaking Alex Perez. No one gives a fuck. So, big mistake. The Japanese fans are going to support him no matter what, because he has that Paddy Pimblett aura, where Paddy could be fighting in Cage Warriors, but because he has that charisma and the aura there, then they sort of root for him. But he'll never transcend Japan if they put him up against no-name flyweights. That's the issue. Unless he becomes champ, he will not become a big star outside of Japan. That's why he needs to fight at bantamweight, in my opinion. But it's harder to win a title at bantamweight because it's harder to get a title shot. Skill-wise, it's still going to be similar, but you get my point. You sort of get my point. Let's see if anyone's calling me an idiot for my take on the gloves. Ozdemir just trashed my point. True, but hey, at least it's Walker who's chinny. Okay, here comes Shara. Asakura versus Taira would be big. I've noticed that I don't think they're friends. I don't think Asakura and Taira are friends or training partners. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure Taira trains in Japan. I know he's done some work at Extreme Couture, but yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I follow Tatsuro Taira. I didn't see Asakura hype him up, dude. Asakura didn't give him a shout out on Instagram after that. That's a bad sign. Nah, but it could be just natural that they could fight each other. Maybe they have beef. But that's like the only big fight for him. The only big fight is a title fight, a fight with Brandon Moreno, or Tatsuro Taira. And none of those are as big of as fights as bantamweight. Brandon Moreno gets like 2,000 views on a 1 million subscriber channel fighting SBN or whatever. He'll get like 2,000 views in an interview. Moreno's a big star on fight night when it comes to the crowd. Like, Moreno will bring in a lot of people in attendance, He'll have all the Mexicans come out to view his fights, but he's not that big of a star. He's not a draw. I think Asakura should be fighting in the marquee division. Racist, bro. Oh, yeah, racist just to say the word Mexican. Interesting. Hey, guys, I'm going to get some Mexican food. That's racist, bro. Why is Dustin Poirier racist? Why is Dustin Poirier in every commercial? I don't know. Dustin Poirier's got some goofy, awkward acting. But shout out the DP for getting the commercial anyway. Nick Diaz is better than Volk all time. Skill, not just weight. Okay, you don't even believe that yourself. But thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Here we go, guys. I love the fact that this card is in the daytime. I've got a lot of energy. And this card's moving along quickly. Here we go. Big fight. Big prospect. Short notice for Tricoli, but he was preparing for last week. Here we go. Round number 1. Nice leg kick for Shara. Shara has one of the best kicking games in the UFC. He can effortlessly throw roundhouse kicks all day, and he will not gas out throwing them. Another kick from Shara. But his hands aren't that... Oh, nice kick from Shara. Oh, big shots from Tricoli. Tricoli is imposing his will. Landed a couple of bombs there, a couple of right hands. They're even on strikes. This is an even round so far. Honestly, you could give it to Tricoli because those punches were more solid than the leg kicks. So Tricoli is winning so far. Tricoli's ahead. Slightly ahead. Uppercuts in the clinch, looking for this takedown. Good takedown defense so far, but it's not like Tricoli is even trying to really do anything. These are good shots in the clinch, though. Nice knee to the body from Shara. Nice knee. Jumping knee from Shara. Good takedown defense so far. Tricoli gets him down. Nope, doesn't get him down yet. Tricoli really looking for this takedown, but he's not coming close at all. Not very high on this single leg. Shara Magomedov's been putting in the work. Ew, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Oh, he was holding the fence. He was holding the fence. I thought they separated them for a lack of activity. He was holding the fence. Good work from Goddard. Good work from Goddard. Oh, big shot from Shara Magomedov. Big right hand and a kick behind it. Shara's fast. Shara's looking to walk him on to a right hand. Shara is fighting the way McGregor fans think modern-day McGregor would fight. I could just see him fiddling him and playing him like a fiddle. I just think McGregor's going to touch him up, mate. They wouldn't say mate. They're not Australian, but I just think he's going to play him like a fiddle. Sort of play him like a harp. Notice how he's just kind of walking him onto the left. Nice kick from Shara. No telegraph on these kicks. Nice jab to the body from Shara. Shara doesn't have a lot of power in his hands, though. Of course, I say that and he might get a KO, but you kind of get what I mean. He's not a big power puncher. Nice front kick to the body. Ooh, beautiful shots from Tricoli, even though Shara landed a couple there. Shara's bouncing on the outside. Staying alert, moving. Nice shots from Shara, but Tricoli's in there. Tricoli's landing good shots as well. There's another takedown attempt. He's pushing Shara up against the fence. Shara's winning this round now. It still is close if Tricoli does anything with this. If he can damage him up against the fence or take him down and beat him up, he can win the round, but he's going to have to do something big. He's getting slightly outpointed. There's a couple good shots, a couple of good pit-pat shots. Shara Magomedov says, I've got a couple pit-pats of my own. And now he's got him down. Shara Magomedov haters are somewhere out there saying, okay, he won the round. Okay, there's a takedown. Now he wins the round. Nope, not so fast. Not so fast. He's not done anything with it yet. And he's back up on his feet. People are going to say, bro, there's no ground game, even though he got taken down for 5 seconds. I know he knocked a random person out, and that's not a good thing, but he does have okay takedown defense. Tricoli's putting him up against the fence. Dude, I'm telling you, people are going to be scoring. Oh, Tricoli's talking to him. People are going to be scoring this to Tricoli, but you can't. You can't score this for Tricoli. People are going to be saying, dude, robbery, Tricoli beat his ass, put him up against the fence and smudged him into the canvas. You'll only ever hear someone give a round like this to Tricoli if they absolutely hate the person he's doing it to. Like, and a lot of people hate Shara. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think Shara won that round 10-9. I just think Tricoli's winning, man. He pushed him into the fence for a second. Stop, bro. Wow, Shara sucks. I think that people just really want Shara to get fraud checked. I think people are just like waiting for him to get fraud checked. I understand rooting against him because he knocked out like an innocent guy, and you have no business doing that. I mean, that's awful, but I think he's underrated skill-wise. I think people underrate him. Whereas the narrative on him is that he's overrated. I don't think that's the case. Close round, though. Can't be that good if you're having a close round with Tricoli. Outstruck him? Yeah, Shara did outstrike him. What did Shara do? He knocked out someone at a mall for kissing his girlfriend. Not his girlfriend, but someone was with their girlfriend, showed a public display of affection in Russia. It's not even like this was, I mean, maybe it was in Dagestan or some shit. I don't know. Either way, you can't be knocking someone out because they kissed their girlfriend. So I understand, rooting against him, but still. He sucker punched him. Yeah, sucker punched a guy when he was coming out of a mall. Because he got into a scrap with someone, a random guy, and the guy actually put up a good scrap. And then he waited for, because he was pissed off about the fact that he didn't beat him up instantly. He waited for him outside and sucker punched him and knocked him out cold. It was in Dagestan. I mean, that's in Russia, but I know it's a different culture either way. I don't know who he thinks he is. Like, this ain't Batman, bro. You can't just be knocking people out. You can't just be sucker punching people like that. Shara is beating him up now. Yeah, you could tell that Shara's a little bit lower output than normal because he's sort of wary of that takedown and the clinch. But he is winning this fight. He is outstriking Tricoli pretty handily. Nice kick from Shara. Not a lot of sting on these kicks, though. Doesn't seem that he's hurting Tricoli. He does seem pretty beatable, given that he doesn't have that much power. But he's putting points on the board. Another strong kick from Magomedov. No reaction from Tricoli, but that's still a point. Oh, nice jab from Tricoli, but a good answer for Magomedov with a side kick. That's the same side kick I'd hit one of these animals with. Tricoli's been able to land a couple of good shots on him, but very few and far in between. That's that side kick that I was talking about, guys, that you got to land on these animals that when they do their big leap. There's that side kick. There's that famous side kick. There's that side kick that animals fear. That's that kick that animals quake in their boots about. Nice combination. Beautiful side kick right there. Beautiful side kick. I'm telling you, a chimpanzee charges at Shara Magomedov, he's losing that battle every time. Effortlessly kicking the chimpanzee and making it look like a fool. You might not be able to like TKO a chimp, but you're definitely able to like Wonder Boy Vicente Luque it. Just like embarrass it, make it look very oafy and unskilled. You could definitely do that. This fight is a little bit boring, but Tricoli's the only one making it boring. Magomedov is not risking anything, but he's not making it that boring. He is actively striking and throwing strikes. Tricoli is putting him up against the fence. Doing what he needs to do. I mean, it's not like he's not throwing any strikes, but I don't think it's that boring of a fight. It's not the best fight. But Magomedov is wary of the takedown threat. That's why he's keeping his back to the fence so that he can stuff the takedowns easier. Now the crowd is booing. Goddard is telling them to start working. When Renat does it, not a warning from the ref. When Renat does it. Tricoli does it, there's a warning, even when he's landing strikes. I don't think the ref should separate this. He grabbed the fence. Is that a point? They took a point away from him? Oh, he grabbed the fence. Wait, who grabbed the fence? Shara? Shara? The guy attacked him first. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but Shara got in the guy's face with an extremely aggressive posture, and it's smart to punch first in those situations. Shara squared up with him like he was 100% about to fuck him up. The guy literally defended himself. You could say he attacked him first. You don't get in someone's face with like, you know, a tensed posture looking to square up with them as if you're going to fight and complain about getting attacked. All right? So even if the guy did punch him first, he'd be an idiot not to. He's defending himself. He thought this guy was about to start punching him. So it's Shara's fault. Shara started it. And then he waited outside to knock him out. There's that sidekick. But I'm right on that, right? The referee, I mean, listen, I think Tricoli is making it a little bit boring, but I would never separate those positions because Tricoli is landing uppercuts in the clinch. Like, he is throwing some strikes every once in a while. Renat had Dalby up against the fence, and he wasn't doing anything to him. Nothing to him. But, of course, when it's Shara, who's a prospect that the UFC is investing in, or if it's someone like O'Malley, they'll separate it. But if it's Dalby that no one gives a fuck about, they'll let it go on. You know, when Renat's the guy the UFC prefers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But you know for a fact if it was O'Malley in one of those positions. If Merab has O'Malley up against the fence, even if he's landing uppercuts every once in a while, they will separate it if the crowd starts to boo. If it's O'Malley holding Merab up against the fence, they'll let that go on for 25 minutes. He is all right, but won't get into the top 10. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get into the top 10 anytime soon. He can with the right matchups, but if you're this low output, and if you're being held against the fence this easily against Tricoli, I mean, Tricoli's a big guy, right? He's like 6'5". He's pretty big. He's strong. Still, though, he's not that high level. Shara's winning this fight, but he's not dominating, and you want to see him dominate someone like Tricoli if we're expecting him to be in the top 10 anytime soon. I agree. Let's see what he could do here. I mean, Shara is looking for, you know, big strikes. I mean, look at that. 4 kicks in a row right off the bat. All of them would sting on them. There's a strong leg kick. Now the leg kicks are starting to take a toll, and you could see Tricoli's getting tired. You could see he's getting tired. But, of course, he's a little bit too reserved against Tricoli. I'd like to see him open up a bit more and look for a finish because I think at this point it's kind of clear that as long as Magomedov can get his back to the fence, if Tricoli gets in on a single leg, he's going to stuff the takedown. At this point, he should be confident enough to say, all right, like, I think I'm trusting in my defense. Let's actually go for this finish. There's a nice punch right there from Shara. He could save himself from a little bit of criticism if he just turns up the heat in this round. Nice elbows. Beautiful elbows right there. It's the gloves, man. Those freaking gloves, man. Nice kick there from Shara. Nice question mark kick. Lead question mark kick. Nice shot to the body. Nice calf kick. This isn't that boring. What do you guys think? You guys think this is boring? I think it's a good fight. I think this is sort of entertaining. Tricoli's, oh, nice kick to the body right there. This is actually pretty entertaining to watch. He was paid. You think Tricoli's taking this round off on purpose? He does look a little bit strange right now. Like, he's legitimately not throwing a single strike this round. It is a little bit weird. He's not throwing a single strike. Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Nice one, too. Dude, Tricoli is... What the fuck? Is he just quitting? No, Mark! Yeah! He dropped him! Okay, at least he dropped him. At least he dropped him. At least he dropped him. I was going to get pissed if he stepped in without him dropping him. At least he dropped him, but... I don't know. That was a little bit weird. Tricoli was throwing punches and pressing the action and shooting takedowns until the third. And he literally didn't do a single thing in the third round. Like, he didn't throw a single strike. Tricoli turned into a disconnected controller in the third. Literally turned into a disconnected controller. Oh, that's nasty. I didn't even see the knee. Oh, it was the knee that rocked him. It was the knee that rocked him. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, like, I don't even know what started off that sequence. I didn't see the knee. It was the knee that rocked him. He still turned into a broken controller in the third round, but still, that is a legit KO. That's a legit KO. That knee, that was a pretty crispy knee. But it was a little bit weird to see that. Come on, you can't say it's rigged, bro. You can't say it's rigged. That knee was clean, man. He knocked him the fuck out. I'm saying that, but I honestly do sort of see why you guys are saying that. Like, it was a little bit strange to see the drop off in strikes that Tricoli had. He turned into a Skyrim NPC. Yeah, a broken controller. Like, I'm defending it, but at the same time, like, I think I know, like, exactly how you guys feel, because I'm low-key coping. I'm low-key coping with the fact that we saw the most rigged fight just take place in front of our eyes. Low-key, we just saw the most obviously rigged fight in UFC history. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't know what happened with Tricoli, but he just stopped throwing any strikes whatsoever. But he did get kneed in the face pretty badly, and those strikes were real. That was a real KO. You can't deny that. That was a real KO. But he didn't do anything in the third round, which is strange. It was strange. Shara the fake Yair. Well, you know, Shara's a middleweight, so he's allowed to not be as good as Yair Rodriguez. He's still very good. Called the highlight KO. Did I call a highlight KO? I called the highlight KO over Lutterback. I'll still take my win there because I would have picked Shara anyway. I was going to pick Shara against anyone he was going to fight. As long as it wasn't someone that was actually amazing. But, you know, they're not going to put Shara up against a nightmare matchup anytime soon. Tricoli was just standing there like a heavy bag. Yeah, it was strange. He was pressing the action a lot. First round, second round, throwing punches, throwing 1-2s. Doing nothing in the third, though. Like, he didn't throw a single strike in the third round. He shot a takedown, got kneed in the face, but not a single strike. Kind of strange. Maybe he was just totally gassed. I don't know. He did take this on short. Well, I mean, to be fair, he was preparing for last week, so there's that. Brothers rigging this fight. Absolutely ridiculous for Mark. No, dude, you can't say that was a bad stoppage. Goddard was about to step in on the feet, but, you know, the guy got dropped and put out for real. Like, that was a legit KO. That was not a bad stoppage. It was about to be one if he stepped in any earlier. You could tell Goddard wanted to. You could tell he really wanted to. Thank you, my brothers. In fairness, Tricoli can't check a kick, but still, yeah, Tricoli can't check a kick to save his life. I mean, to be fair, Tricoli didn't really have a lot to offer, right? All he had was a jab, a 1-2 in the first round, and some takedown attempts with no ability to actually follow through with them. Tricoli just was never going to win that fight, so, yeah. I just think he was gassed. I think Tricoli just gassed himself out, honestly. I mean, that was a crazy combination. You can't say that was like a weird KO. That was a slick KO. Missed the Johnny Walker fight. Is he cooked? Yes, Johnny Walker's cooked at light heavyweight. He needs to move up and fight fat blobs at heavyweight. That's the move. Put some extra weight on, have a lack of a weight cut, and maybe his chin will improve. And maybe he won't get hit as easily against fat heavyweights. Never seen someone with such a reach advantage not even try to jab. No, he was jabbing in the first round. Like, he was throwing some punches in the first. He even tagged Shara a few times. But in the third, it was weird. Fine stoppage, but the fence grab. Did he grab the fence? I forget who grabbed the fence in the second. I know that Tricoli grabbed the fence in the first. Tricoli grabbed the fence in the first. Who grabbed the fence in the second? Was it Tricoli or was it Shara? I don't know who it was. Shara yanked the fence. Okay, maybe Shara yanked the fence. Okay, so both of them had a fence grab. Both of them had a fence grab. Inbred kills a can. Goddard loves gay pride. He does? Thank you for the $2. Manlet, thank you so much. MC Binks, thank you for the $2. Towelhead, brother. Okay, rigged it with oil. I don't think it's rigged, guys. I don't think this is a rigged one. If Ikram Aliskerov finishes Whittaker, then I'll be on to it. I'll be like, all right, something's up. Something's up here. Tricoli cut from the cloth of Bob Sapp. Okay. Don't understand what you mean by that. Just someone that gasses out and can't strike or something? I don't know. I'm not really too aware of what the Bob Sapp meme is. Tricoli was standing there like a heavy bag. True. Thank you for the $2 on the money. Tricoli is like the UFC career mode sparring partner. You spam whatever strikes you want against them with zero output back. In the third round, that was the case. I mean, let's not pretend like Tricoli wasn't throwing strikes in the first two, but yeah, he's like an NPC. But the gloves, true, the gloves are not an issue, maybe. Honestly, I might just concede to the gloves not being an issue, guys. I might just accept it. Maybe they're not that bad. Oh, here comes Tubby KG that can't make weight to save his life. Here comes the professional athlete that's lazy. Can't lose a couple pounds. So lazy that he can't even come close to making the weight. Couldn't even get to 180 pounds. Screwed over Daniel Rodriguez. Had a smile on his face while he was explaining himself. No care in the world. Smile on his face. Fat as fuck. Going on like food truck diaries with Brennan Schaub in the build-up to this fight. After telling Adesanya on Adesanya's vlog that everything was different and that he felt like a completely different person and felt like he was really hitting his stride. Remember that? I just feel like I'm hitting my stride now, and man, I just know I've got it all together. Deciding to make a statement to move to 170 pounds to let the world know that now you're actually going to take your career serious and you can't even make 180 pounds. Biggest weight miss in UFC history. I've never seen someone miss weight by 15 pounds. Can you imagine that? Biggest weight miss in UFC history. 13 weeks to prepare and you can't even... I mean, he couldn't even lose a couple pounds. Kelvin Gastelum, Jesus. I don't understand how... I mean, I wonder what he walks around at in the offseason. Kelvin Gastelum can lose 10 pounds. Even when he cuts weight in the sauna, 10 pounds is his max. I don't understand how someone could be that afraid of just sticking to a diet. Especially when they're a pro athlete. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I got to get a drink. I'll be right back. In honor of Kelvin Gastelum, guys, I'm going to eat some chips. I'm joking. I got some mango. I just don't get it. You're a UFC fighter and you gas out under 3 rounds. It wasn't even a high-paced fight. What is he doing in his camp? I don't know. I mean, he just sort of quit in the third. He just kind of quit. And that's what happens if you quit in front of a good striker. You get knocked out. Send the troops into Dagestan and take out Khabib. Why would we do that? Thank you for the $2. Why would we want to do that? Shara has the skill to take... Shara has the perfect skill set to beat a walrus. I agree. Perfect skill set to beat a walrus. 100%. I mean, those side kicks and front kicks are nasty. He wouldn't be able to leg kick it. There would be no roundhouse kicks against a walrus. You can't roundhouse kick a walrus. Maybe you can head kick it. If you stand in front of it, if you can get the kick up high, you can maybe head kick it above the tusks. That's definitely possible. Do you like the new white Adesanya emoji? That's not a white Adesanya emoji, but I have never seen it. Thank you for the $2. The ones that people are putting in the chat right now. Quit crying about Gastelum. I'm not crying about Gastelum. It's just that we're going to bring it up. He's a weight bully in this fight. People always call Khabib a weight bully. They'll call Makhachev a weight bully. Let's call people that are really weight bullies weight bullies. Kelvin Gastelum is the biggest weight bully of the last year. I've not seen someone miss weight by 15 pounds. That is pathetic. It's disgraceful, and he should be critiqued for it. He is a professional athlete who has an obligation to make weight. He can't even come close. It'd be one thing if he missed weight by 2 pounds. I wouldn't be bitching. I'd be calling him a weight bully, but I wouldn't be complaining that much. Calvin missed weight by 15 pounds and had to have the fight moved to a totally new division because he was undisciplined and fat and couldn't put the fork down. It's the difference. So, yeah. I think you can complain, especially when his opponent did everything right and made the weight or was capable of making the weight and had been cutting weight and had been getting lean. When Kelvin Gastelum's out here stuffing his face. So, it's okay to critique it. He won't win anyway. Listen, in a way, I kind of feel bad for Gastelum. Like, I do kind of feel bad for him because, I mean, you know, he probably knows what he's doing. Like, he knows that he's doing something wrong. But he just can't control his hunger, I guess. Kelvin Gastelum needs the Real Food Cookbook. Honestly. That's what the Real Food Cookbook was made for. A ram with a 1,000-mile stare puts up a better fight. True. At least a ram is granite chinned. A ram would never get KO'd. You can't finish a ram. You could doctor stoppage a ram. You could finish it with oblique kicks, but you can't put out a ram. I think it's actually impossible to knock one of them out. Unless you drop them off of a building. If you drop them off of Mount Everest, maybe there's a chance, but still. They'll die because they'll like break the ribs or something, but rams can't get KO'd chin-wise. But I think I have a good point with the ram. Am I wrong in saying that? Guys, I think I'm right. I'm not joking when I talk about what I would do to beat a ram. Of course, I'd be very scared of getting hit. If you get hit by a ram, even if it hits you in the leg, that is the most serious welt you're ever going to have. That hurts more than a Jan Blachowicz leg kick. Way more. You don't want to get hit by him. But the thing is, again, if you've ever seen a video of rams charging at people, you can literally see a video of a guy doing jumping jacks over a ram. Like, I kid you not. A lot of you have probably seen the video that I'm talking about. There's a video of a guy doing leapfrogs over an angry ram that's actually trying to fuck him up. Right off the bat, you know that those things are stubborn. They're going straight through, and as long as you can jump over them, which you can because they're sort of short, you can be able to get the better of them. And also, you could turn off on an angle. They're not very agile. And also, every time you see a ram make a charge, there's a moment where they have this like 1,000-yard stare where they just sort of, they do their charge and they sort of stand there. They look. They don't know where they're at. And then they sort of figure it out. Wait a second, let me go back for another charge. And they don't just turn around and charge at you from there. They go back to the starting point. They go back to where they started, and then they do a little bit of a backup. They back up again, and then they sort of catapult themselves at you. So Rams are actually easy to beat. I'm eating mango. I'm eating some organic mango. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Kelvin Gastelum just needs to get that. But he's probably eating chips. The difference between Kelvin Gastelum and D-Rod is KG eats chips, D-Rod eats mango. Okay? It is organic. It is organic. Are they dried? Yeah, these are dried mango, of course. How would you fight a porcupine? You're barefoot. You have to grab it from underneath it. So you have to basically slide your hand on the ground. You have to get the leverage. You have to pick it up, and you have to consistently toss it. Because think about it. What is a porcupine going to do? Porcupines aren't known for jumping. I don't think they can shoot off their pines. Can a porcupine shoot its pines? I don't think they're known for shooting pines, are they? It can't like fire off one at you, you know? It sort of just defends it from like you punching it on the back. So I would say you sort of, again, what you do is you would pick it up the same way that you would pick up a spider. You put your hand on the ground as it runs at you, and you sort of like wait for it to get close, and you literally just scoop it up and keep throwing it. Easy to beat. Can you punch harder than Dom? Easily. Listen, I'm not even trolling. You know what? I know I joke around a lot. I'm not trolling. Yes, I can punch harder than Dominic Cruz. Way harder. Way harder than Dominic Cruz. I weigh a lot more than him. I'm a lot stronger than him. There are people in the chat that are going to be saying, no, you're not. He's a professional athlete. Dominic Cruz is a bantamweight with pillow hands. I'm way stronger than him. He'd beat me in a fight, no doubt. But he wouldn't. I hit harder than him, and I'm stronger than him. Here we go, round one. Big Tubby and Daniel Rodriguez. Here we go. Hard low kicks and a big winging hook from D-Rod to punish Kelvin Gastelum for missing weight. I think we're going to see a lot of that. I think we're going to see a lot of these punishing shots. D-Rod's going to put extra sting on these shots to sort of teach Kelvin Gastelum a lesson. Strong low kicks from D-Rod. Oh, weird moment there. Weird moment. Maybe KG could take him down. I love how if Kelvin wins this fight, they're just going to forget about him missing weight and be like, bro's a UFC legend. Honestly, man. I'd like to see him fight Shavkat, honestly. Bro's a UFC legend, bro. Honestly, maybe book him against Usman. It could be a fun fight. Yeah, let's reward Kelvin Gastelum. Nice kick from Kelvin. Lucas's face when Gelada Monkey doesn't follow UFC rules and starts... Gelada's... I talked about this. They would bite my face. I don't think they have powerful enough fangs or big enough fangs to tear my face off. They would bite me. They would scar me, but I think if I get a hold of them, and again, it's all a mental battle. If I get a hold of a Gelada and I'm mentally locked into the fight and I'm like, dude, it's a fight. Like, I'm bigger than this thing. I know I could beat it. Then I'm freaking easily choking it out. Those things are 60 pounds. It could squeal all at once. I can squeal too. Guess what? It can jump on me and I'll squeal around too. You literally just have to match an animal's energy. Animals think they can beat you with their freaking squirms and their awkward movements. You literally could do the same thing, except you're smarter and stronger than a lot of them, especially a Gelada. They're going jab for jab right now. Let's lock into this fight. Thank you for the $5. Oh, nice shots from D-Rod. Nice combo from D-Rod. And a nice body shot from D-Rod. I talked about that welterweight skill, that welterweight body shot. Dude, Kelvin Gastelum looks way bigger already. Like, just density-wise, Kelvin Gastelum has a lot more weight on him. You could tell. Fucking hell. Such a cheap weight advantage. Nice jab, though. But Kelvin Gastelum trying to weight bully his way into a victory here. 15 pounds overweight. Hopefully D-Rod can just sun him. Nice overhand from KG, but D-Rod has good chin. That's that welterweight vision right there. That's that welterweight prepared for a punch, prepared to get hit because they could see it coming right there. There's that sweet pea special from D-Rod and a nice hook behind it. Oh, sweet pea special down the middle. He's letting Kelvin know that maybe... literally the most insulting thing to get hit with in this fight for Kelvin, a sweet pea special. Nice 1-2 from D-Rod. There's that jab to the body. There's that welterweight skill body work. And a nice low kick there. D-Rod's finding his rhythm. You could tell he's finding his rhythm. He's flowing now. He's flowing now. Oh, big shots from KG. Big 1-2 from KG. And a big gnarly overhand from KG. KG trying to show off that food that he's been eating. That extra food that he's been putting into these punches. That's those extra calories going to work for Kelvin Gastelum. Powered by a lot of food he is. But here comes D-Rod with his weight cut fury. It's literally the extra pop from the extra calories from KG versus the fury and the freaking anger of D-Rod. Because Kelvin missed weight. Oh! 4-piece to the body. 4-piece to the body. Kelvin ain't doing none of that. Kelvin ain't doing none of that. Welcome to welterweight. Welcome to welterweight. Oh, but Kelvin Gastelum's letting him know he's got some extra calories there. Kelvin's letting him know he can burn calories all night. Kelvin's been stocking up. He's literally been stocking up. Damn, Gastelum's trying to knock him out, but D-Rod can see everything coming. He has the vision advantage. Welterweights have the vision advantage when it comes to seeing punches coming because they're faster. D-Rod's being fueled by his anger. Woo! Sorry, guys. I just got lightheaded out of nowhere. Either way. I think, I don't even know who to give that round to. I think D-Rod won that round. Maybe a biased take, but I think D-Rod won that round. Lucas versus a honey badger. Honey badgers don't... Yeah, I'll have to break that down in the next one. I don't know too much about honey badgers. I'll have to watch some tape on them to give you a good prediction, to be honest. But I know that they're very scared. That's an advantage I would have. Tom Aspinall hypes up honey badgers because they're known to be really scared before a fight, but they fight viciously. But you could take advantage of their fears. Do you punch harder than Amanda Nunes? Yeah, easily. Way harder than Amanda Nunes. I mean, Nunes can punch hard, but think about it like this. Dominic Cruz's power is the same as Amanda Nunes. If you put Dominic Cruz's power inside of Amanda Nunes' hand, you see the same results. It's just that she's fighting women that can't brace for shots as well. Lucas, do UFC 5 streams. Thank you for the $2. We'll do more UFC 5 stuff, but I don't have UFC 5, so I need to get the new console to play it. But we'll eventually get it. But I think Kelvin's going to gas out. But he does have those extra calories to burn. Kelvin's been making it a point to stock up on some calories for this fight. D-Rod is running off of the cardio that he's been doing in his training camp. Kelvin's running off of the calories. I have to go after this fight to meet with my family. Can you read the last super chat? I got you. Elite 25ers should be... I read the last super chat. Nick Diaz is better than Volk all time. Thank you for the $2. Nice jabs from Rodriguez, giving Kelvin Gastelum a taste of that sweet pea special. But oh, big shot from D-Rod. But now Kelvin Gastelum's getting sluggy. Things get ugly when Kelvin Gastelum gets sluggy. Nice sweet pea special from D-Rod. And he's going to outpoint Kelvin with these shots in tight range. See, that's the thing that welterweights can put shots together in between the exchanges. That's the difference here. Is D-Rod's putting shots together in between the exchanges. Here comes the exchange. Boom, there's an exchange. Kelvin Gastelum landed a big ugly jab. There's another one. And I'll show you guys an example of welterweight skill very soon. There it is. Kelvin Gastelum with his big tubby leg kick gets countered hard. But here's the sweet pea special in between the combinations. Kelvin's dangerous up against the fence, but he's been getting sunned so far. D-Rod actually might start getting affected by his weight cut, but Kelvin Gastelum's got all the calories in the world to have energy for this fight. Fat KG. Big ugly takedown from KG. With his big ugly weight advantage. Oh my goodness, dude. This guy. Fucking hell. Honey Badgers have elite head movement and footwork. Do they? I don't know how good your head movement can be if they're like a foot off the ground or less. Honey Badgers are like half a foot tall. You can freaking You know what I would do against a honey badger? I'd soccer kick it. Oh, nice work. Welterweight skill. Welterweight skill up on his feet. Any middleweight gets taken down and any middleweight gets pinned down for a little bit. D-Rod's not even known for his grappling. Gets up easily. But now you could see D-Rod's getting tired because Gastelum had that weight advantage and all the energy in the world because he didn't have the weight cut. The weight bully he is. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nice body shots from D-Rod. Honestly, I can't stand to see Kelvin win this fight. But D-Rod landed a couple of good shots there. He's got that welterweight output. Walruses are so cute. Please do not hurt one if you fight. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. I would never be capable of hurting a walrus. That's the thing. I'd beat a walrus in a fight. I'd never be capable of hurting one. They're too durable. A walrus might not even know that I'm punching it or kicking it in the side. It'd be able to engulf the shots pretty easily. Bo Nickel just called out Shara. Where's the shame? I don't think it's a shameful call out. I think Shara's a lot better than Cody Brundage. It's not a shameful call out at all. It's not like Bo has had 50 UFC fights. Couple of good shots from KG, but a good jab from Rodriguez, and a couple more good shots from Rodriguez. It's a close round. But you just know the judges are going to give this fight to Kelvin Gastelum because he's pressing the action a little bit. Even though D-Rod won the first, it's going to be a battle of who wins the third. Really hope to see Kelvin lose, though. It sucked to see him win after missing weight by 15 pounds. Let's hope they ask him about his weight miss on the interview. Nice shot from D-Rod. Another sweet pea special from D-Rod. D-Rod could win this round. He could win this if he goes if he easily edges out the last 25 seconds. If D-Rod can land like 5 solid strikes, he might win this round if he can do it right now. If he can land a sick combo or hurt KG. Nice 1-2 from D-Rod. Big 1-2 from D-Rod. One more of those and he might win the sweet pea special right there. Takedown attempt. Kelvin just won the round with that. Fucking hell. Yep. Justice for the leech. Justice for the leech. Now he's fight. Oh, well. You know, it wasn't D-Rod's fault that he was fighting the leech with a weight advantage. He was supposed to fight Kevin Holland at a catchweight of 180. It's not like it was D-Rod's fault. But yeah, D-Rod didn't win that fight, I agree. Either way, not his fault. It is Kelvin's fault that he missed weight by 15 pounds. It's 1-1. 1-1, but the UFC is probably going to give it to Kelvin. Even if he loses the next round, it'll be like 29-28 Gastelum. Man. Kelvin with all the energy in the world off of all the extra calories that he's been eating. D-Rod, your average fighter is showing up, starting to feel it because of his weight cut, right? But not KG, though. Honey Badgers will fight a pack of lions willingly. Yeah, and they'll get messed up. Lions lose to honey badgers because they're dumb. Lions lose to honey badgers because a honey badger growls at them and they don't like it because they're used to eating antelopes that don't growl at them. They'll lose to a honey badger because it's a weird animal that growls, but they can easily beat it. I'm not going to get juked out by a freaking growl. Nice. Now Rodriguez is letting his hands go. Kelvin is not knocking him out. Nice leg kicks from Gastelum. Nice body shots from D-Rod, though. Oh, nice combination from D-Rod there. D-Rod might win this if he could. Oh, nice 1-2 from D-Rod. And a big combination from Rodriguez. Pepper into the body. See, welterweights are able to do those, where middleweights, not so much. There's a takedown attempt from Gastelum. Failed it. And now it looks like D-Rod is coming on strong. There's a sweet pea special, a nice jab from Kelvin Gastelum after D-Rod hit him with a jab. Nice jab to the body from KG. Nice jab to the body from D-Rod, and a nice jab that both of them land. But Gastelum's been landing the better ones in the last couple of jab sequences. Close round. D-Rod slightly ahead so far. Nice jab to the body as Kelvin tries to close the distance on the numbers. If I'm D-Rod, I'm sliding back with a nice solid 1-2. I'm waiting for KG to come in. I'm hitting him with that straight left hand. Jab to the body from D-Rod. A couple of hooks to the body there. There's a flurry of punches. Kelvin misses there. Oh, a couple counter shots from D-Rod as Kelvin misses again. D-Rod's winning this round. D-Rod is winning this round. Yeah, you're impressed with Gastelum's cardio, DC, because he missed weight by 15 pounds and didn't have a weight cut. Yeah, I wonder why he's not getting tired. Thank you, Michael Bisbing. Iceberg lettuce. Yeah. I'm happy that they're calling it out. Fat fuck Kelvin Gastelum. Not getting tired because he can't put down the fork. Yep. Now Gastelum is going to get the win as a weight bully. Biggest weight bully in UFC history right here. And the funniest thing is Gastelum is a flyweight. Or at least a featherweight. I think Gastelum is legitimately a featherweight. No more than a welterweight. I mean, no more than a lightweight. And he's still a weight bully. Still missing weight by 15 pounds. Win Bisbing, yeah. Happy that he called him out. D-Rod's talking to him. And, yep, he's gonna keep it here the whole time. Because he's 15 pounds heavier than him. Pathetic. Gastelum going for, nope, not going to get it. Salty? I mean, of course I'm salty. And not only am I getting my pick wrong, but Kelvin Gastelum is the one that I picked against, and he couldn't even make weight. All the energy in the world because of all the calories he's been eating because he's too afraid of going on a diet. Yep, he needed a 15-pound weight advantage, I guess. Right? 15-pound weight advantage for Kelvin Gastelum. He's letting D-Rod up, though. Gastelum suggested 205? Man, fuck this guy. Damn. Big Tubby getting it done. Yeah, you got to move him up to 205, honestly. That's what you got to do with Kelvin Gastelum. Move him up to 205, make him fight people 205. He can't make middleweight. Unbelievable. Where Kelvin Gastelum missed weight. Yeah. I mean, you can critique him, right? By 15 pounds. Pathetic. Saudi crowd worst in history. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, to be honest, you're probably right. They do have no energy. They have no energy whatsoever. Imposing his weight on D-Rod, very true. Massive weight advantage for Kelvin Gastelum. You can't say salty haters. We're not hating on No. You know what? We are. We're not just hating on him for no reason. We're giving him shit because he fucked up big time and cheated to win this fight by missing weight by 15 pounds and letting people know a couple of days before weigh-ins when his opponent has been cutting weight for the past couple of weeks. He didn't just miss weight by 1 pound. He didn't just miss weight by 2, not by 5, not by 10. He missed weight by 15 pounds. He was so undisciplined. He was so lazy that he couldn't even make 180 pounds when he was preparing for a welterweight fight for 13 weeks. And he didn't let the UFC know 3 weeks prior to let D-Rod have a heads up and, you know, I'm not going to make weight. Let's just make this at a catch weight so D-Rod doesn't have to cut during fight week. He did it a couple days prior. Pathetic. Yeah, L Tubby, man. Pathetic. Pathetic. Should be ashamed of himself. He should be ashamed of himself. Listen, it's good that he got the win, but he fought a good fight, but still. No energy in there. No energy. You could hear a pin drop. Let's hope DC asks him about his weight. Bisping would. Listen, he feels bad about it. He feels bad about it, but still. That doesn't change the fact that he missed weight by 15 pounds, worst weight miss in UFC history, and fucked over his opponent. It doesn't change the fact that the only reason he missed weight was because I know some people are going to say, bro, shut up. You don't know what he was dealing with in fight camp. Okay, guess what? It couldn't have been that bad physically because that's the only excuse. The only excuse for him missing weight is a physical issue. Physically, it couldn't have been that bad when he put together this sort of performance. He fought tooth and nail, didn't gas out, didn't look to take a weird step. There is no good excuse. It comes down to this. He couldn't put the fork down. That's what it comes down to. I think the UFC should tell Kelvin Gastelum, hey, good stuff, good win. You're never fighting at welterweight ever again. You're either going to be fighting at middleweight or you're moving up to 205. Funny how Magomed's like a big star in there. Ankalaev, my bro. Funny guy, man. This guy's crazy, man. He said, Ankalaev texted me. He said, bro, watch this. Before the Kelvin Gastelum fight, I said, what do you mean, bro? He said, watch this. He just did one of these on live TV. He's crafty, man. He's sneaky. Pretty funny. Gotta love Magomed, man. He's a funny guy. Crazy guy, man. Crazy guy. Crazy guy, man. If you guys don't know, Magomed Ankalaev and I are friends. We Trained at Extreme Couture a couple of years ago. I was there to help a friend of mine prepare for one of his fights, and I accidentally went there early. There was a heavyweight practice going on, light heavyweights on the mat. I got some rounds in with him. Really good guy. Thank you for the $5. Dude, I can't wait to rant about this. Rose Namajunas and Macy Barber main event. And I also can't wait to rant about the Kelvin Gastelum weight miss on my recap video. I'm not coping. Listen, I'm not coping. I am coping, actually. It's 100%. It's not 100% cope. A lot of it is justified. A lot of it is, dude, this guy had a great performance. He didn't look injured. So what the heck could have been the issue? The issue is that he wasn't enough. Kelvin Gastelum was sneaking out at night. I guarantee you this is it. Kelvin Gastelum was sneaking out at night because he was hungry. He was probably going out, getting McDonald's, going to the store, getting ice cream at night. In those moments where you're really hungry and it's hard to sleep. Because when you're cutting a lot of weight, it's hard to sleep when you're hungry. I guarantee you he probably went out a few times. More than a few times. Unbelievable. I'll always hold a grudge towards D-Rod after robbing Li Jingliang. Yeah, but D-Rod didn't rob Li Jingliang. I think it's wrong to hold a grudge towards D-Rod. It wasn't D-Rod that made the decision. It was the judges. It was their fault. And also, D-Rod was 10 pounds heavier, but not because he missed weight, because he accepted a fight with Kevin Holland at a catch weight of 180 pounds. And the only guy that got fucked up in that situation was Li Jingliang. The UFC was planning to switch it up at the last second, but they fucked over Li Jingliang with it. He was the guy that took the damage in that decision. But my theory on UFC 279 was that the UFC planned it all out, like 6 weeks in advance, when they saw the fan backlash against the Diaz fight. Do you think the Saudis banned WMMA fights? Maybe. They might have, which, if that's the case, good for them. I mean, it's their country. They can do what they want. You want me to, should I make a video on it? Should I make a video? Hey. Nah, dude. Listen, man. Let them do what they got to do, man. Maybe they did, though. But, I don't know. I just think that, I just don't necessarily think it's necessarily going to hinder our experience watching the sport. You know what I mean? I mean, if everyone did that, if every state did that, if every country did that, then it would be a little bit unfortunate. But I just don't know if it's going to hinder it that much. Nah, but sometimes it's cool to see a Zhang Weili fight. Sometimes it's cool to see, a Mackenzie Dern fight. But I think we'll be all right without it tonight. The card is moving pretty quickly, is it not? Even the prelims, some of them were slow. It is moving pretty quickly. Although I think Ozdemir is good, Walker is so chinny, he genuinely should retire, but he won't. I think that there's one more opportunity for him to have a couple of highlight reel KOs with him winning, and I think that's at heavyweight. I think Walker, if I'm Johnny Walker, I'm telling the UFC, listen, I got to move up. Please give me a layup. Give me someone coming off of the Dana White Contender Series. I want to fight a couple of easy matchups. You don't have to say easy. Just say, hey, man, what are we doing this for? We're not trying to become a champ. I don't want to fight Rosenstrike. I don't want to fight Pavlovich. I don't want to fight Volkov. Just give me a blob. I think the UFC would do it. There are some fighters in the UFC division, like, who's that guy? Don'Tale Mayes. The UFC would gladly accept Johnny Walker's request if he just says, hey, I want to fight Cans. Like, some people are in the UFC just because they're there to fill a spot. They're there to lose to up-and-coming guys. Let me highlight reel KO a couple of these people and make Apex cards more entertaining. Or put me on the early prelims against one of these guys in the freaking, big fight card. I think that'd be fine. I think he beats a lot of fat heavyweights. They'd have a harder time getting on the inside. Volkan Ozdemir would be a top 10 heavyweight. Easily. So, Volkan Ozdemir probably beats Jairzinho Rozenstruik. Probably beats his ass. But yeah, Walker should move up. D-Rod is extremely gritty. Gastelum is a tubby man. You know what? I do like the performance that Gastelum had. Like, Gastelum looked good. But he had a huge weight advantage in that fight. The ground exchanges. And DC was saying, man, you got to be impressed by Gastelum's cardio. And I'm glad Bisping called it out, but it was very true. The cardio was because he didn't have a weight cut. Like, Kelvin Gastelum has looked really tired in other fights at middleweight in the third round where there's been less output. So, yeah, he's fighting someone that had to drain themselves to get down to 170 pounds. He didn't weigh in at 170, but D-Rod, you know, was suffering on his diet for the past 4 weeks and not KG. Walker could be the Kevin Holland of light heavyweight. I mean, I think that it's hard for him to be the Kevin Holland because he's not fighting as much. But thank you for the $2 Canadian. I think he should move up to heavyweight. The Kelvin Gastelum rant thumbnail is going to go crazy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I just have to remind myself before I start the video that, remember, this is not like a, pity party reason why he missed weight. He didn't trip over himself. He didn't get food poisoning. He literally just couldn't put the fork down. That's literally all it is. I feel bad for him, honestly. I honestly feel bad for him a little bit because, I don't know. Some people don't have discipline and they just can't get their shit together. And it is, unfortunate. But that's what it is, man. And it sucks that his opponent didn't have that issue, but still paid for it because he had to cut weight. And, of course, he's not going to have 10,000 extra calories. Kelvin Gastelum, I heard that he was filming a 10K calorie cheat day vlog yesterday. You got to think about how many calories that's going to give him to help him out in those later rounds. I mean, D-Rod had burned through all of the fuel. Kelvin Gastelum was just getting started. He's got another 5K calories to burn from yesterday. He's probably going for a run right now. Honestly. Anyway, here we go. I am coping. You're saying I am coping because I got my pick wrong. At the end of the day, if I picked Kelvin Gastelum, I'd be like, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'd say, man, it sucks that he did that. I feel bad for D-Rob, but still good performance from KG. No, I would admit that it was, I would say that, it's a cheap win from Kelvin, but I'm glad I got my pick right. But because I got it wrong, I'm extra salty. There's no bullshit in there. I'm definitely extra salty. Worst part, not telling your opponent. That's the worst part. That's the thing that pisses me off the most. If I'm Gastelum, and it's like, you find yourself with a bag of McDonald's in a McDonald's parking lot at 2 a.m., 3 weeks out of the fight, I'm like, I may as well tell D-Rod, you want to do this at 180, fuck cutting weight. Or 185, you do that. That's the worst part, that he didn't tell D-Rod until a couple days before. But it is what it is, Kelvin means well. He's not a bad guy. He means well. Seems like a cool dude. But he gets in his own way. You got to be honest about it. Even though he just won this fight, he does get in his own way. We're just showing the guy some tough love, This is just coming from Kelvin Gastelum's biggest fan. Coming from his biggest fan. All right? But yeah, now we get Pavlovich versus Volkov. Volkov looks scared. I don't see any. I hate when they show the commercials during walkouts and stare downs of fight nights. The ESPN Plus needs to stop doing this. I hate when ESPN shows commercials when fighters are walking out. We could be listening to Sergey Pavlovich's epic walkout track. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to drink. Be right back. Okay. We are back. And commercials are still on. I guess that means Sergey Pavlovich is still walking out. And we're missing it because ESPN Plus doesn't show any of that stuff. Thank you for the $2. Lucas, have you ever been in a street fight? No, I've not been in a street fight. Thank you for the $2. Worst part, yeah, we already read that. D-Rod is extremely gritty. Gaslam is Tubby Man 2. Tubby Man 2.0. Yes. $2 for a Surfer Man. L-Man. Thank you for the $2. DC27. Yeah, I'm all caught up. Lucas versus Gilbert Goon. What the heck is Gilbert Goon Gang? I don't know what that is. I think Sergey Pavlovich is about to KO him. We've seen enough KOs on this card to know that it's not just the gloves anymore. I'll leave my comment up, but still. Have you ever fought outside of training? Yes, I've fought before. I've been in a fight, but it's never been like a street fight. It's been like planned fight with a friend, but never a street fight, just breaking out. And of course, I've had some gritty wars in the gym. I've actually had some good wars in the gym, but never like, been KO'd, never been rocked. But, sparring sometimes can get out of hand. Sometimes I've had to KO. No, I actually have KO'd someone. I actually have. I literally have KO'd someone. I actually have. I'm not proud of it because, listen, he wasn't necessarily the toughest test, but I did TKO someone in sparring once. I didn't even put any effort into the punches, which kind of goes to show that I do have some pop. But, the reason I say I'm not, because it's nothing to brag about. It's training. It's training. You can't brag about training. It is one of those things. So, it is what it is. But, yeah. Oh, there he is! Yeah! Yeah! There he is! There he is! Turkey Ali, yeah! Dude, Turkey just fucking shut down the building with that. Is that not the coolest moment you've ever seen? Do you think Sergey is roided to the gills? I don't think so. Sergey has a very natural looking physique. He's big, but he's not, it's not like he looks shredded and jacked at the same time. He's got like a refrigerator build. He's got the swimming and chin up build. Dude, I love that guy, Turkey. Turkey Ali is a Marty Lewis fan. That's why I have such a, I have so much respect for a guy that's willing to endorse Marty Lewis when everyone else won't. Sergey Pavlovich versus Volkov, round number 1. Here we go. Volkov looking a lot bigger than he used to be. He's now coming in at that limit. Sergey Pavlovich coming off of a brutal KO loss to Tom Aspinall, but Volkov slow with his hand speed early on. And we know Sergey Pavlovich, everyone talks about him with that slick boxing, with that crispy 1-2, but it's really slugging from the hips. Oh, nice. That's a crisp jab right there from Sergey. Maybe he will fight with straight punches. I still think Sergey Pavlovich is yet to throw a kick in his UFC career. So we'll see if he can do that. Nice kick from Volkov. Volkov is definitely going to outpoint him, but it's only a matter of time before Sergey lets his hands go. And a nice teep to the leg of Volkov and a hard low kick from Volkov. But Pavlovich doesn't care about that. He needs one big old moment. Pavlovich needs one big old moment. There's a tapping kick to the knee from Volkov. Damn, Volkov looks way taller than him. And here we go. Volkov just barely got out of the way of that jab. Boom. Sergey Pavlovich clipped him. Boom. Clipped him again. But Volkov's doing a really good job at chipping away at those legs. Oh, Sergey. Just picking his moment. Any moment now, he's going to start slugging up against the fence with about no technique. This is Sergey with technique. He gets all of his KOs with ugly technique. I'm just waiting for it. Very patient approach, showing Volkov a lot of respect. It's interesting because Volkov doesn't have any power in his hands. You know, Volkov almost has no power. There's a nice jab from Volkov, though. But Sergey whiffing. 84-inch reaches Sergey Pavlovich. He has the reach advantage, but again, it's like Volkov's tall. He can kind of still utilize a little bit of that range advantage because his legs are long. He's standing tall. It's harder to reach up. But Pavlovich waiting for that moment. Oh, there's a big one. There's a big one from Pavlovich. There's a big old jab from Pavlovich again. Pavlovich has that ugly power. He has that big ugly power. Volkov's looking to keep him off. Volkov doing a really good job at keeping his distance, but even if Pavlovich doesn't KO him in this round, he'll have gas for the second and third. But Volkov is outstriking him right now. I think Pavlovich is trying to walk him on. Oh, there it is. First kick of Pavlovich's career. Body kick right there. Pavlovich's his nose is turning red from the jabs. Nice body kick from Volkov. Oh, there's a big shot landed from Pavlovich, and they go jab for jab right there. Oh, there's another jab from Pavlovich. Now he's starting to find his range. Oh, there it is. There's a right hand right there. Pavlovich still has yet to explode and actually throw a flurry. He's showing Volkov a lot of respect. I guess Volkov, you know, he doesn't have a lot of power, but he has that thud. He's got enough power to make you respect him a little bit. But there's a nice shot from Pavlovich, but he's just going to get outpointed. Maybe, you know, there's a chance that Pavlovich is sort of, you know, allowing Volkov to have some success since he's friends with him to sort of make him feel good. There's a chance that Pavlovich sort of allowing Volkov to, you know, get in there and land a couple of shots, so at least when he puts him out, they'll be able to say, you know, it was a good fight. He might feel bad for him. It's possible. Some may call that cope. Other people may see the logic. There's a nice shot from Volkov. Yeah, but the thing is, Volkov is doing a good job at keeping himself off the fence. You know, Volkov, I think he's just having really good shot selection in this fight. Maybe it isn't Pavlovich feeling bad. Maybe it isn't Pavlovich feeling bad for him. Nice snapping kick to... Oh, a snapping kick to the hand of Volkov. Damn, dude. This sucks. I want Pavlovich to win. Fuck. Whatever. It is what it is, dude. You could just tell someone will get KO'd. I don't know. If it continues like this, it might be Pavlovich that gets body kick TKO'd. DC bias commentary? Towards who? Pavlovich? Sergey looks gun-shy. He does. He does look gun-shy. He looks like if he gets tagged with one shot, like he's going to chill for the next 15 seconds. He's not aggressive like he normally is. Normally he's more aggressive than this. And I know that Volkov is keeping him at bay at range, but still. We'll see if my theory is right. Maybe Pavlovich is feeling bad for him and just sort of wants to let him, you know, have a couple of good moments. He's waiting for Volkov to break his nose, so once he KOs him, he'll be like, hey, at least you broke my nose. You know, we're even on that. At least he'll say one of those things, you know. Very friendly approach from Pavlovich early on as I cope about this. Here we go, round two. But he is looking very gun-shy. That reach is not really doing him wonders right here because Volkov is doing a great job at staying at range. But at least this is not a Pavlovich that's going to beat Aspinall, man. Pavlovich's boxing is overrated. Aspinall was tuning up Volkov, making him look like an idiot. Volkov is comfortably outstriking him. Nice jab to the body from Pavlovich. Oh, strong liver kick from Volkov. See, like, Pavlovich would normally put together more of a string of punches than just that. He's too patient right now. I guess Volkov just showing how underrated he is, man. He is very underrated, but still, come on. Pavlovich needs to KO him. That's clear as day. Nice leg kick from Volkov. Ooh, body kick there. Slick body kick from Pavlovich. There's a big hook from Pavlovich. He's got to put him up against the fence, man. Volkov doesn't have, like, good boxing in the pocket. There we go. There we go. Ah, but Pavlovich still not able to land in those sequences. Damn, Volkov has some of the best defense I've ever seen him have. Come on, man. Sergey needs to just bite down and freaking go for it. Sergey needs to just go berserk. That's how he wins his fights, man. He's not gone berserk yet. There's a nice jab, but you got to put more behind it. Man. Sergey needs to bite down if he's going to win this. He needs to bite down. Nice body kick from Volkov. Crafty body kick right there. Pavlovich is so overrated. He's such a plotter, man. His boxing only works against blobs. Nice head kick from Volkov. Pavlovich needs to go for it. He needs to go for the KO. He's going to get outstruck in a points battle. He's going to get easily outstruck in a points battle. Really good performance from Volkov. This is his best performance ever. Not his flashiest performance ever. He's not going to get the finish, but it is his best performance ever against, a really dangerous guy. Best win of his career right here. Underrated. Wow. Fuck, bro. Pavlovich needs to go for it, man. Dude, there we go. Put more behind it. He's going to lose. He's too gun-shy. He's gun-shy. Coming off of the KO. Damn, that stung him. That stung him a little bit. Pavlovich got stung there. They go jab for jab right there. Volkov noticed that. Volkov can do this all day. Pavlovich is throwing like 2 punches around, bro. They don't want to hurt each other? That's not true. Volkov would love to KO him. Same with Pavlovich. Pavlovich just... Again, it's hard to get it on the inside. There we go. There's a beautiful shot from Pavlovich. Pavlovich needs to turn up the aggression. He needs to actually go for the finish. Like, he needs to get stupid with it. That's how he normally wins. Pavlovich needs to get dumb with it. He needs to freaking bite down on the mouthpiece, slug from the hips, and fight like an oaf. An angry oaf. That's how he's going to win this. Otherwise, he's going to lose a decision like he's losing right now. I mean, to be fair, I thought it would be easier for him to hit Volkov. But, man, Volkov's doing really well. Pavlovich needs to come out in the 3rd round with a different approach. No, not shades of Lewis Ngannou. This is nothing like Lewis Ngannou. Volkov is beating him up. This is a good performance from him. It's just that it's frustrating for Pavlovich to... Pavlovich is throwing a lot more than Lewis or Ngannou. I mean, you could never compare it to that. And he's the low output guy. 2-0 Volkov. Wow. Volkov is really good. We knew he was good, but I kind of overrated Pavlovich's ability, I guess. It's clear that he's a little bit gun-shy, but it's also that his boxing is a little bit overrated too. If Pavlovich was sexy, his name would be Volkov. Okay, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Never thought I'd be bored watching this event. I don't think this is a boring fight. Like, I'm upset that I'm going to get my pick wrong, but this is not a boring fight. It is a good performance from Volkov. It's a heavyweight fight. The output's not too low. Pavlovich is the one that's sort of disappointing me right now, but he is moving forward. He's failing. He has yet to make a good adjustment. Like, it's up to him to make this a banger right now. It's up to him to turn it into something that we haven't already seen for 2 rounds. Volkov is doing what he needs to be doing. It'd be stupid for Volkov to, like, brawl right now. But Pavlovich absolutely needs to brawl. That's the way he wins this fight. He's not going to win with a jab across the octagon. Let's go, round 3. Guess it's safe to say Gane would have been such a big problem. Oh, I think so too. I've been saying this for a while. Pavlovich is too plotty to beat a guy like Gane. I just thought that Volkov, Volkov's heavy on his feet a little bit. Doesn't have the slickest defense all the time. He's a little bit slow. So I thought that, Volkov would lose this fight because he's more hittable. But, oh, yeah. Now, Gane would beat the shit out of Pavlovich. Gane would destroy Pavlovich. But Volkov is beating his ass too. So credit to Volkov. That's what Sergey needs to do. We need more of that, but just keep doing it. Sergey needs to bite down on the mouthpiece and run forward like the local barge. You need to steamroll him. It's the only way he's going to win. You got to make it an ugly brawl. It's the only way. But the thing is, you don't want to get KO'd. That's the thing. That's in his mind. Do I really want to bite down and get knocked out? Do I really want to risk it? Maybe he doesn't. Because look, he's hitting air. He's hitting arms. He's not following through. There's a couple of good jabs from Pavlovich. It's what happens when all you do to prepare for a fight is do pull-ups and swimming. At the Russian Olympic Training Center. Pavlovich has been doing swimming and bodybuilding. No, not really. Oh, there's a nice shot from Pavlovich. He might be able to get a Derek Lewis late KO. Komter Volkov, new mythical fighter. True. He's looking really solid right now. This is the best he's ever looked. Oh, Pavlovich cracked him there, though. Big, nasty shot from Pavlovich. This is where Pavlovich needs to go. Big, ugly shot from... Nice. Pavlovich just got caught, stung. Dude, he's busted up. His face is busted up right now. Great performance from Volkov. Nice 2 from Volkov and a strong kick to the body from Volkov and another one from Volkov. Volkov's getting confident now. He's piecing him up. Best performance of his whole career. Wow. I can't believe that he's doing this. I mean, it is believable. I mean, if Pavlovich didn't get that first round finish, we kind of knew. It was just like, dude, I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought freaking Sergey was going to bulldoze him. Wow. Because you know it is. As soon as you're rocked by Sergey, it's basically over. Man. I was dead wrong on this prediction, I guess. But Pavlovich looked, he's too patient early. Pavlovich needed to go for it. We didn't see the big explosion from him. We're seeing him be super patient, stick and move behind a jab. Fuck that, bro. We need Pavlovich to turn up the heat. But he's taking too much damage. He doesn't want to put himself in harm's way because he knows he could get put out. Because Volkov has all the momentum right now, and Volkov has his timing. So as this fight gets longer, Volkov's just going to hit him easier and easier. Pavlovich really has to take a risk. His power is overrated too. I've been saying it. Pavlovich's power is overrated. He doesn't have one-hitter quitter power. He needs to put together a string of punches. Fuck, bro. Damn, Pavlovich looks horrible tonight. I honestly, I don't think it's the Aspinall fight that's exposing him. I think this is the fight that exposed him. Even if he didn't necessarily have the best approach early on, this is the fight that exposes him as plotty. His tool bag is not deep. His output's not great. His power, if he doesn't get the KO, this is what happens. Well, this is what happens against elite heavyweights. You know, obviously he would never be in this situation with a blob, but against elite heavyweights, this is what happens. Wow. Pavlovich shooting a takedown. This is sad. Easy win for Volkov. Gon would beat him too, I agree. I think Gon beats him too. But, you know, it is what it is. Gon would never fight him because he's been ducking him. Maybe he would now that Volkov beat him, but yeah. Gon didn't take this fight. He could have been the guy winning this fight right now. Instead, it's Volkov. Good for Volkov. There's a couple of good body shots from Pavlovich. Could have been mixing it up to the body earlier, too. But yeah, so much for him being like one of the best boxers, right? He's over. I've been saying it, dude. Pavlovich has a big, ugly brawler in him. He has a big, ugly brawling style. Imagine he chins him in the last 5. Oh, that's nasty. Good chin. Pavlovich has a great chin. How much power does Tom Aspinall really have? But wow. Great performance from Alexander Volkov. Sick performance. Amazing performance from Volkov. Sergey is a buff Ty to Ivasa. He's different than Ty. I mean, Ty's way shittier. The issue with Sergey in that fight is that he's plotty. He was always overrated. I mean, I think it's safe to say this was the fraud check for Pavlovich. It wasn't the Aspinall fight. It was this. Aspinall beats everyone, but this was the fraud check. This is the one where it's like, okay, if you have good footwork and you can strike with decent output, if you're an elite heavyweight, you beat him. Gon beats him. Volkov beats him. If you're a fat blob and you have low output and you're a guy that just gets KOs and has a very simple style, then of course he beats you. But this goes to show that Sergey is not top 3 in the heavyweight division. This goes to show that Sergey is maybe the 5th, 6th best. But Volkov proving again that he's better than we think. Volkov's got to get some respect after this one. This is the best win of his career. Thank you for becoming a Lucas Tracy member. Tits and entrails. Okay, thank you so much for becoming a member. Interesting name. Shamil Blob, 50-45 Sergey? No. Like, listen, Sergey still beats most heavyweights, but he just proved today that, you know, he's underrated and that Pavlovich has been overrated. And I've had my feeling that Gon beats him, but that's oh, whoa. Whoa! 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 Sergey pushed him. Damn, dude. I thought they were boys. I thought all the yapping at the stare down wasn't serious. Damn, he's actually pissed. Sergey's literally like, you know, sort of stupid. Sergey's one of those guys that's kind of dumb that like takes, you know, he probably doesn't understand humor. I don't know what Volkov said to him, but damn, that's crazy. Salty as hell. I didn't expect that. Sergey must be kind of dumb. Because usually if you're like sort of stupid, then you lose you lose a fight in the UFC and you actually get angry. Oh, did Volkov sign the fight first? Is that why? Volkov signed first? Who signed first? This card, dude, listen, this card doesn't suck. This has been a good card. You're just salty that Sergey lost. I'm salty too, but that was a good performance from Volkov. It was actually entertaining. Who signed first? Did Volkov say that he was the one that signed first? Sergey did? Okay. Why is he so pissed, bro? Why is Sergey mad? He's the one that signed this fight. Sergey is making the salty tier list, yeah. Dude, Volkov got even taller. Wow. Volkov is building a resume of the best heavyweight to never win a title right now. Short film cursed your picks. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for the $2. Now, of course, Whittaker's going to lose. Blades beat Volkov and Overeem, but lost to Sergey. Yeah, I mean, heavyweight's weird. But it was a different version of Volkov that Blades beat. But to be fair, Sergey can't finish Blades, so it's kind of a bad matchup. Blades could always take him down before he gets KO'd. Sergey got fraud checked. This was a fraud check. Definitely not back to Cage Warriors. Listen, Sergey still beats everyone outside of 4 fighters at heavyweight. Sergey loses to, obviously, Volkov. He loses to Gane. He loses to Aspinall. Might lose to Jones. He beats everyone else. Let's not get carried away with Sergey sucks. It's just that he was overrated. He got fraud checked. The Aspinall fight wasn't the fraud check. This was. Because, of course, you know, Aspinall's the best in the world, and he KO'd him with, like, 1 combo. But Sergey just got beat up for 3 rounds. We saw that his tool bag wasn't deep. We saw his fight IQ. It was not on display. He wasn't able to adjust. And we saw him kind of gun-shy. I mean, his approach to this fight was a little bit worrisome. He looked gun-shy early, and I think that he needed to be super aggressive to win this fight. But you got to give Volkov credit for catching Sergey on an off night and beating the worst version of Sergey Pavlovich. I'm joking. I'm joking. You do have to give Volkov credit for actually, like, making him look stupid and striking really well on the outside. But that reach, I mean, listen, I don't think Sergey's that great at utilizing it. It's like his jab is all right, but he wasn't really pumping the jab that much. He had a low output style tonight. And his boxing's overrated. His power's overrated. We've been saying that. Sergey's not a one-punch KO guy. He loses to guys that have long-rangey striking with high output. It's clear. And he'll lose to Aspinall, too. All the time. It's easier for Sergey to... I'm kind of just surprised at how hard it was to hit Volkov. For real. Because Volkov is like, you know, the tall but awkward oaf that, like, you know, moves heavily. And he's, like, good with his long-rangey striking. But, you know, you hit Volkov and Volkanovski... Not Volkanovski. You hit Volkov and, you know, he starts falling over, right? Volkov, you hit him and it's like you're chopping an axe into a tree. He starts tipping over. But Sergey couldn't do it. I mean, that just goes to show that Sergey Pavlovich just doesn't have great shot selection and doesn't have a great fight IQ to be able to make adjustments. I mean, dude, maybe it's just because Aspinall makes it look so easy, but Gane was hitting him, right? But Gane is extra fast on the feet. Not many guys could easily hit Volkov, I guess. But man, I thought Sergey was just going to be able to take advantage of being, you know, a refrigerator with an 84-inch reach and tons of power and just say, fuck it. Like, this guy's going to outstrike me over the course of 5 or over the course of 3. I mean, he's hittable early. He's a little bit slow. I might be able to bulldoze him. He didn't try to bulldoze him. He didn't try. He would get caught, but he would get, like, gun-shy and then reset and think, oh, he was throwing 2 shots. He needed to throw 5, 7 punch, you know, low IQ combinations. He needed to actually fight like a fool. That's the issue. Sergey fought too smart for his own good. He needed to get dumb with it. I was saying that in the second round. Sergey needs to get dumb with it, bite down on the mouthpiece, and go for, you know, one of those retard blitz. But he didn't. My initial take after the first round was maybe Sergey's, and this is actually a joke, but I was saying maybe Sergey's trying to be nice to him because he knows he can KO him at any time, and he's trying to let Volkov have some success so that when he knocks him out, he'll be like, you know, at least you had some success. And they can have like a, you know, a good conversation about their fight and reminisce. But it was actually that he wasn't good enough. Well, I guess Sergey Pavlovich isn't a future champ, right? Going into tonight, we were saying, man, Sergey, he's probably going to have 5 fights with Tom Aspinall. You know, he's going to have a trilogy with Aspinall. These guys are going to be fighting each other all the time. Nope. Volkov, really happy that he's gotten the win. You know, I've always liked Volkov and always thought he was underrated, but this really shows that even I've been underrating him still. Does it go the same way if it happened last year? Probably. Probably. Maybe Sergey could try to go in with a stupid blitz early and he would get it done, but I don't know. Volkov was worse last year. Sergey would have been more aggressive, so it's interesting, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not like this was a bad version of Sergey Pavlovich. Just because he was a little gun-shy doesn't just mean it's a horrible version of him. You know, he's had a while to take time off after the last KO to improve. Rob Masterclass incoming. Thank you for the $5. I'm worried, man. I really want to get this pick right. I'm a little bit worried. We got to tally up my picks so far. Pavlovich equals 0 aura. Aspinall turned him human. Very human. And this fight especially, to be honest, this is the one that killed his aura. The last one, he lost a lot of his aura, but this is what killed it. Big time. This was minus 2,000 aura. The last one was minus, 500. Because Sergey is in there for 3 rounds in front of a guy that doesn't have a ton of KO power. That's not the fastest. It's not like there are many heavyweights that can do what Volkov does, but still, you expect Sergey to be one of the freaks in the division that could beat him, but I guess not. I'd say maybe he's like the 5th best, 6th best heavyweight. Say Jones, Aspinall, Gane, Blades. He beat Blades, Volkov, yeah. Pavlovich is like the 5th or 6th best fighter in that division. Still good. Tom Aspinall flatlines John Jones. I agree. Jones is running the heavyweight division, ruining the heavyweight division by ducking the real champ. Dana won't do anything about it but glaze John. I know. He keeps going on podcast after podcast saying the same story over and over again, hyping up the fact that John Jones has a dog. He has a dog, and he said he wanted to kill DC. Dana's just trying to sell the Stipe fight because he knows hardcore fans don't want to hear it. So he's trying to get the casuals hyped up about it. Gane rematch for Volkov. Gane doesn't deserve that. Volkov should be fighting for the title before Gane. I'd rather see... I mean, to be fair, a Gane fight would be good, but I don't think I want to see Gane have an opportunity to fight someone that high up. Let Gane fight a fat blob again. Just don't give him the reward of a title shot. But that's what he wants to do. He wants to sit out. Okay, fight a fat blob. Stay in that position. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, I think Volkov should fight for the belt next, honestly. I think that's what we should call for. Volkov gets a title shot after Curtis Blades and Tom Aspinall. So either way, it'll be a rematch. But let's do the rematch with him versus Aspinall or the rematch with him versus Curtis. We don't want to see Gane. Gane's going to beat a fat Marcin Tubbyman Tabura. The UFC might want to give him the title shot. Let's call for Volkov fighting for it instead, just because Gane's been removing himself from reality. I feel like this is the end for Whittaker. I don't. I think Whittaker might win. We got to tally up my picks. Bro called out Shiro the Bullet. Thoughts on that fight? Bo? I love that fight. People are going to say, he doesn't deserve that. Meanwhile, they'll shit on Bo Nickel all the time for being a bum. That's the perfect fight to make. Both guys are in a similar position. They've been fighting cans. Perfect fight. I think Bo beats him. Keep that energy calling Volkov a slow tortoise. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to keep the same energy because now I was confronted with new evidence of him being less slow and more effective at, sticking and moving against a power puncher. So now it's like, all right, well, he was able to move away from a power punch. So that's good for him. Normally it was just, oh, well, he could do that against the blobs, but Sergey's not a blob. Sergey's more blobbish than we'd like to think. I'm going to give Volkov credit. He looked great. My parlay is gone. Lucas, please Muzz to cheer me up. No, I'm not going to hit the Muzz until Volk wins, okay? Thank you for the $2. Tom changed Big Serg. Yeah, it looked like he was definitely gun shy. 100%. But that's not the only reason why he lost. It's just he didn't look good and his opponent looked great. He was not good enough. That's what it is. He just wasn't good enough to win. He doesn't have the tool bag. Ikram wins because of Dagestani plot armor. Well, Dagestani plot armor is a real thing. Saudi is only coming into the equation if it goes to decision. Who wins, Pereira or Volkov at heavyweight? Pereira. Light heavyweight skill. Pereira. Yeah! Yeah, there it is! Woo! Turkey Ali, man. Dude, that combo, dude, I'm telling you, Turkey's been he's been throwing some combinations, man. Turkey's been training. Is Turkey Ali not the funniest guy on the face of the earth? Am I the only one that freaking has a big smile on my face every time I see him? He's just a funny guy, dude. He just has, he's just a good guy, man. Just a good guy. He's the biggest boss in combat sports. Ikram will shock the world. Bear witness, Flukas. Thank you for the 20 and okay. We'll see. Here comes Whittaker. Whittaker's walkout song is always good. Roy Jones Jr. No energy in the building. What is going on in Saudi Arabia? Why is there no hype? Why are these guys never cheering? Here comes Whittaker. Here comes the jig man himself. I think it's more of a case that Volk is better than we thought versus Sergey being worse. I think it's a little bit of both. But I agree. Volk is better than we thought. But I don't think it's just that. Sergey is definitely worse than we thought. We were thinking Sergey has an 84-inch reach. He's going to be able to go jab for jab the whole night. Not really, but he's going to be able to do better with his jab. He's going to blitz and be able to pin down a sort of slow Volkov, who's not gone on the feet with his movement, right? But wasn't able to do it. If you have decent movement and defense, you win. True. That's exactly what Volkov had. Ikram's finna come out strong and KO Rob early. I'm afraid that might happen, but let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't. Blades beat Volkov and Overeem, but lost to Sergey. Yeah. How would you see Jones beating Tom? Getting a hold of him, put him up against the fence, kicking him at range on the feet, taking him down. That's the only way. He has to stall up against the fence. He has to kick at range, keep his hands out to make sure that he can parry the punches and look to take the fight to the mat, tire out Tom. But I don't think he would. I think Whittaker's going to get it done, guys. Very close to seeing Robert keep himself at the top. He loses this, and that's the start of the fall off for Whittaker. Either way, if Ikram wins, he doesn't deserve a title shot. Ikram would be... If Ikram wins this, he needs one more. He needs one more, but... Yeah. This is not a title eliminator. Not even for Whittaker, I don't think. Ikram by Kimura. He has a great Kimura. He's got a lot of submissions with that. Kind of feels like a movie arc for Volkov. He should fight for the title next. He's having a resurgence. He's on a crazy streak right now. He's looked amazing in his last few fights. I agree. He should fight the winner of Aspinall and Curtis Blades for a title. I agree. He beat the boogeyman. Even though Sergey's not the boogeyman as much as he was back in the day, but he still beat the guy coming off of a title fight. Let's hope Whittaker can actually drop him. I'm really looking forward to seeing some grappling exchanges. I want to see Whittaker's takedown defense. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Goddard. Oh, shit. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. Whittaker has a chinny chin, and Goddard's the ref. What does that tell you? That means we could see an early stoppage for Ikram Aliskerov. Ikram drops Whittaker, I guarantee you Mark's stepping in and fucking everything up. They just need to stop giving Goddard main events in big spots. Or just in general, they have to have a stern sit down with Mark Goddard, a very stern sit down, because I know he's stubborn and he's got an ego and he thinks that he's beyond having someone tell him how to do the job that he's been doing for a while. But it's very needed that Mark Goddard have a stern sit down with an authority figure that tells him not to fuck up these events. Goddard should be the prelim guy. Exactly. He should be the prelim guy. But still, he just needs to stop messing up. The UFC needs to tell him that he's stopping fights too early and say, hey, whenever you think of stopping a fight, let it go a little bit longer. Just let it go 5 seconds longer. If he just did that, his career would be scot-free of all criticism. If Goddard just, if you were to let every, or actually sometimes, yeah. Even in the case where it wouldn't be a finish anyway, like Yuri survives, if he just lets it go on for 5 more seconds, Yuri's back up. He's all good. 5 more seconds and every Mark Goddard early stoppage, it either continues or there's a real KO. Fixes everything. All right, Whittaker. Here we go. Let's hope Whittaker didn't get chinned in training. Damn. No energy in that building. Except for Turkey Ali. Turkey's got some energy. Here we go. The return of Robert Whittaker. The brick wall. Hopefully. First time we're going to get to see Robert Whittaker versus a grappler. Heavy pressure grappler since, I don't even know. 2018, I guess. But Yoel wasn't even a heavy pressure grappler in that fight, in the rematch. There's Turkey Ali. Let's see if Whittaker can impress him with some combos. Here we go. Round 1. Nice. Let's go. Ikram's dangerous early. Can Whittaker prove that there are levels to this game? Or will Ikram prove that the rankings don't mean shit? And that actually there's some good fighters outside of it that could easily replace the ones that we all know are the best or think they're the best. Ikram looking to prove that we've all been living a dream. We've all been living a lie. That it's the guys that take Tululan into the third that are the best. Whittaker's showcasing a patient approach. Nice strong kick from Whittaker. Let's see if we see the mean Robert Whittaker. The mean Whittaker that fucks people up in the short exchanges outside of the grappling exchanges. See if we see the Whittaker that hurts people. Nice jab from Rob. Nice body kick from Ikram. Ikram's going to be looking to take Whittaker down very soon. But make no mistake, Whittaker can look calm. Wait until he gets hit. Whittaker's a slow starter, guys. He's a slow starter. Nice jab from Whittaker. That's that speed. That's that classic Whittaker speed. And a strong low kick from Ikram, but Whittaker catches him with a jab. But again, Whittaker's a little bit slow to... Whoa! Hey! 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 Yo, what the fuck? The fight just went off. I just missed something. Dude, sorry guys. The fight shut off. Fuck. The fight cut off live. My console just died. Early? No. Stop. Stop. Stop, dude. Whittaker? Whittaker KO'd him! No, he didn't. Come on! Fuck, bro. Please not be over. Yo! Whittaker knocked him out! I didn't see it live. Okay, I'm watching. I didn't see it live. Holy shit, Whittaker KO'd him? I'm not looking at the chat. I didn't see it. My stream, my console cut off. Apparently Whittaker knocked him out. What was it? What was it? Dude, that's hype. I still haven't seen it. I still haven't watched it. I'm waiting for it. I got it back on. Yo, Whittaker actually got a KO. That's sick. Let's see what it is. Guys, if you're just tuning in, boom, 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 Yeah! 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 Let's go! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Woo! Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! Nice! Whittaker's back in the win column with a KO! First KO since 2017. I guess it was Ikram that's doing the Irish jig. Nice. Dude, my console, my Xbox, literally turned off. Like 15 seconds before that, and I had to reload it. I thought you guys were trolling with the KO. Woo! Boom! Nice. Look at that uppercut. Bam! Sick. Good for Mark Goddard. Nice. Who's doing the Irish jig now? Aliskerov. And I got my pick right. Nice. I'm so happy that Whittaker's back in the KO column. You know, I kind of wanted to see Whittaker get some wrestling exchanges in, but that's better than that. I'm happy that he got it done. Wow, I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Holy shit. Ikram did the jitterbug. Wow, bro. Ikram's chin, I guess it hasn't been proven, right? Damn, Whittaker's back. And I get my pick right, main event right. I'm watching this on my console right now, and it cut off during the fight. I thought it was ESPN, but it just shut off randomly. I'm so happy that Whittaker won. Again, it would have been cool to see some scrambles, but still. It would have been cool to see some scrambles. Levels, for real? Levels. That's literally showcasing levels if there ever was one. Easily put away Ikram. I think Hamzat would have been a bit of a tougher test, but wow. Got to give Whittaker credit. That's not a guy that's known for being chinny. First KO since 2017. I didn't miss it. I missed it live. The chat was throwing me off. I thought you guys were bullshitting about the KO. I was like, no way. But then there were so many messages. I was like, you know what? I don't think that many people would be typing in the chat. I was like, you know, the chat's going a little bit too crazy for this to be BS. Nice. See you soon. Yeah, the wolf is going to say see you soon. Fuck that. You know what? I think they should do either Robert Whittaker versus Sean Strickland or just do Whittaker fighting for the belt. Nice. I think they should do Whittaker versus Strickland, or Whittaker gets a reserve title fight after Strickland gets his rematch. And guess what? If Strickland wins the title, then we get to see that highly anticipated matchup between him and Whittaker anyway. I say if I'm the UFC, I'm saying, okay, here's what we're doing at middleweight. Strickland and Whittaker getting the next title fights. Okay? Adesanya wins. Okay, Strickland, Adesanya. And then Whittaker takes the winner. DDP? Okay, well then DDP versus Strickland, then Whittaker gets the winner. That's what I think. Bobby back up. Biggest win of his career. Maybe not the biggest win of his career, but like, you know, maybe the most hype win of his career since he's doing this. And it's kind of a shame that he did it in Saudi Arabia where there was no energy. Let me replay the KO and listen to it louder. I want to see if like they were going crazy. Yeah, I can't believe Whittaker got a knockout. Honestly, I'm so happy that Whittaker got a KO. Much needed KO. Did Hamzat dodge a bullet? Dude, maybe Whittaker would have beat him. Either way, I'm happy I picked Whittaker to beat Ikram. Let me watch that live again, or at least replay the actual moment. I mean, this may have not happened to Hamzat. Either way, it's not about Hamzat. It's not about Hamzat. Khamzat, listen, not his fault. He got sick, but he pulled out, so Whittaker's looking ahead. Let's not rebook that. Let's have Whittaker fight for the belt in his next fight. Even if Strickland gets it first, Whittaker's going to chill, fight for the belt next. But the gloves, yeah, the gloves aren't the issue, I guess. I guess the gloves aren't the issue. If Whittaker gets a KO, you know the gloves aren't the issue. I'm gonna leave a comment on that. I'm gonna go to the UFC's page. They still haven't posted anything. Yep, not the gloves. Okay, I'm gonna rewatch the finish. I'm gonna rewatch it because I was typing something. Okay, let me rewatch it right now. Let's see if the crowd was getting hype. What was it? What was it? Right hand? Yeah, Ikram was looking way slower than Rob on the feet. Not even a single takedown. Boom. Yeah, right on the chin. Boom. Jab. Right hand jab. Hook. Jab uppercut. Nice. Dude, let's go. I'm still hyped to see Whittaker. It's so surreal seeing Whittaker get a KO. It is so surreal watching Robert Whittaker KO someone. Boom. Damn. Dude, I was just as hyped as Rob. Levels, dude, levels, man. Ikram is going to the Apex for the rest. Nah. Listen, getting KO doesn't mean you're an Apex NPC necessarily, but I know what you mean. Like, he's not going to be on a pay-per-view prelim anytime soon. That's why Jimmy quacked. Duck, duck, duck. Thank you for the 279. Yeah, well, either way, we're not going to see Chimaev Whittaker next. So hyped right now. Bobby Knuckles got me pounding my chest. Same. Seeing him get a knockout is crazy. It's been a minute. Long time overdue. UFC will make Whittaker versus Strickland next. That's the fight to make. Market it as a clear-cut #1 contenders fight. I honestly think Whittaker might win. I'm going to pick Whittaker to beat Strickland. I know that punching Ikram Aliskerov is a lot easier, but I might even pick Whittaker. I think Whittaker, I've said this for a long time. If you've been watching my live streams, I've been saying Whittaker is a good style to beat Sean Strickland. And I don't have to worry about him getting KO'd. Thoughts on Pavlovich losing to the new gloves? Yeah. Well, thank you for the $2. Yeah, the gloves aren't the issue anymore. That got put to rest. No more complaining about the gloves. It was just the fight sucking. Back-to-back weight cuts for Ikram. Good win, Rob. That is true. That is true. Ikram did have a horrible weight cut because he was cutting weight while they gave him the call last week. And he had to continue that into this week. So that was rough for his chin. That probably affected his chin quite a bit. Let's not act like it didn't. Either way, I mean, maybe Whittaker would have won anyway. So, you know, it's what it is. He ain't deserved to be in the cage with Bobby. True. But, you know, he stepped up. Stepped up and Whittaker beat him. Not a surprise. What a crazy main event, guys. His chin has never been that great. Yeah, it's not like his chin's been amazing. Would Robert do this to Khamzat? Khamzat's got a great chin. And Khamzat would have shot a takedown earlier. So the question is, could Whittaker have gotten up and finished Khamzat when he's a little bit more tired? Maybe. I don't know. It's tough to say. I think Khamzat's better than Ikram Aliskerov, but maybe Whittaker could have. I'm not just going to treat Robert Whittaker as if he's a power puncher all of a sudden, but he had a great performance. Chimaev and Rob in Abu Dhabi. No, fuck that. We're not doing Chimaev versus Robert Whittaker. Screw that. I don't want to hear anyone mention Robert Whittaker versus Chimaev ever again. Listen, Chimaev got sick. I'm sure he would have wanted to fight, but Whittaker can't look back. He's got to look towards either Sean Strickland, who's the other guy that everyone's talking about as being someone that deserves a title fight, and only fighting Sean Strickland because it's a clear-cut #1 contenders fight. Whoever wins that will fight for the title, or he fights for the title next. Those are the only two options for Whittaker. You think Rob does Khamzat Chimaev the same? Maybe, but we can't say for sure. Maybe Chimaev shoots a takedown in the first minute of the fight, submits Whittaker. Maybe Whittaker gets up, can't put Chimaev away, but wins a decision. We don't know. Whittaker and Sean co-main event in Perth. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see it. Whittaker took hardly any damage. I mean, that was barely a fight. I'd love to see it. I think Whittaker has a great chance to beat Strickland. Who won? Ikram Aliskerov knocked out Robert Whittaker second round. Whittaker's career's over. Brutal KO. Brutal KO. Uppercut up against the fence. Had Robert Whittaker doing the Irish jig. Even an early stoppage to make it worse. Nasty KO from Ikram Aliskerov. I'm kidding. Whittaker won. Do not remake Chimaev versus Whittaker. Chimaev keeps pulling out. I know he was very sick, but he doesn't deserve... I agree. He missed his opportunity. I know he was sick. It's not his fault, but he missed his opportunity. Whittaker shouldn't be punished. All right, Whittaker should move up. He shouldn't just be like forced to fight Chimaev. He just did the UFC a favor by taking on Aliskerov. And it's 2 wins in a row for him. Former champion. Beat Adesanya, got screwed over, didn't get his hand raised when he should have. I say Robert Whittaker deserves nothing less than a number 1 contenders fight against a big star in Sean Strickland, or at least another star in Sean Strickland. And if Strickland wasn't like a big name, then I would just say, wait out until he gets his shot. Have you ever gotten 100% predictions? Never. But I've come close. I've won 11-1 on UFC. What was it? UFC 301. What is the Irish jig? Can we get a demonstration? It's one of these where you're kicking the old feet out, you're doing the Irish jig. But I'm not about to do a whole representation. Khamzat got KO'd by an Indian dish. Okay. Imagine what Whittaker would do to him. That is pretty funny. Thank you for the $5. How do we do on the card? So I got 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, even though Gordon got robbed. 3-2, 4-2. Damn. I went 5-4. Not great. Well, at least we got the main event right. But yeah, we're having a little bit of a rough period of getting our picks right, guys. Oh, we're doing well. We have winning records, of course. I mean, expect nothing less than a winning record, but damn, it's real tough. I'm pumped after that Aussie. Same. Thank you for the $2 Australian. I appreciate that. I'm hyped. I'm hyped as well. Lucas, if Robert cut to welterweight, could he beat Leon? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe because Leon has the welterweight skill. Maybe not. Whittaker's cut to welterweight would be brutal. Whittaker does have a hard weight cut. He walks around at 220, which is crazy. You wouldn't expect it. He doesn't look that big, but he has a hard weight cut to 185. There's no way he's making middleweight. Welterweight. Picks went downhill after the documentary, I know. I think that the punishment is in. Now we're going to do really well. I think that, we were tested a little bit with a couple of robberies and a couple of weird ones. I should have been 6-3. I should have been 6-3 because I did pick... Oh, wait. No, I did go 6-3. I actually went 6-3. Technically. I should be 5-4 since Gordon won. But I actually did go 6-3. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3. 3-1 on the prelims. 2 wrong. Dude, I went 6-3. Pretty good. I'll take all the credit, man. Yo, we went 6-3 despite there being a robbery. Jandaroba main event? I don't believe it. We'll check to see if that's true. Nice. Whittaker back in the win column. KOing people again. Getting a bunch of picks right. Damn, I'm kind of shocked that Pavlovich was pissed off at Volkov when he was trying to give him a handshake. That's crazy. 50%? Lucas, oh, that's interesting because I went 6-3. So that is interesting. I got 6 right and 3 wrong. So even if you took 3 picks away from me, I still wouldn't have had a losing record. Either way. Either way, guys. As a Whittaker fan, he has really evolved this year. Whittaker's boxing has improved a lot. You know, tough weight cut for Ikram, but Whittaker's boxing has improved a lot. But anyway, guys, I am going to get out of here. All right, I'm going to film my recap video. Sergey can't even switch stances. Fraud checked. Brutal fraud checked for Sergey Pavlovich. Thank you for the $2 TP. Walker versus Tuivasa fighting for their careers at heavyweight. Yeah. I don't want to see Walker fight Tuivasa, but I want to see Walker fight Cans. When I say Cans, Tuivasa still beats a lot of the like Dana White Contender Series blobs, but I'm talking about people that are worse than Shamil the Blob Gaziev. Like, I'm talking about Martin Budai. That's who Walker should be fighting. He should be fighting the blob victims. Okay? But anyway, guys, that's it. I'm out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm going to get my recap video out. Until next time.